What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's real talk, boxing talk, live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny, and I'm your host for another edition of DHS Live. This time it's the Tuesday night show. It is the top of the week for us here at DHS. We got boxing this weekend. We got latest news in boxing, man. Let's get this motherfucker popping, yo.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah! Let's go, champ! Let's go, champ. Let's go, DHS. Salute to all of y'all for rocking out, man. Last night, we had an epic live watch party for Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. And the Spurs finally got into the win column by beating the Knicks last night, 115-111. Now we got ourselves a series, man. The Knicks are still up 2-1. Game 4 is tomorrow night at MSG, but this was a big win for the Spurs, man, on hostile ground, man. Great win. Great game by Victor Wembanyama. If the Spurs can pull off a victory tomorrow and take both of these games at the Garden and then go back to San Antonio, these New York Knicks fans out on these streets, these crazy hooligans, man, they're going to burn the city down, man.
That shit is a two-pack of ass.
These dudes is going berserk, man. These dudes is beating people up, assaulting people, man. And that's why they're winning, man. Let's not forget, this was a big win for the Spurs because that snaps the Knicks' 13-game win streak, man. The Knicks haven't lost in over a month, man. So let's see if the Spurs could figure some shit out and they can start some momentum going on their side, man. But nonetheless, man, so far, good finals series. Tomorrow we'll be live at 8:15. We'll have the game on. We'll talk a little bit of basketball, and then we will flip the script like we did last night and talk that boxing shit, man. Last night we did 6 hours, man.
Yeah!
Salute to all of y'all that rocked out, man. Y'all the real champions, man.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
I got to drop the bomb for y'all, man. Word, man. Last night's show was epic, man. After the game finished, man, it was open panel discussion, man, where we talked that boxing talk. You know how we do, DHS style, man. Tonight ain't going to be no different. It is all boxing, and there's plenty of shit to talk about. Tonight, we'll have open panel discussion again to go over all the latest news in the world of boxing, including the opponents that have been announced for both Edgar Berlanga and Richardson Hitchins, man. We already knew that it was going down, but this card is going to be happening in New York City at the theater in Madison Square Garden. ZUFFA 8, July 26th. Edgar Berlanga and Richardson Hitchins will headline. Edgar Berlanga will be facing contender Stephen Bang Bang Butler. And Richardson Hitchins will be facing welterweight contender Ricardo the Magic Man Salas. Yeah, so I want to get everybody's opinion on these opponents. Again, I'm a little surprised and then I'm not surprised, and I'll explain why in just a little bit, man. But there's other shit going on in the world of boxing that we can talk about as well. Not just these two fights that officially got announced. But, yeah, man, the circle jerk between Keyshawn Shakur and Devin Haney on Twitter and social media continues. With the latest Keyshawn going off on social media, man. And Devin and Shakur going back and forth in their latest Twitter scrap, man. It appears that Devin is willing to meet Shakur at a catch weight of 144 pounds. At least that's what was said on Twitter. So I'll show you guys the tweets, and I definitely want to get everybody's thoughts on that. But yeah, man, like I said, plenty to talk about tonight, man. So we are in for another epic show. It is a Tuesday night. We got a show tomorrow. And like I said, we'll also do a live watch party for the Game 4 of the NBA Finals. And then we got a show on Thursday. Let's not forget, we also got boxing this weekend on the Zone, man. This weekend we got boxing on the Zone. The main fight of the weekend is going down in Glendale, Arizona. The main event is Jesse Bam Rodriguez, pound for pound great, moving up a weight class to challenge WBA bantamweight champion Antonio Kingdom Vargas. who is a good friend of the show. And the co-main event is also going to be a banger because we got another good friend that's fighting on the co-main event. We got Jordan El Moreno Martinez in a rematch against Arturo Cardenas, who is undefeated, trained by Robert Garcia. The first fight ended in a controversial draw. A lot of people thought that Jordan El Moreno Martinez won that fight. I've been in contact with Jordan Martinez. He is ready. He is taking this fight serious, and he has told me that he's not trying to let this shit go to the scorecards, man. He doesn't trust the judges. He feel like he got duped and he got robbed the first time around. This time, he's going in there for a knockout. That's going to be the co-main event. That's going to be a great fight. That's for WBC Continental America's title at super bantamweight, man. You also got the beast, Alif Nerf Tehran. She will be fighting on the undercard, undefeated lightweight. She is the IBF lightweight women's champion. She will be going against undefeated Gabriela Tellez from Box Lab family. Y'all know the deal. Yeah! Box Lab Promotions is family up here in DHS. We also got undefeated Ronnie Alvarez that's going to be fighting on that card. So again, a lot of good prospects. This card will be streaming live on DAZN. So if you have not signed up for DAZN, make sure you sign up on the link pinned to the chat, man. DAZN.com/the Hangout spot. And definitely sign up and get yourself a subscription, whether it's a basic or the ultimate, that gives you access to pretty much everything, including the pay-per-views. You do not have to pay extra for the pay-per-views if you are paying for the ultimate package. I know it's a little steep, but at the end of the day, again, we are boxing fans. Let's not forget, there are multiple promotion companies that are now fighting under the DAZN banner, man. You got Top Rank, you got Golden Boy, you got Matchroom, you got Queensberry. If you like bare knuckle boxing, that's on DAZN as well. So, you know, you get a little bit of everything, man. The closest that we're ever probably going to see to a one-stop shop in boxing is going down right now in DAZN. So definitely sign up if you have not signed up. The link is pinned to the chat, man. But salute to all of y'all that are filing in. Make sure you guys smash that like button. I know it's early, but again, get in here, hit the like button so you don't forget. As the night progresses, the show usually gets better and better, and our viewership gets higher and higher because we are the late night spot for the second shift and third shift overnight workers. Y'all know how we do it. Nobody does it better late night than the Hangout spot, man.
What's good with my bro Johnny from the Hangout spot, baby? We out here, cut.
We always out here, man, and I need y'all to bring that energy tonight, man.
Chad will jack your dog. Junk your dog, your dog. Jack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we are streaming live on YouTube, on X, and on millions.co. So salute to my family on all three platforms. Y'all the real champions, man.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We are saluting all of our DHS members on not only YouTube, but on X and on millions.co. In fact, let me make sure we are G to G on Millions because we have not streamed on Millions in the last couple of days. So I just want to make sure we are up to par. Okay, so it looks like we're good there. And I believe we are good on X. Let me just make sure there. Salute to all of y'all filing in. Y'all know the ground rules. If you're watching this live on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button and help us get this show and this channel out into the algorithm / homepage of other true hardcore laid-back boxing fans so they know we rock our weeknights. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we also do weekend shows and live fight chats. And let's not forget, man, our live fight chats are epic because after the fights are over, the show does not end, man. That's when it starts, man. Nobody does it better than us, man, because we do immediate post-fight reactions where we open up the panel and we get real-time reactions, man. Real-time reactions right after the fights are over, man. For real, man. So, yeah, make sure you smash the like button. We got to get at least 100 likes at minimum, man. We missed the ball yesterday, man. We got hella viewers yesterday, but I don't know what the fuck was going on. People were allergic to hit the like button. Maybe it was because a lot of people wasn't digging that we're doing basketball. Again, we are a boxing channel. That's what we do here. But we just, based on the fact that there's a lot of basketball fans that are usually in the chat, especially a lot of Knicks fans, I thought it might be fun. To maybe do some live watch parties for the NBA Finals, man. It's not all the time that you see the New York Knicks. And like I said, we got a lot of New York Knicks fans that are down with DHS. So I thought it might be fun. But maybe that's what it was, man. maybe you had a lot of viewers that weren't digging the fact that we were doing basketball. Yesterday's game, man, that shit didn't want to end. I think that shit was like 3.5 hours, man.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
Lots of calls, lots of challenges, lots of replays by the referees, man. And let's not forget, it was a close game, so you know how that works, man. Usually the last 2-3 minutes of a basketball game takes about a fucking half hour. So yesterday's game dragged. It was a good game. It was a good competitive game, but it dragged. So we didn't start talking boxing till probably around 11 o'clock at night. So that's probably what it was. But there's no excuse tonight, man. We are back in action talking that boxing shit. And we're here, man. We're here to work that overtime. So definitely hit the like button. Let's get those 100 likes tonight, man. If you're watching this live on X and on Millions, please share the show on both platforms, especially on X. Make sure you guys give me a retweet. And share the show, man. Share the show. But if you want to hit the like button and you want to participate in the chat, man, this chat is the best, in my opinion, out here on these boxing YouTube streets, man. You're going to have to come over to the YouTube platform. But while you're here, like I said, you can hit the like button. You can subscribe to the channel. And if you've already done so, you know the deal. Tell a friend to tell a friend to subscribe, yo.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Yeah!
Yeah, man. Tell a friend to subscribe to the channel. There are power in numbers. We're trying to turn this small train into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers. Last but not least, man, I need the chat to bring that energy, man. Y'all got to cook tonight like y'all normally do, man.
Let's go, champ!
Y'all the champions, man. Y'all got to cook tonight. You can't have a great show without a great chat, man. And I feed off that energy, man. So continue to file in and participate in the chat, man. I know it's early, man, but we're going to get this shit popping, man. We're going to talk that boxing shit. I'm going to throw the link out there early today. Need to get everybody's thoughts, man. We got some recent fight announcements, and we got some talk, man. We got some Twitter beef, man. We got some Twitter beef talk, man. As usual, man. The latest Twitter scrap is Shakur and Devin Haney. And it appears that Devin Haney may be willing to meet Shakur at a 144-pound catch weight. The tweets are out there. Now let's see if these tweets and all this talk on social media can translate onto a contract. Get that shit signed and let's get this shit popping. So Shakur and Devin, let's make it happen, y'all. But in the meantime, Keyshawn Davis is crashing out on social media, bro.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
He's crashing out on social media. He wants that Devin fight, man. And I'm gonna play a short clip of his I believe it was an IG live that he did earlier today that basically said, "Why you scared, Devin Haney? I only got 15 fights. You got 30. Let's get this shit popping. You want to fight Shakur? He's not a welterweight. I'm a welterweight. I'm a mandatory for that WBO strap. Let's get it popping, man." So Keyshawn is not going out without a fight, man. He definitely wants that fight. So what happens, man? Does Devin end up going the Keyshawn route, or will he meet Shakur at 144? I'll show you guys Shakur's tweet, man, because Shakur is trying to sell that shit, bro. He's trying to sell it. So yeah, man, we'll definitely get into that. If you guys want to make sure that you get a question or a comment that doesn't get missed out here on these live YouTube streets, let's not forget Super Chat is the best way to go. It will come up as a star message, and obviously I'll show you love. And in the process, it also provides your boy with a little bit of a donation, and every penny counts because we are putting in the work. So if you want to support the late night grind, again, Super Chat, Super Sticker, Super Thank You, or Cash App or Zelle, QR codes are right here on the side of the screen. Those are all ways to support the late night grind here at DHS. All donations that come in go right back into the channel to continue to provide you guys with the best boxing content out here on these YouTube streets, whether it's here at the DHS studio or boots to ground. Let's go, man. Let's definitely go, man. We do have a 10 Super Chat goal. If you want to help a brother get there, it could be a Super Chat of any denomination, man. But yeah, man, let's get up in the chat real quick before we get this show popping. Y'all know the deal. This is the time of the show where I like to show all the DHS family members that are here bright and early some love, man. It's roll call time.
All right, what do you say we get this roll call started?
I say we get it started, man. Salute to little brother, man. My little brother, Street Cat 187, was the first one in the building. Salute, little bro.
My man.
Salute, man. Little bro said, have a dope stream, big bro. You already know with the boxing emoji, DHS fam. That's family right there, man. And little bro also has a YouTube channel where he does live game streaming. So if you're a gamer, check out my little brother at StreetCat187, man. Salute. My man Malcolm from AZ is in the building. Salute.
My man.
Salute to you, my brother. We got Hammer Hands Uncle in the building. What's good, champ?
My man.
Let's go, champ.
Let's go, champ, man. Salute, man. Thanks for rocking out on this Tuesday night, man. It's top of the week, man. We usually don't do a Monday show. We did one yesterday for the live watch party. Usually this is the first show that we do to start the week on a weeknight. And usually we call it top of the week Tuesday. But second show of the week so far. Big Money, what is good?
My man.
Salute to you, my brother. Salute. I see you guys showing each other love. What's good? Alberto all the way in Cali.
My man.
Alberto, what is good, man? Salute, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. We got Melvin Powell in the building. Let's go, champ. He said Richardson Hitchins is going to steal the Devin Haney fight from Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson after July 26th. Watch. Okay, let's go, man. Let's go, champ. Yeah, man. Hitchins, he's got a fight, man. This is his first fight after being signed by Zuffa, and he's facing Mexican welterweight contender Ricardo Salas, who actually won on, I believe it was the third or fourth Zuffa card. It was in March. But anyway, he actually stopped Jesus Saracho. So Ricardo Salas will be facing Africa Richardson Hitchins, and my man Edgar Berlanga will be facing Stephen Butler, who is a super middleweight contender with a record of 38-5, one draw with 32 wins by knockout. That is an 84% knockout ratio. This is a comeback fight for Edgar. He is coming off that knockout loss to Hamza Shiraz last July. So by the time he steps into the ring on the 26th of July, it'll be a full year that he had not been in the ring. Same thing for Africa, man. The last fight where we saw Africa in the ring was in June, I believe, June of last year. And that's when he beat George Kambosos. He was supposed to fight Oscar Duarte, but again, he had pulled out last minute because of a injury. And here we are today. Shortly after that, he signed with Zuffa, and here we are today. So I need everybody's thoughts on these opponents. Are you surprised? Are you not surprised? Are you going to throw some shade? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, you know the deal. Here at DHS, all opinions are welcome, man. All opinions are welcome. I see y'all showing each other love. My man Donnie is in the building. What is good, Donnie?
My man.
Let's go, champ.
My man, let's go. He said Keyshawn on that $1 million fight, top rank budget. Salute to Keyshawn. He crashing out, man. He want that Devin Haney fight, bro. Dwayne Styles, what is good?
My man.
He said, let's go, DHS. Salute to you, man. Salute. Yeah, man, it's Bam fight week, man. We got Bam Rodriguez, Jesse Bam Rodriguez, man. Top 3, top 4, top 5 in the world, pound for pound, depending on your respected list, man. He is moving up to bantamweight to face WBA champion, my guy, Antonio Vargas. Bam is 23-0. Vargas is 19-1-1, man. It's going to be a tough task. Definitely a tough task. We'll start getting into the meat and potatoes of that fight tomorrow, definitely Thursday. And then you got my man Jordan El Moreno Martinez going up against Arturo Cardenas in a rematch. That will be the co-main event, a fight that I'm definitely looking forward to. Melvin is back in the building. Said Keyshawn Davis is with Top Rank DAZN. If Haney is signing with Zuffa Boxing, Paramount Plus, that fight ain't happening next unless Turkey pays for it on a major ring card. Haney versus Hitchins next. Okay, I got you. Okay, but what about the Shakur fight, man? They did go back and forth again, man. Again, this is the latest Twitter scrap, man. These dudes have probably fought about 18 times on Twitter in the last month alone. But no fights in the ring, man. We need to get some more fights in the ring and less fights on social media. But man, I never ever thought that Devin Haney would be willing to move back down to 144, which is the same weight that he fought against Jose Ramirez. And Shakur Stevenson actually points that out in his tweet. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man. I see you guys showing each other love. Salute, salute, salute. Dwayne Styles said UFC 250 in DC. When is that going down? Is that this weekend? Again, I'm not a UFC fan, but I'm very, very curious, again, to see how that whole thing plays out, man. This is the first time that we actually see something like this, just as similar to what we saw recently when Usyk fought Rico in the pyramids in Egypt, something we had never seen before. But this one is going to be groundbreaking, man. These dudes are actually fighting in front of the White House. That's pretty crazy. I got to see it. I got to see the production. I got to see how that plays out. So even though I'm not a UFC fan, I'll probably tune in for just a little bit. I won't watch the entire card. That's for damn sure. I'm not that type of UFC fan, but I got to check it out. I got to check it out. Curiosity, man. Curiosity is killing the cat right now. Trini BX is in the building.
My man.
He says, salute to the Hangout spot. Salute, DHS family. Salute to you, Trini. Salute, big time Nick fan, man. Big time Nick fan, as well as Stock Chasers. You guys worried a little bit? The Spurs broke that momentum up, man. The Spurs now believe that they can beat the Knicks at the Garden under hostile territory. Let's see what happens. Game 4. The Knicks better win this game, man, because, again, if the Spurs tie this series, then it becomes a best-of-3 series with 2 out of the 3 games at San Antonio. And I know that you guys have beaten San Antonio twice at San Antonio. I know that. But still, all in all, it'd be on a much easier route to a finals victory if you win them all instead of going 2-2. That's going to put the pressure on the Knicks. And like I said, the Spurs are going back home for Game 5. Just throwing that out there. Salute, salute. Melvin Powell said Ricardo Salas is the number 7 WBO ranked welterweight in the world. He's a tough Mexican guy. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, man. Donnie said Berlanga ranked number 13 and Butler ranked number 14, so it should be a good scrap. I actually think that is a good scrap. I think this is a good comeback fight for Edgar, man. I mean, Stephen Butler is a tough guy, and he's been in there with a few guys of significance. I mean, I believe he lost to Johnny Beck, and that was at middleweight. But he's been fighting at super middleweight. I believe this is going to be his 5th fight at super middleweight. He has a high knockout percentage, 84% KO ratio. He has 32 knockouts in 38 victories, but he's lost 5 times, and all those 5 times he's gotten stopped. But nonetheless, again, I think this is a good comeback fight for Edgar. So this type of fight doesn't really surprise me. So if people are going to hate on this fight for Edgar, that obviously is just because you just hate Edgar, because Edgar is coming off a knockout loss. So this is a good comeback fight for him. He hasn't fought in a year. When this fight takes place, it'd be a full year since he actually fought. And this is one of those fights, under a new deal where he can, rebuild his confidence. Against a guy who can punch, which will test Edgar's resistance. Because again, the last time we saw Edgar in the ring, he got knocked out. So I think this is a good opponent. Now, Salas is a little surprised. I'm a little surprised by the Salas pick. But then again, I'm not surprised. And I'll tell you guys in a minute why I am and why I'm not. Hammer and Unk said, aquí pasándola. Yeah, man. You see, my Spanish is getting better, y'all. Salute, Trini Brown said, Bam is the junior face of boxing. Let's go. Yeah! Bam is special, man. This is going to be a tough night for Vargas. But Vargas my guy. I'm pulling for him. But this is going to be a tough night at the office, man. Bam is no joke. He's one of the best fighters in the world, pound for pound. Donnie says Sunday. Believe that Zuffa card, July 26th, that is on a Sunday in New York City. So you know the deal. We will be doing a live fight chat for that, as we normally do a Sunday night show. Anyway, Melvin Powell said Jay Prince Sr. ain't letting that fight go down. If Shakur Stevenson signs with Zuffa, he's fighting at 135 versus the winner of Rayo versus De Los Santos. Ain't no 140 over at Zuffa. But don't get it twisted, Melvin. There also is supposedly no 168, right? Super middleweight, I believe. There's no middleweight classes. But they're allowing Edgar Berlanga to fight at 168. I believe this fight is going to be at super middleweight, which is 168 pounds. And when Zuffa first came on the scene, they said there was no middle weight classes. That's what they said. Right? Unless I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But if you look at the fight poster, this fight is taking place at Super Middle. Let's pull up the fight poster real quick. Salute. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. Smash the like button. Let's pull that up. Hold on. While we're doing that, I'm gonna throw the link out in the chat too, so we can start getting some dialogue here. So this is the fight poster that was put out on the Zuffa Boxing IG page. It's so this is going to be the 9th Zuffa card. So this is Zuffa 9. It's taking place Sunday, July 26th at the theater in Madison Square Garden. So it's not in the big room. Hold on. Damn it. Hit the wrong button. My bad, y'all. My bad. Trying to get the link out here so we could get some dialogue going on the panel. Salute to all of y'all. My apologies. We'll get this squared away in just a second. All right, I'm throwing the link out there right now. Let's not forget, if you haven't signed up to DAZN, sign up, man, and use the link that's pinned to the chat, man. That's the DHS link, man. DAZN.com/the Hangout spot. I'm about to replace that link, and we're going to pin the link to the chat for anyone to call in and jump on the panel and talk boxing tonight. So, yeah, like I was saying, so this fight is taking place at super middleweight. It's only a 10-rounder against Stephen Butler, who, like I said, I think this is a good comeback fight for Edgar. Edgar is coming off that knockout loss, and again, I believe that this guy could provide some resistance, and this guy's going to come to fight. That's another thing too. Edgar's just slightly taller. This guy has a little bit of a reach advantage, but this guy is a guy that has some power. He's fearless, and he's a forward-moving fighter. That's his style. You know, he's going to come in with high volume. Are we looking at another Ryan Rozecki? Maybe so. Maybe so. But I still think this is a good fight for Edgar. It's a tough fight. It's not an easy out, man, because like I said, this guy is going to come in. Nothing to lose, realistically, right? He's very, very experienced. He's got nothing to lose. And he's going to come forward and he's going to bring the fight to Edgar. So we're going to see. We're going to see how Edgar reacts against a guy that's going to provide that pressure that can also punch at his weight class, at his normal weight class. So Butler is battle tested. But like I said, I think this is going to be a good fight for Edgar. He's I think he needed some time off. Obviously, in between that, he made some music. So, you know, Edgar's never going to stop living his life. And I applaud him for that. You only live one time. YOLO. Live your life, man. Live out all your dreams, man. Don't forget, don't worry about the haters, man. There's always going to be haters out there, regardless of what you do. Even if you try to do everything to satisfy the public and the fans, trust me when I tell you, they will find things to hate about you on. Trust me. But, yeah, Edgar got to get back into the win column. Edgar's got to get back into the win column. So this is a must-win, in my opinion, for Edgar, even though he's only 29 years old. So that is the, I believe that's the main event on that Zuffa card. And then obviously you have Richardson Hitchins. Now this fight is taking place at welterweight. So this is going to be Hitchins' first fight at 147, which is a good thing. Because again, there's been rumors for a long time that he hasn't made 140 very, very easily. He is the former IBF 140-pound junior welterweight champion, but that title went goodbye, and now he is moving on to another weight class against another welterweight contender in Ricardo Salas. Now, I'm surprised about this fight because I was looking at Zuffa's roster at welterweight, and I thought maybe Hammerhands had a shot to get this fight. Salute to my guy, Julian Hammerhands Rodriguez, unless maybe, who knows, behind the scene, maybe he's being promised the winner. Maybe for a Zuffa strap at 147, because we all know that Hammerhands definitely wants that Zuffa strap at 147. So I kind of thought that maybe Hammerhands would be in the mix for this fight. So Salas kind of caught me by surprise, but it's also not the worst fight for Hitchins. Obviously, yes, we wanted to see Hitchins in there against the Devin Haney's of the world, against the maybe the Shakur Stevenson, even though they're close. Maybe against Teofimo Lopez. These are all guys when he last fought at 140 when he was the IBF champion that got mentioned of opponents that he wanted to face. Then comes the ZUFFA signing. So I'm not necessarily surprised that this is this is the play. Just a little surprised, like I said, on the opponent. But let's not forget, Ricardo Salas is 29 years old. He's in his prime. He's a Mexican pressure fighter. He's going to move forward, and he has legitimate power. He's durable, just like most Mexican fighters are. So, and he's got some momentum on his side, and he's already fought on ZUFFA one time before. But, this is going to be your typical boxer versus pressure fighter. With Hitchins looking to obviously use his exceptional jab. I think Richardson has one of the best jabs in the game. He's slick. He's high IQ. He's a technician. He's a technician in the ring. So he's definitely going to want to control distance and look to frustrate the come forward Mexican fighter. So stylistically, again, not the worst fight in the world. It's just not the fight that I'm gonna say that a lot of people are gonna complain about, because that's not the fight that they want to see Richardson Hitchins in. And again, that's just my assumption based on some of the other shit that we've read out there throughout the months. But the Edgar fight, I think that's a good fight for Edgar. Especially, like I said, coming back. These guys will be headlining in New York City. This is their backyard. So, they should get a decent turnout. It's not in the big room, but it's in the theater. So I'm expecting a sellout in the theater. And then we'll see what happens, right? On to bigger things for both of these fighters. Hopefully, a Richardson Hitchins fight down the road with either Devin Haney or Shakur comes into fruition. If ZUFFA ends up signing Teofimo Lopez, maybe that's a fight down the road that can also come into play. But right now, this is the fight that we're going to have to settle on. And it's not the worst two fights in the world, especially, like I said, I think this is a good comeback fight for Edgar. But definitely interested to hear what you guys got to say out there. We got the Bandalorian, first one on the panel. What's good, my brother?
What up, Johnny?
What's good, bro?
We're in the building, man. We're in the building today. I don't sound too loud or nothing. I want to make sure I'm straight.
Nah, you sound a little muffled.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure. Still sound good or still a little muffled?
I mean, I can make it out. What's good?
Okay, yeah, I'm in Indiana right now.
Okay, all right, that's what's up, man.
And I'm glad they finally got the car together. Remember, we had been talking about it. Remember like a couple weeks back, me and Big Money and all, and we was on here talking about it. Really interesting. I'm with you. I ain't really mad. I ain't mad at that Stephen Butler opponent, because I feel like a lot of people forget, of course, Edgar coming off a knockout, but also he done been out a year, so.
Correct.
I ain't mad at it. I do like that he's staying at 68.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second there that ZUFFA was going to probably make a move up to 175, but no, 168, man, 10-rounder.
I think it's nice or interesting to see what they might end up doing after that, though, because that is, like they say, we won't do this, we won't do that, but of course, like Dana White saying, they adhere to whatever these big names want, though. We see Jai Patai, they got him, and they done loaded up that cruiserweight roster, so even with Edgar, I know Edgar said, like they told him, like they'll allow him to, try and pursue his dream of becoming a world champion at 68. And of course, the belt he eyeing, that WBA belt. So big fights on the horizon for him, possibly for sure. I remember Caleb Plant. He was already at a ZUFFA event before. So hey, who knows? They might be able to finally get that fight made, because I know they it's crazy. I seen Ronnie Shields' interview. Man, I'm kind of glad for us. In a sense, it's an American fight, obviously. Caleb Plant, he still ain't got a trainer. If he had a trainer, they was gonna make him versus Jamal out there on that Australian card with Errol Spence and Tim Zoo. So, that might be a little blessing in disguise, but man, who knows? On weekends too, Johnny, Saturdays. I know you be with wifey and all that stuff. Shout out Mrs. Hangout spot. You ain't see all that fiasco on Twitter a couple weeks ago. So Richardson Hitchins actually wasn't gonna fight Salas Rodriguez, but everybody on Twitter, they were saying that he was ducking them and all that, of course, because of, like you had just said, that Mexican pressure style. So they was like, he already struggled. He probably lost really against Lemos, and then it was like he's pulled a Schofield against Duarte. So he was on Twitter, and he was like, which I have heard this too. I'm sure you have too, Johnny. Of course, with the big names in ZUFFA. So he put everything out there. He was like, so to me, he was like, they came to me with 5 names. He was like, so Sissoko, that was number 1. That was the first one he was trying to get. Said Sissoko priced himself out. Second one was Stanionis. They couldn't get Stanionis to go through. Third one was like you said, Hammerhands. Hammerhands actually got an injury. So he said that was actually the one they was trying to get, but of course they wasn't tripping because of the timeline. Because by any means, Hammerhands just fought. And then by any means, it was like, nah, like Richardson Hitchins and Edgar Berlanga, they fighting, taking them home to New York and July 26th. But he said then after that, it was Elvis Rodriguez. And I said that actually would have been a good one, Elvis Rodriguez, because he's Dominican. I said that sells pretty well up there in New York. But remember Joel, he had came on your show. He was saying, they couldn't get the money right and all that stuff. And I heard him talking about it before. So I don't know if they probably spin back, or I don't know if Elvis ended up getting released with Top Rank or something. Because I said that would surprise me, but so that wouldn't have been bad. They was able to get him, but in the end, of course, he ended up going with Salvador Rodriguez. So you had of course, Keith Connolly. He was coming in, and he was like, "Nah, this not true." But what is it? Tom Loeffler. So Tom Loeffler, of course, they offered just Richardson Hitchins to Solis, and they're like, "Hey, so if you'll take this fight," of course, Solis said yes. So Tom Loeffler, he was on Twitter responding, and of course, like I said, Keith Connolly. But Richardson Hitchins, he was like, "All right." He asked the people, he was like, "Who y'all want, Elvis Rodriguez or Solis?" And everybody again, they kept saying, "No, you ducking." He was like, "All right," and he put it in caps. He was like, "Solis it is." He was like, "July 26th, see y'all there." And bam, they literally got that fight made right then. I was like, damn. I ain't gonna lie though, Johnny. I said, I wish they do that on Twitter more. We got a damn fight made all within an hour.
And this was when? I didn't see that. So thank you for putting me on
This
to that.
literally, this all happened literally 2 weeks ago. Like, it was that day what it was when Devo fought or something. Like, I promise you, Johnny, it was all within an hour. Literally, they, like I said, Pete Conley commenting, Tom Loeffler commenting. They all going back and forth for Richardson Hitchins. Like, all right, well, y'all saying I'm ducking this guy, so bam. But
okay, I didn't know
all
that.
Putting me
on
to say all that. Yeah, so it's all interesting, right? Though, John said, look, it's all interesting because reading between the lines, like you just said, Edgar Berlanga, though, you notice something. His fight is only 10 rounds. Richardson Hitchins, he finally said, we already got a big welterweight fight planned. So obviously we see the talks with Shakur, with Devin and Keyshawn, so we know that's probably out of the field at the very moment. But it's with Richardson Hitchins fight, Johnny, his fight is a 12-round fight. It's an eliminator. So it's gonna be interesting to see which route he end up going. Because Hitchins himself has said on Twitter too with all this Saturday, he was like, I need to know specifically where in the WBO is Solis Rodriguez ranked at. So hey, this gonna be interesting, man, because I think Solis, he number 8 in the WBO. I think he like 5 in the IBF, and I want to say he 10 or so in the WBC. But essentially, you get what I'm saying. There. So more than likely, this his next fight gonna be for a title. Richardson Hitchins is. So
that's good.
Yeah, man.
Number 7, number 6 in the IBF. Yeah. Where is he in the WBA? Is he in the WBA? Yeah, but he's definitely like you said, 7 in the WBO.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. When I seen that, that's what got me. I'm like, yeah, I noticed Edgar fought a 10-rounder. They said, Richardson Hitchins fought a 12-rounder. And I'm like, I remember he definitely did say where is Solis ranked at in these in these organizations. I said, is ZUFFA they gonna let him get that probably that other IBF belt, So who knows?
No, I hear you, man. Okay, cool. But thanks for putting me on to that. I did not know that these basically that fight was made 2 weeks ago because people were saying that he was ducking. Salute. All right. Because it kind of surprised the shit out of me a little bit. I was thinking that maybe Hammerhands. So what happened to Hammerhands? He's got an injury?
Yeah, so which I actually heard that from people too, like that they want that fight, like ZUFFA themselves, they want that. And I remember when Richardson Hitchins first I remember when Eddie even said it. he was like Keith Connolly essentially. He's trying to get all his guys. Of course, you remember with all the fiasco with Khalil Cole missing weight against Jesse Hart. So Eddie, of course, he flipped him. Khalil Cole, that's the Keith Connolly guy as well. So I'm like, man, he probably gonna get all of them literally deals over there at Zuffa. And then Eddie himself had said, he like, yeah, with Connor Ben, it was a take all three or none at all. So they got Connor Ben, they got Richardson Hitchins, Edgar Berlanga. Tio, I was told that Zuffa wanted Tio, but for some reason they couldn't come to an agreement. So Tio's still a full-fledged free agent at the moment. I don't know. I feel like Tio probably gonna spin back, obviously because of the money, and then of course because Keith Connolly made his saving grace before. I think he'll do it again. But yeah, with Hammerhands, I was told I had tweeted it. And I remember I said, yeah, man, I said, they got to. I said, it just make too much sense. I said, Zuffa got to make Hammerhands versus Richardson Hitchins, New York versus New Jersey, even if it's in the theater, at least it's, 5,000-6,000. So, man, they can sell that. Yeah, Hammerhands making a name for himself. Now, Richardson Hitchins himself said it. He was like, yeah, this is the fight. They kept telling me, like, Zuffa was telling me they wanted me to fight him. But he said, I think they said Hammerhands got a hand injury or so. But I'm, like I said, I got it because of, obviously, Hammerhands literally just fought in what that was end of March. Was that the end of March? But I'm like, that's a crazy quick turnaround to go from the end of March or whatever. What that was, the 28th? Can't remember that date. Remember he just fought that tall guy, James Perella. So
yeah, that was
anyway,
that April.
Yeah, that might have been April. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm trying to think. It might have been the beginning of April. It's like,
yeah, no, that was that had to be in April. That wasn't long ago at all.
May, June, July, end of July, possibly, but that still is a quick turnaround.
Easter Sunday. I think that was on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, you're right. That's what
it was. May. It was May. Damn, I thought it was in April. It was actually May.
See, that's what I said. Oh, so it was May. So yeah, he literally just fought me. Okay, yeah. Oh no, you're right. That was on Mother's Day. On Mother's Day, that's when it was. Yeah, and you know how I knew though, Johnny. You're right because Zuffa keep making them fight on holidays because even Edwin De Los Santos they fighting on Father's Day.
That's right. I knew it was.
Yeah, like they literally keep fighting on holidays. Yeah, I had to think of it. So, but yeah, I done heard that, and then Richardson Hitchins himself said it. But essentially, Zuffa want that fight for them too. So, like I mentioned the rankings thing, how Richardson Hitchins said, and Keith Connolly said they got a big fight planned. So who knows? Maybe that's a fight they end up lining up. You know how I do, Johnny. I go based off of who's showing up. If we see Hammerhands in the building July 26th, him and Richardson Hitchins gonna be next.
I'm thinking that might be the play, man.
That's exactly what and then, like you said, it could be for that Zuffa title too. It will make sense if you get them big names, especially if Zuffa, they want to make the Shakur fight, but it seems like, of course, you got the mandatory, unless like they say you reach a step aside, and Keyshawn, he's not gonna step aside. Like he been wanting Devin. They said Devin said Keyshawn needed to come up, saying Shakur needed to come up, man. Just fight who coming up. That's how I'm looking at it. Yeah, man. Keyshawn, that's still a big fight, still a good fight too. I don't see why Zuffa would be mad at that,
Now Zuffa ain't do this one on Father's Day. Father's Day, this one's on June 28th. I believe Father's Day is probably 2 weeks before that.
Okay, so it's another week behind. Okay, I'll finish. I knew it was close though, because I forgot. So you're right, 28th, yeah. Because I'm like, I don't know why I keep thinking that De Los Santos fight like next week or 2 weeks from now. So
Yeah. But usually it's on something, man. Because I believe they did Easter Sunday too, didn't they not?
I think they did. That's what I'm trying to think of, like who had headlined it. Trying to think, was that the Martin Magsayo and the Fugal McCrory? I think they headlined that part. No, that was Cortez. Was it? No, was it?
Nah,
Cortez and Garcia?
Sayo was the co-main. I think it was Cortez. If I'm not
mistaken. I think it was Harrison Garcia and Andres Cortez. Because I seen the other day they said Harrison Garcia got cut by Zuffa already.
Yeah, he got packed up. He done.
It's a surprise, man. He got that big upset in the Riyadh Tokyo card, and and just this quick he turned around and get cut. But I mean, that's boxing. That's one I don't know. People's making a big deal about that. I said, man, that ain't no different than what Eddie be doing. You get one loss with Eddie trimming that fat.
Oh yeah. Salute. Big money. Big money. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you. 1 2 1 2. You got me?
Loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear. What's good?
Yo, what up? What up, Ben DeLorean?
What up, Big Money? What up, bro?
So we
Chilling,
got
man. What's going on?
Hammerhand's uncle said Hammer was not medically cleared to fight or practice combat sports for 3 to 4 weeks after the fight on May 10th.
Ooh.
Hey, so you know what I do like about that? Shout out to his uncle for saying that. I remember I seen it was one of them interviews. I don't know if it was Jalil Hackett. It was somebody. I said, see, now that they trying to clear in that Ali Act thing. I said, man, that's crazy because Shane Mosley Jr. he actually said it too. He confirmed it as well. He said, yeah, that same thing. The Hammerhand's uncle just said. He said they give you a mandatory 21 days off and they give them that free health care. I said, man, you can't hate on Zufa for that. I said, because that's the next level. Mandatory 21 days off, like, you know, for rest and rehab, like that's smart, you know. Help with keeping injuries down. And then, of course, they got that PI for the free. So you cannot hate on that, man.
Zufa know how to make you feel special.
Pulling out the welcome.
They know how to court a woman. They do, man.
They're a new restaurant. They're like the equivalent. You know, they put a new restaurant in town, you know, and they're definitely gonna bend over backwards to make sure that they that they satisfy the they're paying customers, especially in the beginning part.
I agree with that. They definitely know how to roll out the red carpet. They've been doing it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's always talking about how good they being treated. You know, they know how to woo you. Shout out to them.
Yeah, man. For sure, man, for sure. But what's good, Big Money? What you think about these announcements, man? These fight announcements.
I mean, I can't even call it, man. When I saw that, I was like, okay. I guess it was what I expected, right? Like I wasn't expecting some big time, rollout for Edgar Berlanga and for Richardson Hitchins. They're like the level of star power that they have in boxing. I'm looking at is definitely like a BC level tier. So you know what I'm saying? So they gonna treat them accordingly. You know, it's not Shakur, it's not big names. Like if they got Bam Rodriguez, believe it, Bam would have been on a ring card. You know what I'm saying? That would have been the first place they put him, and they'd have probably put him in there with like Junto or some shit right away. But he shout out to him because he stayed loyal. He stuck with Eddie. But yeah, man, they not that high enough level where you go, let's put them on the big. Nah, you got to put them dudes on the Zufa card. And okay, and they did it on the tour version of Zufa, right? They're not in that Las Vegas little dome and shit or whatever, that little basement area that they normally be fighting in. They got them in New York, which is cool. You know what I mean? That's nice. It's nice to do a little homecoming for them. Make them feel welcome and all that stuff. Make them feel like it's big time. But we know what it is. They giving them the level of treatment that they feel they deserve. And shout out to them, man. They got something cracking. They got the co-main with one another. They fighting dudes that we know we feel shouldn't be a big enough challenge where something crazy should happen. But shit, you never know, man. With them two dudes, how shit is gonna play out. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully they step up to the occasion. Hopefully they both do what they need to do to make themselves look good and allow Zufa to just build them up and make them look like, try and make them into bigger stars and shit, bigger names. You know what I mean? So yeah, shit is cool.
I think the Berlanga guy, Stephen Butler, is the perfect comeback fight for him because again, he can punch, right? So the last time that we saw Edgar in a fight, we saw him get knocked out by Shiraz.
Yeah.
By the time he does get in the ring, it's going to be a little bit over a year, and I believe that this guy is going to provide just enough resistance for us to be able to see if he's fully recovered from that knockdown or from that knockout. Right. So, he's good enough. His style, he's not going to be hard to find. He's going to come forward, so he's going to give Edgar a chance to obviously to bang with him in the pocket and see what Edgar has learned, and if he is still regarded as that guy that's a very, very big puncher, which is what he was used to being regarded. Right. We haven't seen him knock anybody out for a little bit, but this is a get right. This could be the perfect type of fighter, a get right fight, because this guy, even though he You know, he can punch. He has 32 knockouts, but he's been stopped 5 times.
Okay.
You know, he's been stopped 5 times. You know, so I think this is a good comeback fight for Edgar. I really, really do. And Hitchins, I think this is a solid fight as well, especially stylistically, right? You know, I was not aware of the tweets a couple weeks ago. So in essence, when I did see this fight, I was a little surprised. But then when I thought about it, I really wasn't, because I guess I had fixated in my mind that maybe Hammer Hands would be the first guy.
Yeah, we was all thinking that, I think, for you know what I mean? Like, we was that pie in the sky thinking, like, we wasn't thinking about building fighters. We was thinking, nah, man, Zuffa put you in there rough. We seen how they do, so we figured it was gonna be something like that. But nah, they could build that up a little bit more, because that's a fight that I want to see. But I want that to be a big card fight. I don't want that to be some, you know what I mean? Like let Hammer Hands go through where y'all are building his name more, so that when he get on that Turkey card and you saying is you and Richardson Hitchins, people are like, yo, who is Richardson Hitchins fighting? You know what I'm saying? Especially if they haven't been familiar with watching the Zuffa cards, you know, because I don't think everybody has migrated over to watching Zuffa like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of hardcore dudes that I know, they don't even watch the shit, you know. So I'm like, damn, you know. So right now it's a bit of a slow build. And Hammer Hands has been doing this 1-2. So let it build his name up. That's what y'all need to do. That's what y'all supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of Zuffa. You know what I'm saying? To, you know, you got a couple big names, you know, where you can say, yo, we got this person, that person, but you taking them mid-level, the dudes that's in the middle class of boxing, and you building them up. You taking some of the dudes from all the way down in the, you know, in the farm system, and you building them up. You know what I'm saying? And you build them dudes up so that you can make them a name, and then put them on them ring cards with Turkey, and then, you know, really send them off into the stratosphere. You know, I want to see him fighting Richardson Hitchins on that card, not on a Zuffa, you know, not on Zuffa 10 or Zuffa 12. No, put him on I want that ring card, bro. Give Hammer Hands his, you know, give him his just due. But
yeah, that would be good.
Why you, hey, Big Money, why you call it the dome, man? You know, Eddie says the garage.
That's what he called it.
Call it the garage, man. Yeah. Eddie killed me with that garage. You know, listening to him talk, though, honestly, John, listening to you, Big Money, like, you're right. And I am like, but see, so I'm thinking like you, though, Johnny. It's kind of push and pull, because Stephen Butler, he do got a lot of knockouts, and then he has been knocked out. So they like, Edgar, you gonna either get your ass knocked out or you gonna knock him out. And then Richardson Hitchins, you know, it's like Salas got that upset over Roman Villa. I know Boots had already battered him, but then you do got I say, you know, Richardson, he got a chance to right the wrongs. A lot of people think he lost that Limos fight. I think he eked it out. It was tough for him. We know what he said he went through. And then, of course, like they say, he faked his death against Duarte like Schofield. So, you know, and people thinking he, you know, allergic to them pressure fighters. Like, and like you said, Johnny, Salas going to come in there. That opening bell, you know, Salas got that upset on his Zuffa debut, knocked the dude out. So this Richardson Hitchins moment, you know, he going to be big, fresh at 47. Time to right that wrong, you know, essentially try to steal the show from your brother, Edgar, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. You know, Hitch has to use his, you know, he's going to want a pot shot, you know, use his jab, circle, counter, you know, with range or whatnot. But, you know, this kid is, you know, I don't think he's down with that plan. This kid is not going to be down with that plan. This kid is going to come forward. He's going to try to force Hitchins to fight him, you know, but
he's going to look to under here.
You know, he has to box him and frustrate him. He is taller. Looked at the tail of the tape. He is taller, has a 4-inch reach advantage.
How old is he?
I believe Salas is 20. I thought he was 29. He's actually 27 years old.
Nice. Young lion.
He's 24, 2-2, 18 knockouts, 75% KO ratio. But he's given up, like I said, he's given up 4 inches, you know, maybe like 2 inches in height and about 4 inches in reach, which works to Hitchins' advantages, man. Advantage. He could shoot that jab, man, that piston jab, man.
he got a nice jab.
I love his jab.
I say, fighting Richardson Hitchins, you know, that's actually why I always said, Johnny. People always say Devin Haney, Gary Anton, Russell Tank. I always said, I'm like, I know him and Shakur, obviously real close, but I said, if anybody could beat Shakur, I said, because of that jab, it was always Richardson Hitchins to me. Like, anybody watch any fight, soon as that bell ring, y'all get to the middle, like you said, John, he popping that damn jab out. He popping that shit at you non-stop. And like you said, his reach is insane. You know, his reach up there with almost heavyweights and stuff. And then he don't miss with that jab. It's like, honestly, when it comes to them orthodox fighters, I always say his jab, Bivol and Jamal probably got the best when it comes to orthodox fighters. It don't make no sense. I call it dead space. Richardson Hitchins don't leave you no dead space. You know, a lot of fighters, they just stand up there looking at each other, not Richardson Hitchins popping that damn jab, popping. You like, come on, man.
What's his reach again? Like 74, 75, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think like 75, I want to say, somewhere around there.
It's listed here as 74, but I mean 5'10", the other kid is 5'8".
Long ass
Yeah,
guy.
Solid fight.
He gonna tear Salas up with that jab. But I think too, though, like you saying, Johnny, Salas ain't gonna exactly go for it. He definitely gonna be ducking under, trying to get inside on Richardson Hitchins.
He's definitely gonna want to get inside and work the body. That's for damn sure. And again, make it an ugly fight, man. I don't think he'll draw Hitchins into that type of fight. I think Richards at this point in his career is a lot more disciplined, but it's not gonna be easy. Again, this kid is a pressure fighter. You know, so the style isn't going to be easy. But the more that I think about it, like I said, I don't have an issue with it. To Big Money's point, anybody that thought that these guys, you know, were gonna debut with a big name, I didn't realistically see that.
Yeah.
You know, this is basically their introduction. They signed what $10 million. I don't know about Richardson, but
I know Edgar got 10-15 mil. That's what I heard too. Yeah, something like that.
Some shit like that. So
10, 15? That's not bad.
Game one. This is game one, right?
You know, so you saying that, John, you're actually right. Because even how Big Money said it, I think y'all right. I think it's like I said, both ways is push and pull, but it is they showcase because, you know, of course, Eddie be hating on Zuffa. So he already done said what is that, August 8th card for Callum Walsh. He said Callum Walsh fighting Tyler Denny. So Callum Walsh should walk all up and down Tyler Denny. But, you know, like I'm with you, Big Money, because, you know, they match them guys tough. I'm the first one to say it. I'd be like, man, Zuffa, they trying to get everybody smoked. Any prospect you go over there, they trying to get you smoked. Like it's crazy. Like Jamar Talley, I want them to put Jamar Talley on the star because, you know, he's from Camden, New Jersey. I feel like it makes too much sense. And he got a second round knockout, but he better not keep getting them early knockouts. You know, they gonna throw him in there with Chef Clark in another fight. Like any prospect over there, they trying to get you smoked, man.
Yo,
See,
I'm.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna read this real quick. People are right. People really thought Berlanga was gonna fight High Rod, especially at 175. Nah,
we ain't think that shit, but I feel him.
I know what he's saying because there was a lot of talk out there on social media that could potentially be the guy. Like
Johnny, remember everybody was saying that. Everybody was telling us, nah, he not fighting at 68. He gonna have to fight Hot Rod. That's what everybody was saying, and we was like, nah, bro, it's not gonna go like that. You know what I'm saying? He had already, and the thing is, the misconception comes from the fact that the president of the IBF got in his feelings and took that belt from Jay, because Dana has said to Jay, it's all good. You want to go after, you know, undisputed? I ain't got no problem with it. And he said the same thing to Edgar. And he said the same thing to Richardson Hitchins. He said the same thing to all of them dudes because there ain't no problem with making fights outside of Zuffa. Hell, they had kind of been fighting Regis Prograis. Regis Prograis was talking about going to bare knuckle next. So he's not under contract, which should have been one of many signals that they are willing to work with people outside of Zuffa to make big fights, but it has to make sense. It has to be a big fight. Like they're not going to take some low level dude that ain't got a contract or that was on Matchroom and they ain't re-sign him, and then they're gonna say, yo, we're gonna make a fight with you over here with one of our guys. No, they're not gonna do that. Not unless he a B-side, and he'd have to have somewhat of a name, even to that point, you know, because that's what they got with Regis. He's a guy with a name. Was he, you know, did you expect much out of him? Hell, I think I think he showed out more than I expected him to show out. I thought he was, for a second, I thought he might have got cooked. But hell, he went the whole 9 yards with Conor Benn, which made me look at Conor Benn like, damn, bro. I thought, you was hungry young lion, man. I thought you was gonna get him out of there. This dude had one leg and he was standing in front of you, using a lot of head movement and just getting out of the way of your shots.
And he was moving up in weight. So
and he moved up in weight.
He was Mel said Salas reminds me of a young Juan Manuel Marquez, skill wise, dude is sharp and super technical while applying aggressive pressure. And another thing too about Edgar in 175, he told y'all in the beginning when that shit was signed that they were going to allow him to fight at 168. He wasn't lying. Everybody thought he was lying.
I think you still got the clip. I sent you the clip where he said that shit.
He said it. So, again, you're not going to invest $10 million and then, throw this guy into a higher weight division, even though he's not willing to do so. Maybe the next fight, I don't know. We'll see what happens at 168 because, again, it is in between supposedly, their weight classes, right? There's supposedly no 168.
I think there's no 168 for the league.
For the league, but the names, yeah.
Right. Is whatever weight class you at, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Because Edgar Berlanga, he may not be the biggest name, but he big enough where, yeah, bro, his millions of dollars, and you want to fight at 68, you want to unify, you want to undispute, yeah, let's do it. We're gonna help you make them fights happen. Shout out to them, man.
Mm-hmm.
Being flexible.
And
I remember.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with y'all. No, because I remember, of course, like you were saying earlier, John, people just the way they be hating on Edgar. But then when he did the boxing scene interview, 2 months ago or whatever, when they had first signed, he was on there with Paulie and Chris Algieri. He told them, he said, yeah, they the big names. He said they told us big names, we can do what we like, and like Big Money said, they allow us to be on the ring cards. We don't exactly have to be exclusive to Paramount. Just like Big Money said, I said, yeah. I said Conor Benn, we haven't seen him fight on Paramount yet. Breon Gorham, Jamar Talley, I'm like, we just seen Ivan Deichko just fought on Paramount. Zuffa promoted Canelo versus Crawford. Like Big Money said again, Regis Prograde, that was his last fight with Golden Boy. He was a Golden Boy fighter. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, people just was hating when Edgar said it. Oh, you can't listen to what Edgar's saying. But I'm like Big Money. I'm like, he talked to them, obviously. Then of course he got a good manager in Kikami, and that's what I'm like, when you listen to all these managers, like Hammerhead's manager Dimitri Popeye, of course, on your show, Johnny, Jolene Mazzone, she said how she did out of a lean contract. I'm like, people just, they just be ignorant, really. But I'm like, it's out there, like Big Money said. They, the league is one thing, but these big name fighters, they can do what they want because Dana White, they know they need them too, though. You got them big names, that's gonna help push that brand.
And that's how Shakur is definitely going to Zuffa, because they got Breon Gorham, his little man's, on a ring card. And who was Breon Gorham for real? Like, he's new to all this shit. The only reason he was on that ring card is because of Shakur. That's a favor. You know what I'm saying? That's my little man. He got something going. And they put him in position. And I feel, and I know that's just my opinion, but I really feel like that was here, Shakur. This is us showing you we rocking with you.
Yeah, I actually heard about that too from somebody as early as literally like a couple of days ago. I heard that Breon Gorham, yeah, he was lost, of course, because OTX, they kind of fell out just out of the blue, But I actually watched the interview with Mark Cuban, and he said it was just that whole structure, kind of the way they did things. He was like, they just kind of shot themselves in the foot. So you're like, that's kind of why it didn't last. But it's crazy with that. Yeah, Breon Gorham, of course, because I seen shout out to Mill with YSM. He was saying Haven Brady, of course, he's still a free agent, but even Tierra Brown, how she went to MVP. But yeah, man, Breon Gorham, he was stuck. He was like, he literally didn't know what he was going to do. And what you just said was true, Big Money. That lifeline with Zuffa came through. They got him right on the money part and everything. And then, like you said, big ring card, like Netflix, like you seen him saying it. Man, shout out to Shakur. This, he it wouldn't be here without him. And I'm like, people hate on Shakur, but I'm like, man, he he really do be putting them in some positions to succeed. So I'm like, I can't help but champion that. I'm with you on that.
No, and I think Brand Gorham is a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even saying like who is he from a perspective of like he ain't nobody, but more like, yo, he's as good of a fighter as he is. If there was no Shakur in that situation, I don't think he gets on a ring card. You know what I'm saying? I doubt that he gets on a ring card. So I just really feel like that's just showing us, without telling us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like how they say like, yo, if I win the lottery, I won't tell anybody, but there will be signs. I feel like that was one of them signs that Shakur is definitely rocking with Zuffa. So when I hear Eddie put it out there, I know that Eddie, to a certain degree, has an axe to grind, not just with Dana, not just with Zuffa, but with guys like Shakur, who decided not to re-sign with him. And the only reason that he did the last go round was because, probably because out of pressure, like, yo, in order we got to make this fight through Eddie, through Matchroom. And he bent the knee for the moment, but he free. Once January 31st, right after he beat fucking because he beat T on January 31st. So would that have been February 1st? He was free. He was free from Matchroom. And to that point, why I think that's important is because I think Eddie Eddie's sour. He got sour grapes over the after they took Conor Ben. Guys like Shakur not wanting to re-sign with him when he got him a belt. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. I think that's what motivates Hitchins.
The shit that Hitchins said after that fight.
I really do think that Eddie is that's why you're going to get Eddie leaking all type of shit. Like when he said, yeah, Shakur signing to them for $15 million a fight. Shakur, nah, that's not happening. Yeah, you're going to say it's not happening. But Eddie, no. What do you think? Eddie, the same people, the same way that Eddie knew about the Conor Ben shit is the same way he knows about the Shakur shit. The same way he knows about Devin. The same way he knows about everything else. Boxing is a small fucking circle, bro. So I really don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I could see that was the motivation behind it. But I think, and again, he was confirming what I feel like I already was seeing the breadcrumbs from by watching Bram Gorham on a ring card, knowing that that's Shakur's little man. So I just felt like all of that, all these little hints and clues lead to the same conclusion. We getting that announcement soon, but I think we get that announcement once the big fight is made, aka the Devin and Shakur. Like I don't think we get like how they showed guys like Conor Ben sitting at the table with Dana and signing the contract, or Edgar Berlanga signing the contract and then doing his little baby mama dance and shit. We're not gonna get that with Devin, the Shakurs, guys in that caliber. They're gonna announce that they're signing, but they're gonna announce it with the announcement of a big ass fight, or the big ass fight that should be coming. That, in my opinion, ain't gonna be here till next year. But that's another story for another time. But that's, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that's how that information is going to eventually come out. But again, the hints were already there. And then with Eddie telling us, I was like, yeah, I know he know. So
you saying that big money is interesting. The thing that what make it interesting to me is because from this past Saturday, where you had Eddie Hearn, he talking about from UFC, I want Tom Aspinall released and get him a better deal. And Dana White said, well, you tell Eddie to release Bam Rodriguez, because I'm with you, big money. I say that's the one Dana White pissed that guy away, because he thought Eddie was gonna roll over with Conor Ben. I said he must have lowballed Bam, because when Robert Garcia said they went and got that match, because man, you could tell Dana he wanted Bam big time. I said he should have said give Bam $5 million a fight. He wasn't no way in hell Eddie was gonna be able to match that. So.
Well, they gave it a shot with, I think that was probably the let's see how it goes offer to Bam. That didn't work. So they upped it with Conor Ben to make sure they got him, because the last thing Dana wanted to do was have another miss. And he got Conor, because he offered him that 15 mil. Now, whether you believe that it was 15 mil for one fight and that they lied about it being for multiple fights or whatever, and started another contract after that, or it was always 15 million for several fights. You know, that's up to those people that know, and obviously Eddie, if he ever litigates it, if he ever takes him to court, because you know that motherfucker will sue a motherfucker. So if he take him to court and we find out some shit through that avenue, then yeah, we'll know. But yeah, I think I'm with you. They definitely want to ban. They definitely want to ban. But shout out to Bam because he got this fight coming up with Vargas.
Oh yeah. I pulled up a clip of Eddie when I interviewed him live, and we were talking about Zuffa. Just something that came to my mind when we were talking about so many of these guys that he felt like backstabbed him. Mm-hmm. He was very, 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 and this was obviously before all of that. This was like in the beginning, like
right.
We ain't even seen, a Zuffa card yet. And hold on, I'm trying to see if I can clip it. Hold on a second. It's just funny. I like it. Hold on. Before we get to that, Taylor Walker Divine with the $5 super chat.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
First one of the night. Appreciate that. He said, cause nobody want to hit the like button. So you reminding everybody to hit the like button. Definitely appreciate you, Chan. Appreciate the super chat. That's the first one of the night. And yeah, smash the like button. We got hella people up in here. We got half the likes than people we got on here. And it's free, man. Just yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can clip this real quick. Y'all can keep talking. Hopefully I don't hear
I thought you had another one. The super chat.
Oh, another, I don't know. Did I? I don't think so. Oh. Nope. That was the first one of the night, the only one. Yeah, let me pull this up. It just makes me laugh because we were talking about it. He was very, very candid about
you know how
and boxing.
Big. Oh,
hold on.
And boxing's not that kind of business, right? TKO, UFC are used to a business with total control. You can never get total control with boxing. Do you know why? Because it's out of control, right? You can't sleep at night because someone's fucking you. You can't sleep at night because the manager's over there. He's signing with him. He's doing that. He's trying to do that. It's completely impossible. And people talk about boxing's broken, this whole narrative. No, boxing is flying, but it can always be improved and it can be tweaked. And there's not, but you can't expect to go to bed at 10 o'clock at the night and wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning and everything to be the same. Because you can do that in UFC. You have total control. You've got fighters under contract. You know exactly what's happening. And that's how it is. I wish I had a business like that, by the way. But I haven't. I have to go to bed and sleep 2 hours a night and wake up and realise I've been fucked with no Vaseline.
That's classic.
Ice Cube reference. No Vaseline.
He said no Vaseline, but pretty much sums it up about the business of boxing. When we were talking about all these dudes that were like, bye. That just came into my mind. I needed to find that.
Yeah, Eddie.
I watched
when he's saying that, I'm like, I'm just dying holding the camera.
Shout out to the camera skills. You held that shit steady.
I held that shit steady too, and I was like,
I remember that interview. That was funny too, because Eddie been saying that. But it's like you saying though, John. It's before all that Conor Ben stuff happened, so it's like it's even crazier because it's like to see Eddie over and not. But then when he say, talking about because Turkey said like he gonna fuck me, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna fuck you too. It's like, man, it's like he ain't getting no worse than that. Like when I remember when they did them interviews after that Conor Ben thing, I said Eddie looked like he had been up crying all night. If you look at his eyes, I was like, you can't help but feel bad for him. But it's like,
you got a lot.
Yeah, I had hit a bump. My bad. I was like, yeah, it was like Eddie just like he had been crying all night when Conor Ben left him, man.
I remember I asked him, I said, are you shocked? Like, are you like, well, I didn't ask him if he was butthurt, but in nice words, I said, like, were you hurt that Turkey decided to start something like this with somebody that really wasn't associated with boxing instead of maybe someone like you or Frank Warren? So, yeah, that was when the whole Zuffa shit started coming into fruition, man. But Salute to Eddie. Always a great interview. He's a great interview.
You know, the only thing that was interesting too. Hold on, hit another bump. Only thing that got me with that though, Johnny, because I'm like, when you listen to him talk about it, yeah, he sounded salty at first, but then he was like, "But I already knew though because of the exclusivity deal. You know, obviously because they got the Paramount money back, and then of course the 6% ownership from Seller, so they had a backing as well." But I was like, but then if that's the case, I was like, why in the hell you salty then, Eddie? You know, that's what always got me with the way he always talked about it. You know, like how or why are you salty? But you saying like you already knew all along. Because I remember it was an interview and he said it. He was like, no, I always knew, you know, like a lot of people didn't, but I did. And I was always prepared. But, you know, Eddie do his spiel, 150 shows a year and, the zone's #1 and all that, but I'm like, then why you so salty about it? If you knew, the whole time that this was always going, turn out this way, I don't know. I mean, Big Money, you definitely right too, though, because I was gonna say I remember an interview I watched Richardson Hitchins. I think it's called "Bringing the Heat" or something. Just came out probably like about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he said exactly what Big Money said though. He said the thing was a promotion. He said it was promotional issues with Eddie. He was like, Eddie, like, you'll talk to Eddie and he don't want to promote you the way you want him to promote you. And I think my biggest knock with Eddie is I think he put too much into Boots. I think that was his downfall. He shifted just solely to Boots when he could have, kind of focused on everybody else, So he just kind of got to live with it now. He got to hold Boots just really, really, really paying out. Because like you're saying, Big Money, he done lost to everybody. He lost his whole USA stable essentially.
I mean, look, man, he'll figure things out. You know what I'm saying? I don't doubt he'll figure shit out. I think some of the other promoters might have been in trouble had they not decided that they want to sign on with the Zone. Re-ing up with the Zone and getting on board or staying on board, I should say, because Turkey did a move on everybody. He came in there flashing all that bread. And everybody let him into the house, and everybody, showed him the books, and they showed him how things worked, and they showed him all of the shit that you do behind the scenes with these promoters, with the sanctioning bodies and everything. They let him in on everything. And what did he do? He went right back there with Dana and them dudes over at TKO, Nick Connell guys, and he said, and just basically brought all the intel. You know what I'm saying? And I think one of the biggest things that they showed their hand with, meaning the promoters, is how much or how little in some cases they valued B, C, D level talent. You know what I'm saying? Because all of the promoters pretty much have the same approach to this game. They're trying to put they do try and sell us some bullshit fights, but they focus, kind of to your point, on the biggest stars in their stable. Like you just mentioned with Boots, how Eddie was with Boots. A lot of the promoters focus on their biggest stars a lot more than they focus on all of the cadre of people that they have that most of us don't even know or forget that they're with. Golden Boy. We might forget certain guys are with Golden Boy. We might forget certain dudes are on Matchroom because there's not a lot of push. Top Rank, the same thing. We might forget how deep the stable is. We know it's deep, but when we pull up the website and look at the boxes and we're like, oh shit, I forgot about, oh boy, I forgot about this person. Now imagine all of the people that aren't with Top Rank as B-level fighters, C-level fighters, the people that aren't with Golden Boy, the people that aren't with Matchroom, but yet they're C and D-level fighters. They're waiting to become a B-side somewhere because they're used to fighting in clubs. They're used to fighting in hotels and resorts, and they need a big break, and they're not getting any breaks. So they're back to their 9-to-5 jobs. They're back to all of the things that they normally have to do in order to make ends meet. And by Zuffa, or by Turkey, I should say, because he was the impetus for all this shit, being led into those conversations where they got to see in what ways they valued those types of boxes. They kind of let them know what was up, and then boom, now you got Zuffa. They're saying, yo, we're basically gonna champion the middle class level boxers that's out there, and we're also gonna try and build up talent in a farm league with guys that people don't know because they're green, along with the middle class boxers, the guys who've been boxing but haven't had any breaks or haven't had good breaks or significant breaks or constant breaks, consistent breaks. And we're going to start building up. And then we're also going to snatch your big names too. You know, we're going to do all of that shit under one roof, and we're going to keep all of the, you know, keep all of the shit to ourselves, or so they thought, you know. But the thing is, in order to be able to take everybody like they want to, because, you know, I've heard Tim Bradley say everybody's going over there. I think that you have to, it's kind of like anything else. In order to beat the system, you have to work within the system, right? So you got to work with these guys. And as time goes on, you take what you want to take from them, and then you eventually, you know, show up your defenses and say, this is where we at. This is my thing. You know, now it's all about us, you know, because I definitely think there's going to be a difference in how they play in this game. Once that Ali Act passes or gets signed into contract, once it gets signed into law, that new amendment, once that happens, I think they're going to be playing different. It's going to be like some dudes, not all of us, you know, shout out to Johnny and Mrs. DHS. They got a beautiful marriage, but there's a lot of women in this world, and especially in the Western Hemisphere, that are one way before you marry them, and they turn into something completely different once the ring's on the finger. They're like, up, done. I'm no longer going to look good. My gut is going to get big. I'm going to deal with the kids. I'm going to demand more money and no more sex. And they just change. I think Zuffa going to change up soon as that Ali Act pass and they get to become a UBO officially. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think it's going to be some different shit.
I agree with everything you said, and I agree with the chat, man. You was absolutely cooking there, man. Salute. That was good. That was good. And I'll go back to the restaurant analogy, man. When they open up that new restaurant, man, you get nice portions. The prices are good. You know, they trying to draw you in. You know, you gonna get discounts. You gonna get the whole 9 yards. 2 years, 3 years in, once they got once they established the credibility in the establishment, that's when they start raising prices. That's when service starts to go down a little bit. That's when they start cutting corners. That's when you get less portion on your plate, but the prices go up a little bit. This is what it's all about, right? So that's what you're kind of alluding to with Zuffa. What we see today is not necessarily, in your opinion, what we're going to see 2 years from now.
Definitely not. But let me not say definitely, because it's a business. It has to grow. They have to meet certain milestones along the way in order for them. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't just say I'm gonna be the baddest man on the block if I have to take out all the other guys that are bad men. I gotta do, I gotta take over the money, everything that happens with money on the block. Like I gotta do all of these things first. So I can plan it out and I can say I'm gonna be, but I still gotta make these things happen. And Zuffa still has the onus on them. They got to make it happen in order to become the player that they set out to be. Because I believe them when they first said that they plan on taking over and not dealing with none of the sanctioning bodies. I believe in them. I believe that that's how they feel. But I know that in their mind, they got to play it as a long game. You know, it's not going to be easy. Like Eddie said, this is the Wild Wild West. You know what I'm saying? And to a certain degree, when you got people who've been like, so think about it like this, like it's the frontier. Like you think about the frontiersmen of old when they were, going out west in the United States, it was nothing but forest, wild buffalo and shit, and Indians and all kind of shit, things that were dangerous. If you couldn't start a fire, and when y'all had to set up camp with your wagons, y'all was going to freeze to death. If you didn't have enough guns, y'all was going to get killed by whoever was in the area, whoever was in America already, them Indians that was already there, But if you used to that and you can adapt and you can deal with it, then hell yeah, you're going to do your thing. And I feel like that's boxing right now. Boxing is the frontier. And guys like Eddie, guys like, Top Rank, Oscar, all of these guys, they know how to deal with all of the danger and they know how to survive and they know how to thrive. They damn sure don't want you to say, okay, now we're going to set up a town. We got rules. You got to give the gun to the sheriff. Any guns you got to give to the sheriff. They're not trying to do that shit. They're not trying to do that at all. They want shit to stay the way it is. And the thing is, Zuffa's trying to come in and corporatize the shit out of boxing. And they know now that they've been in it a little while, it ain't gonna be that easy.
Boxing, the business of boxing is a bear, and Eddie Hearn did allude to that as well during that interview. If you guys missed that, man, it was a good 8 minutes, man. I think it was an 8-9 minute interview, man. But Eddie Hearn, he's a great person to sit down and talk to because he's very, very candid, and upfront about his feelings. He's not afraid to just be honest, and tell it like it is. So I would love to be able to get him on the show, but he big time. I got to catch him. I got to catch him out in the field somewhere. He's always doing interviews too.
But Johnny, he will talk to you. See, that's the difference.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even realize. They don't even think about it for what it is. He runs Matchroom, and yet he talks and does interviews all the time.
All the time.
The only person that does his second under him, I would say, is Oscar. And Oscar's been having to break out of his shell, to do those interviews. He'd rather do his own thing, but he's breaking out of his shell to talk more. Bob, you got to catch Bob. You know what I'm saying? But
they're all different.
you ain't really going.
That interview that I did with Eddie was about, I want to say about a half hour after the press conference was over, because this was during this was the week of this was the fight week in Orlando. Ammo Williams was the headliner. Edgar was the co-main. That's when they put Edgar on the co-main.
Right.
And so Hitch was there as well because he was signed with Matchroom at the time, and obviously he was close with Edgar. So I got an interview with Hitch that day too. But this was after. This was the press conference was over. Everybody was gone. There was absolutely nobody in there, but he stood for a couple of us just to do separate interviews. That's how cool this is. Like he could have just left and be like, nah, man, shit is over or whatever. But he was cool like that. Eddie was cool like that.
Yeah, you ain't getting no Louis DeCuba's senior fucking interviews. You ain't getting no Al Heyman interviews. Like I said, you got to catch Bob, and you got to be lucky enough where they're gonna allow you to have that time with him. You know what I'm saying? So Eddie be doing this thing, man. He be out there.
Yeah, and I'm working myself up the food chain. So I'm not fight hype or any of these other dudes. That's a little bit different.
Right.
They have established that credibility out in the field. So, I'm working my way up the totem pole, man. But he was nothing but a class act, man. Shook my hand after that and wished me nothing but the best. But I'll see him again. I'll definitely see him out there in the field. One thing I do want to throw out there, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we had Donnie in the chat. Salute to Donnie that said, hold on, let me read that real quick. He doesn't think that they will change up like we think. I think this is a business. At the end of the day, it's a business, and I think they have to. They're going to be forced to have to change up as they continue to build their roster. I believe as they continue to get big names and they continue to pay, large deals and salaries. I think they're going to have no choice but to change up, because look at it. Correct me if I'm wrong, man. You guys could correct me if I'm wrong. When Turkey first came out in the scene, don't you feel like Ring Magazine cards are a little bit different today than they were back then? Wasn't there more about promotion? Wasn't they doing all these fucking trailers and videos and all this shit that we had never seen in a long time? When realistically now we complain because fights aren't being promoted as good as they used to. When still we're not seeing the $26, $27 fight cards with 7 main events no more. Why is that? Because it wasn't feasible to the bottom line of the business, right? Obviously that's the driving force of
that's
that, right?
Change.
We didn't get something that we were promised originally, right? Because of why? Business, right? This is a business at the end of the day, and it's all about profitability, right? So I think that there's gonna be some change. I don't think there's a doubt that there's gonna be some change, but my question is, how much change do we see? I think that's the realistic thing that we just don't know. We got to see it the way it plays out. Now, Zuffa is obviously being funded. They do have that financial backing. It's a shame what we're seeing, what's going on with Pro Box today. There was somebody in the chat that asked me earlier, damn, Johnny, Pro Box going out of business. The answer to that question is I don't know. Again, I know what everybody else knows, what was put out there this past week on by Paulie Malignaggi, that, they're scaling back, which is a part of business, right? They scale back on his salary. They're starting to scale back on shows. Obviously, they're looking at charging $5 a month for one show a month. But this is a totally different business model compared to Zuffa. This is basically all Gary Jonas. Zuffa is being backed financially, by Turkey and TKO or whatever. So I think they will change. It's just a matter of how much and for the better. Is it going to be for the better, or us as consumers, we're going to look like, damn, this isn't the same product that I was getting 2 years ago. What's going on? I'm paying more, but I'm not getting what I was getting 2 years ago, when I was paying $8 a month on Paramount. So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think it's the change comes with whatever, it depends on certain mile markers that they got to meet. And then you decide, which way we go, which way the sliding scale moves. There's a move to, giving less and asking for more. There's a move to giving more and, providing more as well. I guess my point is, I think there's a lot of moving parts. I'm not saying specifically it's got to change, especially not in the worst way. Like I don't think it necessarily means shrinkflation. They giving you less and they asking for more. It doesn't necessarily mean that. But when I think change is how the business model, what business model works that we're able to prove through looking at our last, the last year, the last quarter's earnings, and we figure out what works with what doesn't. They may find that it works to deal with all of the sanctioning bodies and never wall themselves off onto an island. That may be the thing that they decide, and that would be a change because that's different than what they told us. But nonetheless, that's not a bad change. It's a good change because it helps their bottom line and it gives us more boxing possibilities because we get to see, okay, there's guys on this side of the street, they can fight on that side of the street too. So change, it's a big word.
I think Hammer Zunk said, I agree with Donnie. Don't forget they got $1 billion deal with Paramount. But we'll see. My thing is, again, man, they're also paying or they're looking at signing everybody. And this comes from Dana's mouth, right? At some point, everybody's going to be here. And if you're talking about the big names, that you got to pay the big dollars. They just paid Conor Benn $15 million for a Regis Prograis fight.
Didn't pay Conor Benn.
There's rumors that and again, I don't know if this is happening, but the whole $100 million with Devin Haney. Don't know what happened to that rumor, but remember that was thrown out there, and we were all thinking he's going to Zuffa for $100 million. But let's say hypothetically that's true. Then you got the Shakur Stevensons, and you got all these other guys that are looking to sign there, and they're not going to be cheap either. I mean, I know they got $1 billion, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're also throwing out big money. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know how it's going to play out.
So I just did research on it. So I just did research on their profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zuffa is making a profit, but Zuffa is not spending their own money. So the money that's being given to them for them to put on the events, they're not the ones that's paying the fighters. So Conor Benn was paid by Turki Al-Sheikh in the ring. He wasn't paid by Zuffa. TKO, it's the TKO format basically, right? Like TKO runs WWE. Now, if you've watched WWE and you understand how their organization works, they take care of their wrestlers, right?
And I don't watch WWE, so you got to educate. I can
explain it. I do, right? I'm a huge wrestling fan, right? And a wrestling historian. So, but what I want to explain is they take care of their wrestlers. They provide them with health insurance. They give them the top-notch facilities to train at, masseuses, recovery, all of that, right? Which is very enticing to a fighter, someone coming in, especially young fighters, right? And even some of these old heads who are established names, like I call Shakur old head because he's 30 years old, right? So I'll just say, he's a veteran in the game. He's been in there a while. So it's very enticing to these fighters that this promotional company, Zuffa, can provide them what other promotional companies cannot, right? And what it's not doing, right? Like Matchroom's not paying anybody's health insurance. Like I believe you get health insurance just for the fight alone. So like even after that, you're not getting anything as far as your medical bills paid. So if you have an extensive injury, right, and you can't prove that it was caused during the fight, then they're not going to cover that claim, right? So I just noticed that what they're giving these fighters is enticement of being, comfortable, right? but they're not spending their own money. They're not spending anything as far as that $1 billion. And I believe that $1 billion was given to the UFC. But because TKO runs UFC, they're funding ZUFFA with that money, right? And ZUFFA is, I believe TKO is making $10 million per event. So each event that they manage, they're making $10 million. And that's, quote me if I'm wrong, but that's what I just Googled right now, right? So they are making a profit, but it's easy to make a profit if you're not spending your own money. Now, Matchroom has to pay their fighters, also pay the venue, also, pay the hosts of the venue, even some of these names that come in, like even when Devin Haney, he was doing I don't know if he was like commentating on a fight or whatever, but they would have to pay him to do that. Even some of these big players that they bring to the fights, they're not paying for tickets. They're being paid to show up to the fight because they draw a name. So, it's pretty easy to make a profit when you're not spending your own money. But what happens if, TKO says that they're done with boxing, right? And they get bored of it and they no longer want to, deal with the headaches of some of these diva fighters, right? Then are they going to be profitable in 2 years? That's just what we're trying to understand right now. They look good. They look like they're in a good position. They've signed a bunch of good fighters, but are they signing enough fighters to match these fighters up? Right? Like we're noticing some like you said, I'm sorry, not Gary Antoine Russell, but Richardson Hitchins. That's not a fight that we expected for his debut, right? We expected a much bigger name for his debut. Same thing with Berlanga, right? We expect them to roll out the red carpet and put on this big event. So, but we noticed that they're basically getting tune-ups. So it's just that point of is how long can you sustain spending someone else's money and you're not technically making a profit. And the only way that you are technically making a profit is you're not spending your own money. So all the money that comes in goes in your pocket. You get what I'm saying? You have your investors, you're going to pay them out, but majority of that profit is going to you. So if you really think about it, and Google also explained that if they were a normal promotional company like Matchroom, Queensberry, etc., right, they would technically be in the red as far as their profit is concerned. So can they really sustain it after 2 years when that funding goes away? And we already know that the Saudis told Turkey he has to, stand back a little bit as far as how much money he's spending on certain entertainment, and that includes boxing. So, what's going to happen 2 years down the road? You got the war going on. Are they going to be able to sustain the profits is what we have to really think about.
Kind of goes back to what I said, right? Remains to be seen, right? I mean, we just got to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to be patient and wait and see. And then like with the Ali Act being changed, that's going to be a huge deal.
What's the word on that? Are we any closer to that getting changed? I haven't been all over that.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think it already went through the House, I thought.
Yeah,
So
I believe it passed the House, but it's waiting on the Senate vote, right?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking y'all. I haven't really been all over that.
I'm gonna pull up some research. I got you. I can be the research guy.
I can't hear you. Came and broken up.
No, I said I'm gonna research it right now, so I'll give you an answer. I'll pull up some research.
I think essentially everything he said though, he was right though, because it's like even he mentioned all the wrestling, but even if you look at professional bull ride, I know they fell off with they dropped out of live golf, but I mean he right because I think they're looking at everything that's actually sustainable. Like they got the $1 billion, like I said, a loan from Paramount, and I did see I heard people say, and I seen that they I guess they got that new deal with Anybody Incorporated with Paramount, so. I think they say finna have ZUFFA fights on Paramount Plus as well as TNT and TBS. So that's interesting, But then you just got, wherever the money is, I guess, essentially coming from. I think that's how they looking at it. Like he said, it got to be profitable in some sense because they like, oh, no, we want this ZUFFA to actually work. So I feel like that's a big reason why he put Dana like in charge of running because they see the successes with the UFC as well. You know, and then he Dr. Khan, like, look, Turkey, we can't just have you just throwing this and throwing that, because even with big money, he was talking, them rounding up them fighters and getting them. Richardson Hitchins himself said in that interview, he was like, Zuffa just gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. He said they paid him the extra to move up and everything. So it's like you can't help but respect it.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful thing, to be honest, right? Because then we get boxing under one universal organization, and that's what boxing needs. Like I'm not a hater on the sanctions like everybody else, right? And a lot of people, they talk about, there's a lot of champions, but there's over 1,400 fighters in each division. Like we're talking about, so we're looking at 60, I believe it's 68 champions overall, right? As far as boxing is concerned with the sanctionings. So you have domestic champions, intercontinental champions, right? But then we're talking 1,400 fighters in a welterweight division. We don't know them, right? Because they're not names as like we know, but they're still professional and they're still in there. They're still looking for fights. And this is how they feed their family. And how do we sustain boxing for the long run if we're not generating new boxers? It's kind of like soccer in America, right? Soccer's not big in America because the kids don't want to play soccer. But if you go across the world, that's what the kids play. So,
well, Mike, I gotta clarify that, right? The reason why soccer is more popular worldwide is because you could be dirt poor living in a mud house and all you need is a soccer ball, right? You think they could play football in Mexico or Africa or Thailand? It's not as accessible, you know what I'm saying? Like baseball's another expensive sport. You got to buy your kid the visor, the cleats, the baseball bat, types of shit, right?
We got more foreign baseball players right now than there's a lot.
Well, I could also enlighten you, right?
From third world countries, like Taiwan's not a third world country.
Taiwan's
a country just like Canada or G9.
No, they're a third world country. That's like, yeah, that's the slums,
Taiwan
right?
Is one of the highest technology economies in the world.
No, just because Nike makes their clothes there because they can get the labor for pennies on the dollar, right? And I know the Dominican has a lot of baseball players because Big Papi, No Diddy, Ortiz said that they practice out there hitting like little bottle caps so that by the time that they hit a baseball, that shit's so easy. I heard that the other day. So that's the reason why Dominicans kind of run that sport, right? And Venezuelans too.
Bottle caps?
That's what Big Papi. What's his name? Or David Ortiz?
David Ortiz.
Yeah, David Ortiz. He said that. Yeah, like they'll hit like a bottle cap, and that's how they train, and that's why they're so nice. By the time they hit a baseball, they're like, this shit's easy. Even though to us, a baseball is really hard. Like I don't know if you guys ever played baseball, but
so to clarify, right? As far as Taiwan is not a third world country.
No, that 100% is a third world country.
Nah, it is starting to go crazy. I'm hearing it
now. It's not just me, and it's always Mike. So that's not a StreamYard issue.
Wait, what happened, Johnny? Is it my mic?
Mike, he goes up and down.
Phone, so I'm pulling my phone from my face, so that's probably what it is, right? Like if I actually talk in the phone.
Hey, Mike, get the Kenichi Bears, bro. Get the Kenichi Bears. But let me say this though, right? Salute to the panel. Salute. Johnny, Money, the Bandalorian, Mike. I got a few. I got a short message, right? Because like this topic to me is disgusting. I don't know why we keep promoting and encouraging Edgar Berlanga. If we're a serious boxing channel, we gotta stop it, Johnny. The dude's a clown. The dude has no accolades.
What do you mean promoting Edgar Berlanga?
Why does he get a whole show topic and he's the thumbnail?
Dude,
this is latest news in boxing.
No, Johnny.
When Diego Pacheco has some fight news, we will talk about that.
How is this?
Johnny,
an Edgar Berlanga show when I've been talking about both of these guys that are headlining New York City ZUFFA.
Man, they're headlining in the back room of Denny's.
So I'm
they're
not
headlining
they're
MSG.
Not. No, they're not. They're
highlighting the Hulu Theater.
Garden. They're
the theater.
The small room.
Yeah, the 2,500.
Many of other championship fighters have headlined and have fought in the small room at the Garden. Not everybody fights in the big room.
So, but on their way up, you don't. How do you go from fighting at a sold-out T-Mobile Canelo?
Keyshawn Davis won his first championship in the small room at the Garden.
That's when he went from a contender to a champion. That's my point, Johnny. This dude's more known for his ass whoopings than he is for anything he's ever done in that ring. How do you go from Canelo couldn't even get him out of the Canelo couldn't even get him out of the theater? Is that what you mean to tell me, Johnny? He fought Canelo and he's still at the theater. Come on, man. This just shows you his whole career's a facade. He's not like that, Johnny. He don't even move tickets.
But Alberto, he has a fight. He has a fight coming up. When other bigger names at 168 have a fight coming up, we will talk about them too.
We talk about everybody that gets fights announced.
No, we did not talk about Bivol, Johnny. Let's be real. We didn't even give him a show that week. We didn't cover Bivol.
Yo, nobody gave him a show. Stop it.
Number one, nobody gave him a show. Number two, there was mad other fights going on that weekend. Why don't we talk about the other fights that were going on that weekend that honestly we prioritized? And I did. I threw that out there. I remember in the beginning of the show, it said we could talk about Bivol's fight. That's coming up this weekend. He's making his return against Eifert. I remember I threw that out there. Nobody that jumped on the panel, including yourself, wanted to bring that fight up.
But Johnny,
because you call in every single show, and I know I said it before that show. I know it.
Johnny, the thing about watch this, right? The thing about that is this week, and you know it's gonna mean something when I say it because I don't really care about the lower weight classes. We got Bam Rodriguez, arguably top 5 pound for pound fighter. He hasn't even gotten a show yet on DHS, but Edgar Berlanga gets announced against the fucking.
See, here's the deal.
Johnny, we have not done a BAM show. We did not do a BAM show yet.
When is that fight? That fight
this Saturday.
We got a show tomorrow. We got a show Thursday. Did you not listen to what I said?
Yes, but Johnny, Berlanga should have been on the back burner. Berlanga should be an afterthought, like in the back of our minds.
The shit broke today. The shit broke today.
He's fighting a dude with 5 losses. Like, to me, it's nasty work. I don't support this. I think we should be promoting Bam and Vargas. Bam and Vargas is the play.
We will this week. Trust me.
To me, Edgar Berlanga needs to get exterminated from boxing. I hope he loses this Saturday. And Zuffa's going to drop him like a bad habit. If Edgar Berlanga does not knock this dude out, Zuffa will drop him like a bad habit, just like they did Arison Garcia a few days ago. So all you fighters on Zuffa who think you hit a lick is not a lick. You see how they're playing out there. It's a cold game, Johnny. And you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I think Hitchins is he's in a better fight. I think the Mexican dude that he's fighting kind of has some pedigree. I'm not too familiar with him. I'm gonna be real. But I looked at his box rec. He has a couple decent wins. It's not against like the highest of degree, but he might present a challenge. Hitchins did struggle against Lemos, so we'll see if Hitchins is able to how well he handles a pressure fighter, because
Yeah, Big Money. Hey, Big Money. I'll say I ain't lying. I'll say because I'll go to Richard. He's just gonna whoop his ass. I can't wait. He gonna whoop his ass.
I hope so, because I want Hitchins.
Trini said Berlanga sparks you out, Alberto.
Nah, but Johnny, look, I had to call in and say that, right? Because I even called it out on the Discord earlier.
That's some hater shit right there you just did. But it's all
Hey, Johnny, I was finna say, Johnny, they be forgetting it's not the hatred. This is not Two-Tone the Superstar show.
Not out Two-Tone.
This shit works. Salute to Tone. This shit just dropped today. We got ourselves a double headliner in New York City. The first New York City ZUFFA card that's going down in July. And you got Edgar and Hitch headlining, bro. That's the topic, man. And there's other stuff we could talk about, but damn, that's crazy. That's some quality.
I actually feel too they might beef this card up, because like Big Money said earlier, like this they first card, like fully, even with Edwin and Ryo, like that's the the Cosmopolitan, but it's their first real show. Even that Bournemouth show, only said what they said 2,000, but it's their first full show outside of the Apex. I feel like they finna do it big for this one.
It's supposed to be in MSG, right?
No, it's at the Hulu.
The Infosys Theater, and that's it. What, like 5,000? I feel like they should be able to get 5,000 in there because that's what T.O. got. Josh Taylor.
Hey, this last fight looked like they packed the Apex out.
T.O. and Josh Taylor, was that at the theater?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, John. I think T.O. and Josh Taylor got 5,700 in there.
This was a fight for what was it? Was that Unified at 140? Josh Taylor was missing one strap at the time.
That wasn't at the theater though, Johnny. That was
all of them. Was it Undisputed? The T.O.
No, that was for the 140 lineal WBO. It wasn't. It wasn't Undisputed.
Was that in the? I don't think that was in the big room.
I think it was at the Barclays, if I'm not mistaken. Or
hold on.
I think T.O. got a record, Johnny. When he fought Josh Taylor, I think they did 5,700 somewhere around there in that theater though.
That wasn't in the big room, bro.
Yeah, no, that was in the theater. T.O. had never been outside of the theater or in a bigger. He hadn't been in a big event, I think, until he fought Shakur. Honestly.
See what you done did, Alberto? You brought out all the Berlanga haters. My man Julio Alvarez, man, who I respect, man.
Hey,
that's my guy.
Hold
on, let me read this. Hold on. He said, "I'm Puerto Rican, but Bumlanga." That's crazy. Is a waste. You mean waste? You spelled it wrong, but waste of boxing, what he calls a singing career. What a mess, train wreck, a straight bum. Come on, man. We can't be calling fighters bums here, man. We got to be better than that, man.
I mean, Johnny, what's Edgar known for? For getting whooped around the ring and dropped by Canelo, for getting knocked the fuck out in front of Fat Joe and Remy Ma in New York. Like, the dude has no accolades.
Boxing, bro.
No, Johnny, I'm gonna be real, right? I hate the Haney's, but
go ahead,
my number 2 is probably Berlanga, just because I don't appreciate the way he be popping it. Like, the way he talks, you would think that this dude is like a Mike Tyson, or not even Canelo be popping it like that. Like, I don't know if you remember, Johnny, in the build-up, the dude was like, I'm gonna do something real special, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was talking real reckless, like he was gonna make short work of Shiraz, and then he ends up on his pocket. So how does that work? And then he ends up not accepting the loss. That's how I know he's not built for the sport, and it's only gonna get worse, because a true professional, Johnny, they're going to take accountability and ownership. That's in anything you do in life as a man. That's why I get on stock. I'm trying to instill these values in him, because you had him lying on your show yesterday, Johnny, saying that he didn't say Nixon 4 when we all heard him that he did. And so I don't respect any man like that. He's, instead of taking ownership, saying, you know what, Shiraz was the better man that night, he's trying to over here say that it was a Margarito Glovegate Part 2, this, that, and the third. So I'm just over the whole Berlanga saga. I don't want to hear it. He was a top rank hype job. You know what I mean? Like, Torres got found out. Berlanga got found out. There's a couple more cats at top rank right now that are gonna get found out. And I think Emiliano's one of them. I'm gonna be real. And then there's a couple of other ones. And
but Alberto,
that's why, to me, yeah.
I don't know if you were listening all this time, but we had, like, even though we did talk about your man Edgar.
No, I got here a little late. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, I got caught up at work.
So then actually you're speaking more to my point, because we had actually left that Edgar Berlanga shit. We were talking about Zuffa. Even up until the moment that you jumped on, we were actually just talking about Zuffa. We weren't even talking about Edgar. So you actually came up here just to hate on that motherfucker because you saw the title. But shout out to you.
That's top 3 pound for pound. That's top 3 pound for pound hater list, bro.
Don't do him like that.
Johnny, it's because I saw the thumbnail earlier in the day, and I was like, we got action. Like, that shit left a bad taste in my mouth, no Diddy. And so I thought I would just call in, let it be known. But I'm a cool out there. You guys are on a new topic. Let me educate myself.
I mean, we weren't, it was kind of winding down. We were just talking about Zuffa overall, but we weren't like spending forever. We talked about it. He said, oh, he got the fight. We talked about who he was fighting. We talked about what it meant for him in his career. and then we start going down the Zuffa rabbit hole. You got anything to add to that?
I still say it's a good comeback fight for Edgar, man. Fighters fight. A lot of them talk. What are they supposed to do? Some of them are, they're confident in their abilities, man. And at the end of the day, they go out there and fight. Some of them are going to lose. Some of them are going to get knocked out. Some of them are going to lose by decision. I don't understand the hate, man.
If Butler knocks him out, what do you got to say about that, Johnny?
I'd say that Butler was the better fighter. Yeah, I would be totally surprised. I would be totally surprised because I ain't gonna lie. I expect Edgar to beat this guy.
Nah, because the last dude he knocked out was the dude who just got out of prison. Like, my man had like a beer belly. Like, that wasn't even a competitive fight. I don't think Steven Butler's gonna be to that. Like, they didn't dig this dude out from the crowd.
This is a comeback fight for Edgar. This shit happens all the time in the sport of boxing with your favorite fighter, with his favorite fighter. With his favorite fighter, it happens all the time. You lose, you get knocked out, whatever it is, you take a long layoff, you come back and you get one of these type of fights. I don't understand why they got to hate Edgar for it when all fighters, a lot of fighters have done this in the past.
4-1 in his last 5 fights.
Who?
Steven Butler.
And no, he's actually won his last 6 fights.
Total bouts. He's 44 fights in. He's 38 and he's got 5 losses. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we always want to pack fighters up because they have losses.
They have losses, but in his last 6 fights, he won, and he has 5 of them by knockout.
Has how many losses? 6, 8, 8 losses.
Who?
But he's the 8 division champion.
Manny Pacquiao.
Let me guess. You wanted to pack Manny Pacquiao when he had like 2 or 3 losses too?
Yeah. Like,
so now we're comparing Edgar to Manny Pacquiao.
Hold on. Did you want to pack Manny Pacquiao up after he got slept by Marquez? I bet
he was already a 5 division weight champ, Johnny.
I bet you did.
Berlanga's never even had an interim belt.
What happened after that?
Berlanga never even had an interim belt, if I'm not mistaken. He's never even had a secondary or third title. He's never had anything close to a world champion.
But his career is not over.
Yeah, but this is personal.
He beat Ortiz for a national belt.
This is definitely personal. Because
that's why I'm not mad at him.
Berlanga
Johnny,
is 23-2. He has 18
Berlanga's
knockouts,
30.
He's 29 years old.
No, he's 30 this
he also
year.
Packed up McCrory, and McCrory was 18-0 when he packed him up.
This is just quality. You just don't like Edgar.
We know
I don't like the dude. I'm a bit real, right?
But I'm not mad at him.
Hey, at least he's on.
His music was so dope,
and he
doesn't like the song, right? So I think it's that form of like he thinks that Edgar thinks he's the shit, but he doesn't have any reason to think he's the shit.
He doesn't have the hardware to back it up.
But Edgar was talking shit though about somebody we know, and I understand why he don't like. You know what I'm saying? He was tweeting about him and all that shit.
Personal. This is definitely personal.
It's personal. I want to see him fight one day. That's all I'm saying.
Ooh.
Those guys. I just want to see him fight one day.
We talk about. You know who we talking about?
Rohan.
About Alberto, bro. We talking about Diego Pacheco.
Man, South Central stand up, man. The whole city behind Diego Pacheco, man. And we just need our opportunity. Edgar Berlanga, he's another top-ranked hype job.
They would have
Alberto doesn't have neutrality. Like he doesn't have a neutrality. Like if you go against one of his fighters, he hates you.
Damn.
No, I only hate. And I don't even use the word hate, but I dislike 2 fighters in boxing, right? It's Edgar Berlanga, Devin Haney, and Shakur. But that's about it. I don't just spew venom.
Your math ain't math.
All right, maybe 3.
I could have answered that though. I do know that he does hate Shakur as well. When we talk about Shakur, he shits on for being boring. I get it, man. Listen, man, I don't get mad.
Is the Shakur Devin Haney fight gonna happen at 144? It looks like they were tweeting back and forth, and it looks like they were like coming together to try to like at least make a deal for them to fight at 144.
Curious to see how that's going to turn out.
But
correct.
But we remember after the Teofimo fight, right? When Shakur came on the interview and he was sitting next to Conor Benn, did he not tell Conor Benn I would come up to 147 and fight you?
Yeah, he did.
So why would you come up to 147 and fight Conor Benn, but you're not willing to come up to 147 and fight the biggest fight possibly in the last decade between you and Devin Haney, $100 million fight. I don't get it.
Because he got a bone to pick with Devin.
Nah, see, now that I don't know.
It's not about
Make it make sense,
147.
Squirrel, right? Like that's what they call Shakur because he looks like a little red-haired squirrel, right? So they call him Squirrel, right?
I
I'm just
never
saying,
heard.
let's
Hey,
make it
Mike,
make
I
sense,
never
Squirrel.
heard that before, gang.
I think it's a little different too, yeah, because he said 100 mil. If it's 100 mil, Shakur taking his ass up to 47. Trust me.
Bro, that fight, that's a stadium fight. How is it not?
Big money talks. Bullshit walk.
Is it not a stadium fight?
Yeah, it could be, but it might not be. They probably better fighting in the arena, and they just maybe up the tickets. I don't know.
That if they make that fight, it's on every single platform that talks about boxing. It's on every single boxing television show. It's on every single boxing podcast. That'll be the biggest fight of the decade. That is a stadium fight.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, you're talking about Devin and Shakur.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm probably scarred because of that Canelo and Crawford fight. Like being there live and seeing that, that's the norm in the UK. We don't have it here, so seeing that damn 70,000 plus literally in there, that's next level. I'm like, I don't know, and knowing them tickets was expensive, like people saying $6,000 a seat, and like, yeah, that was next level for real.
They were 1,200. Are you talking about the Conor Ben Eubank fight?
Nah, talking about Bud and Canelo. Like that's the last stadium fight like we had in Allegiant at that.
Because the Conor Ben Eubank fight, that was like what 66,000 people, and those seats were the smallest amount were 1,200 euros.
That's what I'm finna say. They be cheap.
Yeah, that's why the UK does the stadiums, right? Like they'll do Wembley Stadium
cheap,
and shit like that.
Euros?
But they
Hold on,
never.
one by one.
Hold on, Mike. I'm gonna make your point, right? The UK fans come out, but the tickets don't be crazy like expensive because that's why they have 70,000 plus in attendance, but their gates are nowhere near the boxing's top 10. That belongs to Vegas, right? So to me, I still think that the U.S. market dictates shit because you could do 70,000 fans, but if you're only generating a gate of like 10 million, what's more valuable to the sport and the promoters going to Vegas doing 20,000 and you do a fucking $20 million gate like Tank versus Ryan did? So to me, the UK fans do show out, but it's also like very affordable. It's like, well, what if the tickets here were $40? Fuck, we would all go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not for that specific fight. Like I said, if you can do your own research because I've done it. The tickets were around 1,200 euros, which accumulates to $1,300 in US. So that's not cheap.
That was good.
No, Mike. Your conversion, $1 is the equivalent to. I'm sorry.
Here. Like, do I need to take a picture of it? It's 1,200 euros.
No,
1,200
Mike.
euros.
I'm saying, hold on, Mike. I'm saying €1 is the equivalent to 2.6 USD.
What I'm showing here, okay, so 1,200 euros. We're talking about 1,200 euros.
We could do the math. Yes, 1,200 euros.
It's 1,385.20 cents as far as US dollars.
No. See, your conversion is way off, Mike. How is 1,200 euros worth 1,300 USD?
Conversion. As of June 9th, 2026, 1,200 euros accumulates to $1,385.20.
Oh, Mike, no, fam, you way off, man. I can't let you do this to yourself. Look, how does that make sense if we just established that €1 is the equivalent to 2.4 to 2.6 USD? How would that even make sense?
You could do your own research. You could go into Google. You could type in.
Talk about Google.
Hey, Johnny, play the clip. Play the clip.
I don't have that clip.
I don't have. That's
you
not my
need that
phone.
one.
I don't have the copyright for that.
Exchange rate is 1.15. It's $1.15. So I don't know what you're talking about. It goes up and down.
No, but historically, Mike, I'm letting you know the euro is usually worth at least $2. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I just Googled it, right? And it seems here that it's an actual fact that as of today, 1,200 euros equals $1,485.
The chat is going
You
crazy.
gotta take a
bro. The chat's loving this shit, so I'm gonna let y'all rock out.
What I'm trying to figure out is do I have to take a picture of this shit?
Vega's the only one that's criticizing y'all. Where did y'all take this?
Man.
Y'all got to reel me in.
Yeah,
like, I'm not
hold
even
on.
trying to reel y'all in. Y'all got to reel me in. What's going on here?
I think we're arguing about which market is more
I don't
important.
understand that shit. That shit's weird.
What did we just do here? What did we just do here?
I lost the point of the
Google.
argument. From what I understand, I think Mike is trying to say that the UK boxing market's more important, more of a core asset than the US market. And I'm just letting him know, although we don't sell out our stadiums here, we still pay more per ticket. So at the end of the day, it's cream, right? Cash rules everything around me. That's all I'm trying to say, Mike.
No, I understand. I never said that it was a bigger market. I'm saying specifically for
that, right? I'm sorry. That's what I took away.
The narrative, like the UK fights are expensive, but specifically for that fight, those tickets were not cheap.
Okay, see, that makes sense because I was thrown off with that too because that's what I was thinking. I was like, usually they tickets usually be cheap as hell. Because like I said, at that Canelo and Crawford, I'm asking people, they like, they paid $6,000 a seat, and I'm like, see, that's why I wait. I'm like, because I paid $1,100 for my seat, and I was 1 foot away from being on the floor, so I wasn't tripping. When the dude next to me was like, I paid $8,000 for my seat, I was like, okay, salute to you, brother. Let me be quiet then.
That sounds like a nosebleed for Game 4 at the Garden.
It's like they say though, Johnny. They literally price us out, man.
And they said that the FIFA and like StubHub and Ticket Pick and all these SeatGeek apps, they're trying to do some like coercion because y'all know the World Cup starts on Thursday, and they're trying to say that the average ticket price to go see the US in LA is like $3,000. So they do that to us, right? Like they try to squeeze us, and then they usually drop it at the last minute. Like homie just said, he got the seat for a band, and someone else paid $8,000. So I think the main thing is like that's also what hurts the sport, because how are you supposed to make flight arrangements, hotel arrangements, if you don't even know that you're going to be able to buy the ticket just because they're holding it at an inflationary rate? You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they're auctioning.
It's crazy, right? So it's crazy about this, Johnny. How Alberto just said, right? I told you I paid $1,100. I paid $1,122 to be exact for my Canelo and Crawford ticket, right? I paid like 11. It was around the same, like 11 or 10-13 for my Shakur and Tio ticket. I said this where Eddie lost me. Them damn Boots and Xander tickets cost more than those tickets I paid for those two fights. I said Eddie lost me there. He lost me.
How much are the tickets for that? A courtside, when you hear me courtside, like this basketball.
Ringside. I know what you mean. Ringside, I think the cheapest ringside I seen was like $1,400. I said, they lost me. I said, I just can't do it, man. Not with that undercard.
Damn, $1,400 at Barclays. Imagine what they would charge in the big room at the Garden.
So the average ticket price for the Jesse Rodriguez fight is $134.
No, but that's because usually the lower weight classes don't have that kind of pull.
It's at the Desert Diamond.
Yeah, it's in Glendale. It's in Desert Diamond Arena.
Oh, this weekend? Oh yeah, that's apples and oranges.
Yeah,
Eddie said they're expecting 10K. He said they're expecting 10K in there at least.
Yeah, it fits a good amount. The Coyotes used to play there.
But I'm gonna be real.
That's where Benavidez need to take McKinley in there.
And Bandalorian, my bad, not to cut you off, but you said last time.
No, you good, bro.
Was on. Yeah, you were the truck driver, right? Or you said you were trucking, right? Last time you was on here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Salute.
No, you good. I'm here. I'm always just listening, bro. Yeah, I know you always on here.
Oh yeah.
H-Town wants to chime in with the $5 super chat. He said, "This is like, are you smarter than a fifth grader with you guys who didn't make it to the fifth grade? Respectfully, pendejos." LOL. The value of currency.
To piggyback off of H-Town, I did say the currency fluctuates. Like, hold on,
you guys are pendejos, bro.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that I'm actually being fucking laughed at because I gave a fact.
They
That's
laughed
weird.
No, but hold on.
And
H-Town, you just mad that you got you. H-Town still hasn't recovered that when his man Canelo lost, he left these YouTube boxing streets for 3 months. And he'll never be able to talk his way out of that
I already
one.
know that. I already know that H-Town did not show up after Canelo lost.
He said he was on TBD, but
I'm on the panel, bro. He gonna jump on the panel soon, bro. And start he call y'all pendejos too, bro. Classic.
You know,
like, come on, bro.
You know what I think though?
Man.
Going back to what Mike was saying originally, I think Shakur would move up. I keep saying, Johnny, I keep telling everybody though, I think it's the cut back down. Like I think he really want to stay at 35 and it's to cut back down. So I think he's just using his leverage because he said he'll fight them all at 47, but he do need the clause. But then he said if not, he'll do 44 and they can rehydrate to whatever. So I feel like that's just the only thing.
All about the rehydration for Shakur. It's all about the rehydration.
He can really make 135 again. He's just trying to hold on to that belt.
I think he can make it easy because people forget when he fought T.O., he weighed in at 138. He could cut them last 3 pounds easy as can be. You know, that's what get me. I'm like, I actually wanted him to get that Muay fight. I said that would have killed all the narratives. He would have took that 35 fight and did that rehydration clause. It would have been easy. But, I think it's like, no, I think he wanted it. I don't think ZUFFA didn't want it, obviously, because Robert Garcia said, Shakur came in the gym. He telling us, like, he's saying he sent the offer, but he like, I ain't hear nothing. I'm like, oh, that's telling me everything I need to know then, because Shakur had been saying, I want to fight Muay. I'm like, yeah, that mean the overhead, they don't want that fight. That's what that means, with ZUFFA. So
that's why Raymond and his dad moved on.
Go ahead, Big Money.
I said that's why Raymond and his dad moved on. They was tired of waiting.
They was definitely down, man. We played clips of that interview that you sent me, remember, with his dad?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. I thought that shit was gonna happen, man, at that point, man.
I don't see Muay I don't see Muay at 135 for long. That's a big 135 pounder, no diddy. And Conceição, that's a good title defense. You know what I mean? Oh no, that'll be his second time defending the belt because I think he won the vacant title against one of those Russian dudes, right? And so he
Abdulayev.
Yep, that's exactly right. And so I don't know. I thought they were going up to 140. I could see him maybe. I got to see the weigh-in to see how he looks. But that fight's so far ahead in the calendar, it's not even worth mentioning. I think we really got to stick to the topic, though, Johnny. Like, as far as Bam Rodriguez this week, like, is anyone giving a chance to Vargas to upset the apple cart and make history, or are we pretty much just starting to brainstorm Bam against Inoue's brother, right?
I mean, are we talking
tomorrow's topic?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, so today, we already
we just hating on Edgar. We just hating on Edgar today.
Today is
man.
day for you. Hold on, let me show you.
You already gave all the hate.
Let me show y'all something real quick since we're talking about Muay. I just got to show my man Albert Prince Bell some love. Can y'all see my screen? Salute.
Yeah.
Ray Muay in the press conference. Somebody asked him. I don't have the sound up. Hold on. Let me. Damn. How do I get the sound? Okay.
That's a fighter. Gabriel's been. Oh, they never coming. Hobson, of course, can't be here. He's in Brazil, but that's a fighter. As Gabriel has mentioned his background, who he is. Why did you want to fight him?
He was the only one that said yes.
Simple as that.
Just simple as that, So for me, I want to be active. I want to keep fighting. So whoever's saying yes is what I'm taking.
That's what you're talking about. People don't want to fight Danger Raymond Murataya.
So my man Albert Bell said that.
Hobson, of course, can't be here. He's in Brazil.
He said that's cap. Top rank boarded past our desk, and we said yes immediately. They said it had to get approved by DAZN, and we never heard back from them. And this was before Bell versus Cruz purse bid with the 100 emoji. Who's really turning down world title opportunities with the shaking my head?
That sounds like that wasn't Raymond.
Exactly. That's what it look big money. See, that's what I'm saying. Raymond, I feel like he no question would have fought. He'd have fought Shakur or Albert Bell. I feel like that's Top Rank being Top Rank for sure.
That fight too, and that would have been for a fucking title.
Why are you worried about that now? Worry about your man.
Yeah, he got to worry about Andy Cruz. He should. I don't know. That's a good fight, man. I don't know who the hell is picking that fight.
But listen, you're not. You're also talking about a guy who feels like he should have got a title shot years ago, and now we're at the point where he's in a title eliminator. He could have went right for the title. So I guess he's just
no.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
no, nah.
So
I wanted that.
You know it's crazy. You know what's crazy? The irony about this, right, Johnny?
Love. I just want to show my man some love. Toledo,
Johnny. So
I see you.
You know the irony about this, right, Johnny, is that who Murataya is fighting, and then the fact that Albert Bell was passed up again by Top Rank because of who Murataya is fighting. So people always get on Shakur over this on Shockey Foster stuff, right? They said when Shockey was number one in the WBC, Shakur miraculously missed weight. He could have fought him and all that. But it's crazy. I remember Albert Bell himself said on that show, I remember Ness said it on the boxing voice shot and the Ness and stuff. And I done heard it from other people too. He done confirmed it, all that. So because of that, I guess that controversy with Valdez and Conceição, after that fight, remember the WBO, Albert Bell was that mandatory. And Albert Bell, he was supposed to fight Shakur that fight. Shakur said yes, but Top Rank wanted Shakur to fight Robson Conceição. So I feel like that's a big reason why this bothering Albert Bell so much. He like, I can't escape this damn Conceição guy. That's crazy though, because he doing everything he supposed to, you know. But big money, right though. He got to get past Andy. It's gonna be an interesting fight, man.
He gonna get past Andy.
It's gonna be good. I think he will. I think, man, that's a hell of a matchup for Andy. Like Andy already small for 35, and then you got Albert Bell, tall, real technical, long range fight, man. Long night for Andy, man.
For that fight is happening that.
So look, Johnny, I keep saying, and you know them UKs, you know they know talking to Eddie. They told me it should be coming any day now that Eddie supposed to be announcing for July for next month. That's why I'm like, they got to be right any moment. They said it's supposed to be end of July. Diego Pacheco headlining the card, and that they supposed to be on that card. Yeah. They said it's gonna be the co-main. It's gonna be the co-main on that card. Yeah, that's what everybody been saying.
And where's that taking place in California?
Yeah, at that Carson, the whatever it is. Diego always fighting out there. Yeah, they said that's what it's supposed to be. I think I want to say they said it's Bruno Saras or McCumbee. It's one of them two. I can't remember. It's one of them two though. That's who Pacheco supposed to be fighting. So we'll see.
He ain't fight McCumbee? No,
I can't remember. I thought he fought McCumbee too. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought he fought him too. Yeah, so I don't know, but yeah, I think they told me. I think the number one they said I want to say Bruno Saras though. That's what they done told me, man. So we'll see.
Bruno Saras against Diego Pacheco. Where's Alberto? He left when we started talking about
Man, we ain't seen Saras. We ain't seen Saras since Munguia got his get back win against him. You know.
We need the inside scoop. Where's Alberto?
That's why he left.
That's why he left. He didn't want to answer no questions. All right, I got.
Cause see, I thought Eddie was gonna do the double whammy and announce it when he announced the Katie Taylor Croke Park thing. But you know how Eddie do. Maybe he'll do it like at the band press conference or something. You know, he'll be like, Eddie be like, we got a big fight coming up. The end of July, we'll look to announce soon, and then come Monday, they probably end up announcing the Pacheco fight. So
yeah, he beat McCumbee already.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know why they said him again, but so that means it'll be Bruno Saras more than likely. I'm assuming since they mentioned him too.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Even though he's been pretty.
It makes sense.
He would love to fight Munguia, but it would make sense for him to beat Saras.
Well, remember when Pacheco was leaving the David fight, they caught him in the hallway, and he said that he's fighting in Southern California coming up during the summer. He didn't say against who, but he said he was gonna have that fight. So we knew it was coming.
No, it makes sense against Siraj. But he wants to fight Munguia. He has said that.
He better wash Siraj.
Yeah, he got to.
Yeah, because Pacheco, he been tripping lately. Even that fight he had with the Frenchman, that last fight he got dropped and stuff. Had to get up and eke out a decision. So it's a little tough, you know.
Hey man, we was told here that we was being too rough on him. So, you know.
Nah, he was off. Pacheco was off that fight for sure. He was off.
We were told we were being too rough on him that night when we was talking about that fight.
Nah, y'all wasn't tripping at all. I don't know. I don't know if it's the trainer switch, because y'all seen he switched trainers again.
He's with
Buddy he switched trainers again, and Buddy McGirt. Yeah, I was finna say so. Buddy McGirt should work with him well. I mean, he do got a other tall fighter in Callum Smith, so. And then he got Josh. What he got? Not Josh. He got Callum Smith, and who else I'm thinking about? I know he got another fighter that's tall. You know why I can't think of him, but yeah, I think I don't know. We'll see, because he for sure should be able to beat Bruno. But I'm with you, Big Money. He better show levels and distance. Like he should be in the ring with me. That's the kind of performance I need.
He better be on balance. He better be balanced. He better be, he better look really good. It's been a while. That was December. We coming up at the end. That's going to be the end of the summer. We coming up in like 9 months. You've been out the ring, bro. You better show out, man. You want that Munguia fight? You want to get that strap because you want that WBA over Munguia. You want to be in the mix. You want to be a player. You want people to talk about you like we talking about Osley's. You want them to talk about you like we talking about Lester Martinez and then Billy. You want to be talked about. You better show the fuck out. You better make it look like that shit is easy work.
All facts.
I don't want to hear shit. You don't come up here fucking hating on other motherfuckers at 168.
Yo, that shit was crazy hate, man. That shit
real
was crazy. That was next level hate, man. Salute. The chat was going crazy. They were like, pack them up. Oh man.
Yeah, Money, why you being so hard on Pacheco, bro?
Am I?
Yeah, you said he got basically have a dominant performance.
Yeah, I can't hear a word you're saying now.
I say you basically said he had to have a dominant performance, or otherwise he don't deserve the Munguia fight.
You don't agree with that? We're talking about a guy that's on the cusp of contending for a title, bro. A guy that's calling out champions, bro.
He beat Sergio by unanimous decision. It wasn't majority. It wasn't.
He won the fight, but he faced adversity.
Why are we packing him up because he didn't get the knockout?
Who packed him up?
I mean, I can't say Big Money.
I don't go in there and get the knockout. He just because he had a hard fight, but he came out on top.
I can't say Big Money wrong though.
Yeah,
because we see Back to Bully already the mandatory anyway. So Johnny and Big Money kind of right though. You gotta kind of leap. You gotta leap that.
Separate yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was finna say. Yeah,
the only way to do that is with a dominant performance, especially against a guy who knocked out the guy you want to face for a title. You know what I mean?
You got to make a statement.
That is true, Johnny. Yeah, that is true.
It's all about marketing yourself.
Yeah. So you can be able to say,
yeah,
shot, right?
Yeah, this dude packed up the champion of the world, and I just put him away in, let's say hypothetically 5-6 rounds. I need my shot at the title. That gives him more leverage at the negotiation table. So, and you are talking about a guy, like I said, who was on the cusp of becoming a champion at 168.
But if he beats Shiraz, right?
I think that's another great fight that I would love to see.
But how you getting? He don't get to get in front of Shiraz. Shiraz is a champion. You don't get that fight automatically. You gotta whoever you fight now, you gotta make a statement with so that we can start talking about putting you in front of champions.
So who's he gonna fight? Because he's ranked number 4 in the WBC. So
we know he got to fight. We just don't know who he's fighting.
And after the Christian and Billy or he might even get a fight with Canelo, right? Like if he can move his rank.
Who, Diego against Canelo?
Yeah, because he's ranked in the WBC number 4, And so Saul's number one. He's fighting Christian and Billy for the WBC title. So
a lot of moving parts right now. Right now, he just need to show out, have a nice showcase with this in this performance he got coming up at the end of the summer. Then we can start talking.
He's got to control what he can control.
Yeah.
And let the chips fall where they may. Go out there, have a dominant performance, and then again, you got leverage to be able to say, I want my shot. He's right there. He's right there on the cusp.
Iglesias got Adames problems.
That's right. I just saw an article actually earlier today. They're looking at finalizing that fight for September, right?
Something like that.
So Adames is moving up.
Yep, he's moving up. I think Broadway Joel said the same thing when he was
Johnny. Hey Johnny, I'm trying to get us that bad, Johnny. I done told people I know at PBC, I done told Joel, I said, hey, make Adames A side. I said, bring their ass to the Caribe, man. I said, we need that in Orlando, man. I said, don't nobody know them. I said, but they both Latins. I said, bring their ass to Orlando. Latins gonna show up. I said, trust me, I've been there.
That would be nice. That would be amazing. Didn't Broadway Joel say that he prefers Adames stays at middleweight though?
He did.
He did say that.
Yeah, I even asked him. I tagged him on Twitter and I said, this a one-off, because that was the day after he was on your show, and he was like, he didn't even know it. He was like, he didn't even know that they had got back into the talks and all that. He was like, he preferred him to stay too. And I said, well, got to commend him for moving up, because nobody else want to fight Iglesias, you know?
Yeah, that's
he's a fan. That's my fan, bro.
Who's your fan?
Nobody really wants to fight for the IBF anyway. Like, have you noticed that a lot of boxers don't really like to fight for the IBF? It's just too many rules, and they have
It's that damn clause in the mandatories. That clause in the mandatory every 9 months or something with your mandatory.
I think it's a weight clause, man.
It's the mandatory weight clause, because you can only rehydrate up to 10 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these fighters, they like to rehydrate 20, 25, even 30 pounds, like, and then come in after that. You know what I mean? So
I don't know what that year was. I remember Sean Porter said he don't know why the IBF changed it, because he said when he fought Kell Brook, like back then, he said after that year when he lost it. So when Errol won it that year, they changed it to 10 pounds officially. But he said IBF had a percentage, like it was at least 15%, but then they allowed y'all as teams to negotiate like your rehydration clause. But then he said they went to straight up just 10 pounds. But he said he don't know why they changed it to that, because it was easier when it was a negotiation tactic.
Yo, True Power, I agree. I think Adames runs into a fucking wall with Iglesias.
He said he gets cooked. Oh shit. Okay.
I think he run into a wall with Iglesias.
Yeah. Y'all bringing the thunder. Ooh. Oh shit. Well, I mean, the Ring Magazine reported that they are talking about it for a potential September clash. Could that be on the undercard of Canelo and Billy?
Probably not, because they're not Mexican, but who knows?
Ain't that a Mexico versus everybody card?
That's what yeah, I'll say that's how they trying to advertise it. Literally, it's
really?
It'll be what is Canelo versus Mabili. I know Munguia, he supposed to be on it. Navarrete, like they trying to literally try and make all see Johnny, that's why I keep saying though too. That's why I got a feeling Shakur gonna end up fighting Lindolfo Delgado. WBO made him the man though. I said that just makes too much sense, because Shakur keeps saying he coming back in September. I said I don't know why, I just got a feeling. Man.
Lindolfo got a eliminator, I think, coming.
Now he had a full title shot. He the IBF, but he the IBF mandatory, and he the WBO mandatory now, which means he gonna get to choose. If he choose, like we just said, he ain't gonna pick that rehydration clause, and he not gonna fight Artur Biarslanov when he know he could make at least 1 million fighting Shakur, you know. But I mean, we'll see. We will see, man.
So he's not going that route. He going the WBO route. You saying?
That's what I'm saying. I think he gonna pivot. It makes too much sense for him to pivot, you know. Especially Robert Garcia's manager, you know, or Rick Murray. I don't know who the hell is manager.
January 31st. Let's think this through. January 31st. February 31st. March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So by September 21st, Shakur has to have a deal inked to defend against a his mandatory. So if
Delgado, right, which is Lindolfo, right?
So if that is his mandatory and Shakur does not have a fight signed, which we already know that's probably in the works, right? That he's gonna have a fight signed before then he may actually be able to skip out on that.
Well, could he step over Delgado and fight Vargas?
Oh, Top Rank ain't making that. Ain't no in hell they doing that.
It's not even that. It's that if he has this fight coming up with old boy.
And I mean, the thing too, though, Big Money. He might be super champ.
Didn't he owe somebody a rematch, Delgado? Am I confusing him? Didn't he draw for somebody?
No,
he probably should have gave Goyaz a rematch because I thought he lost that damn fight. I watched that shit. I thought he lost it. The Goyaz fight. That was the IBF eliminator when he fought in November.
Hell, he should give Elvis a run that back with Elvis.
Oh, I'm saying hell, he should give Elvis one too. Hell yeah, he should get Elvis one.
If we running shit back. But here's what I was gonna say real quick about the WBO and Devin and Shakur. Say it again.
I got the wrong person. Go ahead.
I'm not 100% sure how that's going to play out with their champions fighting at a catchweight, unless there's an agreement. And I'm thinking this through in a moment. Unless there's an agreement that the WBO is going to allow both of them to fight at a catchweight, being that normally they don't allow their champions to fight at catchweights. Normally, if you try and fight at a catchweight as a WBO champion, what they'll do is they're going to give you a 10-day window to make the fight with the designated mandatory, which we already know right now is Keyshawn. Yeah. Since they put him in place as number one and announced him as the mandatory, they updated the rankings on May 31st. They announced on June 3rd. Remember, he said to Dev, yo, it's time light skin, and Dev said it was cool. So that opened up the 30-day window for that negotiation with Dev and Keyshawn. But here's the other thing. Devin, you got to remember, Devin beat Brian Norman Jr. on November 22nd last year. So his 9-month window ends on August 22nd. And keep in mind that the WBO also has a 60-day lockout window. What does that mean? That means that 60 days before the date that you're supposed to have a fight in place to defend against the designated mandatory, which is August 22nd in this case, because we're talking about Devin, would mean that Devin would have to make that fight of a voluntary defense fight by June 22nd, which is 2 weeks from now. So this is the reason, and I know I kind of shifted over to Devin from Shakur, but I'll bring it back. But that's the reason why I think that Devin is trying to make that fight. Hold up, Mike. Why they're trying to make the fight with both Devin and Keyshawn on that one contract, like Bill was saying when he was talking to Keyshawn, because if they get past June 22nd, they can no longer make a fight for a voluntary defense. But then there's also the fact that Shakur, who also has a WBO strap at the weight below, also wants to fight at a catchweight. So even though to a certain degree that's checkmate, because you know that the champion can't fight at a catchweight, they'll strip him of the belt, or they're going to make him make the fight with the mandatory at 147, which is Keyshawn. They would also push that to a purse bid if he didn't want to do it, or they would just strip him right out. And also, being that Keyshawn is the number one, Top Rank would also petition the WBO to strip him as well. So if you look at that for what it is, that's kind of like getting Devin checkmate. He can't move unless he does something. That's the reason why they decided, well, look, let's just try and get both of these guys on the same contract. But now that I'm thinking about it, since Shakur is also the WBO champion at 140, if the WBO were to allow both of those guys to fight at a catchweight, so that they gave him the ability to do so, then that could be the reason why that fight happens. Because at first I thought Shakur just had Dev up against the wall and got all the leverage by saying, yeah, let's fight at the catchweight. Because remember, he said that on Stephen A. Smith on February 19th. When he got on Stephen A. Smith, he said that. Then he got on Ariel Helwani a little bit after that. These are both right after the Teal fight, that he wants to fight Devin at 144. And you know that WBO champion can't fight at a catchweight. they're gonna strip him of the belt. But if they both have a WBO strap, they can say to the WBO, let's just allow us to make this fight so that we can continue and complete this contract with Zuffa, which would allow them both to have that contract signed so that when they do announce that they're signing the Zuffa, they could also announce a fight at the same time, if that makes sense to y'all.
Well, what I'm looking at is the WBO rules do allow catchweight bouts to promote.
Not for champions, bro. Not for champions.
Hold on a second. The WBO requires communication and documentation of agreed catchweight prior to the fight, and these are for champions. And also, Shakur is the WBO champion at 140. So if he does decide to jump, he has an overage. He's over Keyshawn because of the fact that the WBO champion moving up to the division does have the right to fight the next champion. So it could happen that way. They can fight for at 144 for the belt.
WBO doesn't allow that, bro. I think you're tripping with that one. You need to look up that rule. They don't allow the champion to jump up and challenge for a championship. That's the WBC that does that. That's why David has to fight. That's why David has to fight with McKillian now, because they allow the WBC allows the champion from the division below to go up to the next division. And remember, David has both light, heavy, and cruiser.
Organization allows champions to challenge for titles in higher weight classes.
But he's not challenging for a title, bro. That's a catch weight.
I think so. What he's saying,
for competitive matchups, and the WBO requires clear communication and documentation of agreed catch weight prior to the fight, so they can fight for the belt at a catch weight.
Oh, you saying so? I think the catch weight.
Yes,
I think what he's saying. He's saying that money because
he trumps Keyshawn's mandatory because he's the WBO champion at 140. So if he moves up, he's going to be able to fight Devin Haney before Keyshawn does.
All right, but hear me out.
That's not the case though. Partially,
but hold up, real quick. I still don't think that means that Shakur is going to fight Devin first. I think that the deal is still on the table and that they're still going to a certain degree. I feel like this shit is theater. I get that Keyshawn was online earlier today, spazzing out and all that shit. Maybe Jay Prince didn't tell him that we still can actually get you that a shot at that strap, because he still technically has that ability. Since, to your point, we're not 100% sure if that catch weight, and I hear what you're saying about the catch weight and that they could actually still fight for the strap, because I was wondering about that, but they could still let Keyshawn have that fight first and then still have Shakur fight him next year. My thought is that's how they was going to do it. Keyshawn at the end of this year and Shakur next year.
I would like to see
now if it's going to be for the strap, I don't know.
I agree with that. I would like to see him fight both, but what I don't understand is the way that Shakur is moving. Like I stated before, you're willing to fight Conor Benn at 147, but why aren't you willing to fight Devin Haney at 147?
Bro, he's still salty about the 25%. Remember, he went petition to the WBC
at that point, though, right? Like, if you're really tripping about 3 fucking pounds, you're ducking at that fucking point. Like, come on, dude.
Nah, man, he's still good.
But the thing is, the only thing is though, big money, from what Mike was saying, I was saying, so partially that's true, because I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure. So I know your WBO super status. If you're a champion one time and you're a super champ, that always carries. So Shakur, Tio was a super champion and Shakur did beat him. So that gave him extra time on the Mando as well. So even with what Mike was saying, that is true. They can agree because they can petition for it. But see, also too, big money. See, the belt would have to be on the line anyway, because if not, the WBO would tell them, like you said, you can't agree to this fight and not fight your Mando. But then at the same time, of course, they're going to say, because then if you lose, the belt go vacant anyway. That's always been the WBO rule, So I think it still could happen, but I think they're going to fight Keyshawn, because I think Keyshawn, like, he did what they told him to. That's why I'm like, you're right too, big money. You said this is theater. You said it's theater, right, big money? I said people not paying attention to this. Bill Haney himself said when Shakur ready to come up, we okay with that. But then he went online and was publicly putting it out, getting on interviews and stuff, saying otherwise. Well, now it's the weight and stuff. But then he also said months ago, I was standing right there at the weigh-in when him and Keyshawn dapped each other up, and then he told Keyshawn, "You promise? You keeping your word and stuff." And then he said after that, though, he said Keyshawn just talking because he not ranked in the WBO at 147. So now Jay Prince called. I know for a fact, I was told he literally made the call to get Keyshawn ranked. So now he doing that. So now, like you saying, but Bill talking again, it's indeed theater. I told people that I said they talking for a reason. Like Bill is smart in this mastermind. He's saying all this in public for a reason. And then too, like you saying, it makes sense too, to fight Keyshawn. It is a risk because that's no easy work. It's no guarantee you're going to get to Shakur like Keyshawn's saying. You know, I'm like, I don't know. And then Mike, I can't say Shakur ducking because I say it for everybody though. If you're not struggling at a weight below, I can't say you ducking by not moving up. Boots did not duck Virgil because he didn't move up. Devin ain't duck Boots because he didn't move up. I said, if you're not struggling at the weight below, I can't say you ducking. That's the only thing they get me when it comes to the weight discrepancy because I'm like, it's just your tactics, you know. Because I'm like, Shakur not calling for Devin, but Devin and Bill calling for him big time. In that sense, then you got to play ball with what Shakur wants. If Shakur said, I'm going 235, then it's like, man, you got to meet him in the middle at that 44, you know?
Yeah, but what
Jay
I'm saying
Prince,
is,
master move.
right, we're tripping on 3 pounds. 3 pounds, right? And then Shakur not look
Not about
big.
those 3 pounds.
You
It's
see
about
what
what
Shakur
can
looked like
hydrate
at the whole
you, though.
Shockey fight? Are you telling me he can't make 147? Is anybody that looked at him can say that he can't fight at 147? Like
Mike.
I can't deal with that. Like that's blind and I like
Mike.
No, he can. I mean, he can, but he
not.
not. I guess not a 47-pounder. That's how everybody looking at it. You know,
I'm looking at it like Shakur is like, fuck you, Devin. I'm gonna A-side the shit out of you. And Jay Prince did a master move by putting Shakur.
contract games. I get it.
He did what he was supposed to do. Yeah, Jay Prince did what he was supposed to do, and he did what Bill asked him to do.
Masterful moves. You get Keyshawn in the position as number 1 for the WBO, and we know he with top rank is whatever Bob orders. Then you got Shakur.
No, that's for a fact.
Saying that you need 144. Knowing that you're a champion and that, to Mike's point, yeah, you can do it, but it's a special petition in order to get that done. It's not some automatic shit, but that still puts Devin in a real bind because he's got to make the one fight again. He has to make that. He has a 30-day window, like Bill said when he was on TBV the other day. He said we got 30 days because the 30-day window opened up on June 3rd and it ends on July 3rd. But with the 60-day lockout period that ends on June, that starts on June 22nd, that leaves him with 2 more weeks in order to secure secure Shakur's fight, right? Which is not a mandatory fight. That's voluntary, and at the same time get the fight done with his mandatory and Keyshawn. So I do think they're fighting both. I think Keyshawn is next at the end of the year, probably around September, and then you get Shakur at the start of next year.
Hey,
that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Shakur got a power play though, right? Because
that's the power play.
Shakur could throw, and I get where you're going, money, because Shakur could throw Keyshawn at Devin, basically batter him up, and then say, "Hey, I want to move up and fight the mandatory."
Listen,
which is Devin at WBO, because we don't think Keyshawn's ready for Devin. I don't even think Keyshawn can beat Devin, so we know Devin's gonna win that fight. But it's gonna be a hard fight for him because he ain't never fought anybody like Keyshawn. Right?
I do think it's a tough fight. That's what I was gonna say. That's a tough fight for Devin because Keyshawn coming to get him in that fight.
Petition for that WBO 147 because you're the champ at 140, and that gives you that mandatory. You can even trump mandatories at the next division. So at that point in time, man, that's ugly, bro. Like
it's like the way he fought, the way Devin fought like Brian Norman still hurt me a little bit to say it, Johnny. He ain't gonna beat Keyshawn fighting like that. Keyshawn going in there to get his ass. Like he going in there like Devin can't. He can't circle the ring and stir it. And he not beating Keyshawn landing those 70 damn punches. That Keyshawn gonna beat him through that shit in the first 2 rounds alone. So Devin gonna have to work to beat Keyshawn. Like that's what you're right, Big Money. Like this was masterful by Bill because even this too. See, people forget Liam Parle. He was the mandatory at IBF at 140 to fight Richardson Hitchins again. He told the IBF, no, I'm moving up to 47. Can I keep my mandatory? They said yes. See, that's how Keyshawn was. He got the IBF mandatory when he beat Nahir Albright. But he told them, he said he declined that shot, said he was moving up, but he elected to go that other route. And since he beat Jermaine Ortiz at that lower weight, that still served as you can be activated as a WBO 140 mandatory, but just use it for that next division. So you're right, Big Money. As Jay Prince doing his job. People hate on managers, but nah, Jay Prince, he did his damn job. That was smart.
Masterful.
Hey, that's like a rat trap, right? Put the cheese in the rat trap. Because to be honest, like I don't know how does Devin Haney come out of that though? Like if he has to fight Keyshawn and then turn around and have to fight Shakur, right, within the next 9 months.
Go through the fire, bro. That's how you do it. You just go through the fire.
And then, but what if he comes out of it though? Like then what are we saying about Devin Haney?
I think so. You know, it's interesting.
A lot of hate. I'm one of the Devin Haney haters. I want to see him lose, but I want to see him go up to 154 because I think he's too big for 147. To be honest, like
no. So this is the thing, right, Mike? Look, I heard you. I don't watch it no more, but I was when I was young. So you gonna get this reference. Like you said, if Shakur is a champ, you trump the mandatory. But if he have a tough fight with Keyshawn, like I just said, you gonna get it. Money. What if Shakur activate that mandatory as a champ below Money in the Bank style? If Devin beat Keyshawn, what if Shakur that very next Monday activates that mandatory and say we got to fight within the next 3 months? He literally, like you said, that's tough to turn around.
I thought they would at least give him 9 months.
But if you know, because if you activate that mandatory, you know they give you 90 days. They give you 90 days. That's why.
Or to agree to the fight.
You could do it's either or. So that's up to the sanction because we see how they did Rolly. They gave Rolly like 180 days. So Rolly got like damn near 6 months to fight Jack Catterall.
He got 120 days as a super champion.
Yeah, I was to say because when you a super champion, you get extra time. Yeah, when you a super
120
champion.
days.
But Devin a regular champ though. He's just a regular WBO champ. But Shakur, I think he is a super champ because Tio was.
That makes sense. But he gets 120 days. 180 is for I think cruiserweight and up or something like that with the WBA. But it's 120 days. That's why Jack is pressing it now.
But to clarify though, right? Is it to fight or is it to just agree to the fight?
You got to make the fight.
Usually, I'm saying usually you got to make it. Usually, got to make it.
Correct. Negotiate the fight. We got some more people that want to jump on.
How long can you?
Hey, you good, Johnny? I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. I'm finna hop off, man.
Yo, drive safe, my brother.
How long
I got you, man. I'll holler at y'all, man.
You know,
contract and how far you get out of fight.
Stay safe, man.
So, like, if we sign a contract to fight, how far can I push it out? Can I push it out 9 months?
I mean, you're not pushing. No, you're not. You can't do that. It's just a reasonable amount of time. So, and by reasonable meaning to give you all a training camp that's going to be good enough for the fight. Typically about 8 weeks or more. You know what I'm saying,
yeah, bro? So if he comes through the fire like
in there after this, man,
and he beats both of them, right? Is he not considered one of the greatest of all time?
Who?
Talking about Devin. He's saying that Devin
turns around and if he beats Keyshawn Davis,
and
then turns around and beats Shakur,
then we got to talk about it.
Considered one of the greatest of all time.
We got to give him his props, and we got to talk about it.
We'll give him his props. Again, you're talking about greatest of all time.
Yeah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it.
He's a former undisputed champion.
That's a discussion that we got to have. I would not give him that distinction today.
Yeah, and I love him.
He has a great resume. He doesn't have a bad resume.
But I think you're getting ahead, Mike.
Like, don't put the cart before the horse, Mike.
Right, and you're not talking about
of all time, but who has he really fought though?
You're talking about greatest of all time.
That's a conversation we got to have.
You're not just saying one of the greatest fighters of our generation. You're talking about greatest of all time. That's different.
I mean, we talk about everything else, bro. Mike, we talk about everything else. We could at least talk about it.
But I'm just saying, I think Devin Haney has the accolades to put it up there.
Well,
we could talk about
the resume.
I think
we could talk about it.
He goes through Keyshawn Davis, and then he goes through Shakur, which is probably one of the greatest fighters of our generation.
Way too early.
Yo, this is crazy. A guy that does not like Devin is like, fuck that. Make him greatest of all time. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the greatest of all time.
Let Frank go. Mike, let Frank go, man. You've been waiting here. Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Well, it depends on what you're cooking. Are you talking about the Devin Haney and Shakur right now?
We were. What is it that you want to talk about?
Well, no, I'll just comment on that since that's the topic. Look, man, it's a lot of mental gymnastics going on with these guys. These guys, they're top guys in the sport, right? I mean, this fight should be easy to make. I don't understand all this back and forth unless it's just them both sides perpetrating.
Well, I mean, you covered it. I mean, you watch this sport. It's the business of boxing. Like, you sound surprised.
Well, I'm surprised at the fans that are doing all these mental gymnastics, because I see there's like a Haniacs and there's a Shakur side, and then you have the Tank Davis. They're like the what would you call them in like a supervillain movie? Like they're kind of playing the mercenary role, and they're kind of antagonizing both camps.
Welcome to the sport of boxing in 2024. Is all I gotta say. Like you I mean, again, you sound like I'm bewildered. This is what happens, man. This is what we do on all these shows, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a fantasy fight right now. I don't think it happens. I think they're just, they're using both sides to, cloud chase off each other, and they'll go in different directions. I just don't think it doesn't even make sense. My take was, I don't even think it's a mega fight. I don't think it's bigger than Spencer Crawford. The only way I see it being a big fight, if it's with ZUFFA, like that's the big announcement. It's with ZUFFA under the Ring banner, and they put it on Netflix. Because other than that, I don't think it makes sense right now.
Okay, I got you. Did you want to talk about the topic though? Or?
Oh, I was listening to Alberto. I think he was getting a little unnecessary hate. I think, look, I'm gonna say this. I like Berlanga. I'm actually a fan of Berlanga. I think he was born with the horseshoe up his ass, because he's had a great career, right? I mean, for being the talent that he is, he's had an amazing career. I like to see him fight. He reminds me of a guy that I used to watch, Ricardo Mayorga. I mean, the guy's going to come and knock you out or get knocked out. And to be honest, I'm going to get roasted in the chat or by you guys, but I'm offering myself up. I'd rather see a Berlanga fight like Jaime Munguia. Berlanga signed me up over Shakur Stevenson. I'd rather see Berlanga Munguia or Berlanga versus Caleb Plant. I'd rather see his fight than a Shakur Stevenson fight.
Which one you think is more makeable, the Plant or the Munguia?
It would have to be Munguia. I mean, that's classic Puerto Rico versus Mexico.
Does he get that fight? Does he deserve that fight?
I don't care about deserve. I want to see it. I mean, it's two guys. Somebody's going to get flattened.
I got you.
It's high entertainment value. I don't know if it's a pay-per-view header. Maybe it could be on a ring card supporting a bigger fight. But Berlanga, but to Alberto, Berlanga has earned his hate. I will say that.
How can we say Berlanga's had a great career? Like, how many champions has he beat?
I mean, how many fighters would?
What sort of accolades does he have in his career?
I think he's had a great life. I think he's had a great life.
I mean, look, how many fighters would trade their careers for Berlanga's? If you're saying he got signed for $10 million,
that's what they were saying.
I think the Canelo fight is what really made
I think it was 10 mil that was thrown out there.
Give him the money, but like, who else did he fight that was really like big money, or that was even worth buying a pay-per-view for?
I mean, I don't worry. But when I think about things about a career like Berlanga, a fighter like Berlanga, I just want to see him fight. I want to see him fight what's maybe Big Charlo, right? Big Charlo's dangling a comeback if he ever comes back. There's so many fights that Berlanga, Munguia, Berlanga, Caleb Plant. I mean, who else? Pacheco, Berlanga. Why not?
So
he gets this win.
Panel, right? So, Johnny, would you pay for a Berlanga Munguia pay-per-view over a Shakur Devin Haney pay-per-view? Which one would you rather buy?
Damn, you put me on the spot. I want to see Devin Shakur.
So
that's me. But I'm not shitting on what Frank said, though. I think that would be a very entertaining scrap if Edgar was to beat this guy and build on some momentum. I mean, I said it before the whole Shiraz thing. I would, I'm thinking, I would eventually want to see a Berlanga Munguia scrap, but they start listening.
Does he deserve that fight up to like what
today? Yeah, but that's an easy answer. Today, no.
Shiraz, so like,
but I said today, no. I said if he builds on some momentum, absolutely, why not? But again, step one is against this dude in that he's fighting in July. But let's not pretend that 2 fights ago, 3 fights ago, or whatever it was, people did have both of those guys on the collision course. being mentioned as a possible future fight. Berlanga and Munguia, Berlanga and Alberto. I mean Pacheco, whatever you want to say. Berlanga and who am I missing? I'm missing somebody else. Fuck, there's one more person.
Caleb Plant.
Caleb Plant, that's the guy that I'm missing. These were all guys that were linked to Berlanga before the whole Shiraz deal.
I want to see that Berlanga and Munguia. I don't think he beats this version of Munguia. Slick Mexican 168 pounder Munguia. I don't know that he beats him.
This will be tough, right? You're not lying. This will be tough, but it's a makeable fight down the road, Mike, White Mike. But he's got to win.
He's been out of the ring for.
But Langa's got to win.
So
I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not saying that
he
here.
could beat Munguia, right? Like, how do we know how he's gonna look?
He's got to show. Hey,
listen, good in his fight in March.
I like Edgar. I'll be the first one to tell you he's got to show us something. And it's
Munguia looked sharp.
No, he didn't look sharp. No.
Munguia didn't look sharp to you?
I thought Munguia looked very good in the last fight.
He looked very sharp.
Oh,
yeah. No, I'm saying I was talking about Berlanga's fight against Ortiz.
Oh,
he looked okay. He looked good, and then he got packed up by Shiraz, and then he hasn't fought in a year. Well, almost a year. As of July, it would be a year.
No, it will be a year. By the time he steps in the ring, it'll be a full year.
Yeah. So, and then how do we know? And then, like I said, with the whole music thing going on, like it takes a lot to do all of that, right? Especially to put out a music video and the sort of traction that he's had with it, right? All of the promoting with it. Have you really been training? Are you ready for that Munguia fight?
He's been in and out of the gym. That I know. He has been in and out of the gym. That I do know. If you're gonna tell me that he's been living in the gym and not obviously stepping away to start doing music and videos, absolutely. I mean, we've seen that.
But what makes the great fighters? The ones who live in the gym. Boots, he lives in the gym.
I'm not disagreeing with you, and this is why I'm telling you we got to see. You're talking today. I'm talking. He's got to put up. He's got to hold up his end of the bargain, and this is step number one. Like this has to be a progression into a Munguia fight. I don't believe that he deserves to get that today, but it doesn't mean that in 2 fights he doesn't earn that shot at Munguia. Why not?
So what happens if he goes in there and he goes 12 with Butler? Are we still talking about that fight?
Again, let's see how it plays out, my brother. Just like you wanna say if Devin Haney fights so and so and beats him, we got to consider him the greatest of all time. We got to see how that plays out.
One of the greatest of all time. I didn't say the greatest. I said
one. And even that though, one of the greatest of all time. I mean, you talk about the conversation with Ali. Floyd, who else do they consider?
He has the accolades to put up with it. Does he not?
Not today.
So you're saying right now that Devin Haney doesn't have?
No, I would not consider Devin Haney a greatest of all time fighter today. Why would I?
He's only today. I'm talking about if he beats Keyshawn and then he goes and beats Shakur with his accolades and that sort of resume, he's not considered one of the greatest of all time.
Is Mike missing what I'm saying?
Mike, we'd have to talk about it, bro. We talk about a lot of other shit.
The key word is
we could at least talk about it.
Hey, look, I can't even believe I'm defending Devin Haney. Like, right? Like I'm
defending
Devin Haney.
You want me to say today we can consider him one of the greatest
matter, man. Like, isn't that what you do boxing for? Isn't that what you box for? You box for the
I think he needs that get back first before anything. Before you could judge Haney as what he's gonna be, he has to beat Ryan Garcia. If he gets flattened by that guy again, then your argument sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
I agree that he has to fight Ryan first before we can really have a real conversation. He has to fight Ryan first. I agree with that.
Hey, I hope my argument is debunked like a motherfucker, to be honest, because I really can't stand watching Devin Haney win, to be honest.
But you want
that's why this conversation is funny.
This is why this is weird, but you want me to realistically
but you gotta be realistic, but we gotta be realistic when it comes to talking the game, bro. Like
we live in a world
looking at accolades, and we're like, okay,
we live in a world where the word
champion
is thrown around.
He's a former WBC lightweight champion. He won the title, one of the youngest undisputed champion ever, right? Mike. Notable victories. He's beat Lomachenko. He's beat Kambosos. He just beat Brian Norman Jr. Like, you got to give him his accolades, right?
This is a conversation that we should have when he retires, and we could look at the totality of his accomplishments.
But people were crowning Terrence Crawford before he retired.
But he's retired now.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like you gotta, if you go turn the page on one, you gotta turn the page on all.
No, you're way ahead of the curve here. You're way ahead of the curve, man. You're jumping the gun, man. Let shit play out. Again, I said like 4 or 5 times. The key word is today. Today, no, I would not put him as one of the greatest of all time. It doesn't mean that in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, when he decides to hang it up, the body of work, that we won't be able to have that conversation. Like
is he even better than a Shane Mosley? I mean, because Shane Mosley went up to
again, that's unfair. His career's not over. Like what are y'all not understanding?
His career's almost over though. Like I give it.
How is his career almost over? He's how old is Devin Haney? Is he even 30 years old?
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
holy shit, y'all tripping tonight for
28, 27,
he's 28 years old. How is his career almost over? We had Coach Thompson on the panel that said that fighters don't go into their prime
fight 50 fights nowadays. Though what I'm saying, he's 33 fights in.
What does that mean?
Andre Ward retired at 30 years old. Fighters, they retire young nowadays.
Let's get 444 because he's been waiting.
Oh well, now I'm listening real quick. I'm trying to see where y'all going with.
And Malcolm wants to jump on too. So,
what up, 444? What up, Malcolm?
What up? What up?
What up?
Let Malcolm go.
Malcolm, go ahead. Malcolm, can you hear us, bro? I'm thinking maybe he didn't expect to come on this quick. On the panel this quick. Malcolm, can you hear us?
Yeah,
there you
hear
go.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro. What's going
I mean,
on?
Ford could go if he want. Like, I'm cool with that.
You sure?
Fuck it, man. I'm gonna take a couple of minutes. It is what it is.
Go for it, man. He let you rock out, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Salute to y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep this brief. I guess in terms of the topic, because I don't really know where to start. The Hitchins fight. I mean, look, I don't know how I feel about everything. I guess I'm cool with people taking acclamation fights. When it's your first fight, not everybody's just gonna jump into the fire. Yeah, with Hitchins fight, I think it's gonna be good. I mean, style wise, it's kind of tailored for him because it's Salas, right? I think that's his name.
Correct.
The dude that beat Villa. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, he got some power, but it's pressure. It's a style that he's just gonna outbox. I just see him outboxing him. The tiny bit of adversity, good fight to watch though, but it's not anything where I'm just gonna be like, damn, I think Hitchins is in for one. Where I think is too much of a challenge. But yeah, it's just his talent level and how sharp of a boxer he is, and his 1-2. I would like to see him in with just better people. Better fighters. I don't like how this whole thing played out. This whole situation that just occurred with Oscar Duarte. I didn't even care for the Kambosos fight. I kind of just want to see him with the top guys. I think he's that good, but he has to show us that somebody of your talent and your boxing ability should be fighting better names. But again, you're moving up to 147. You're gonna take an acclamation fight. That's cool. I expect him to look sharper, faster, a little bit stronger, because now, and it kind of shows the history, right? We talk about weight bullies. Every single time we have somebody who moves up in weight for the first time and they've been quote unquote draining themselves, like you could say Dev, Boots. I'm trying to think of somebody else too. Once they move up, they physically look sharper. So I expect for him to look sharper. Yeah, that's just really that. Oh, this Berlanga shit. Yeah, bro. You kind of know where I'm at with that. Look, he's coming off of 2 losses, if I'm right. It was Canelo and the Shiraz thing.
Well, he got to win in between. He got to win in between, technically.
Oh, I forgot. With who? Who was it?
Jonathan Gonzalez. Bomba. Oh, what do they call him? Bomba?
Oh yeah.
No, not Bomba. That's the dude that fights this weekend. I'm talking about Mantequilla.
Oh yeah, he fought Mantequilla. I forgot.
Mantequilla.
Yeah.
Jonathan. I forget his last name.
Yeah. Okay. He fought Mantequilla. Yeah, but he needs something. You know, this is gonna be one of those fights where he's gonna go and honestly, he's gonna knock him out. He's gonna knock him out. I kind of had a problem with you saying somebody was gonna give him resistance. He's there to fight, but the man been stopped all 5 of his losses. So this is just one of those. We're just throwing you in there, and Berlanga should perform. He's gonna be there to fight. He's gonna get knocked the fuck out or stop. I hope Berlanga can do that, and then the conversation is gonna come up of damn, Berlanga's back, and it just puts him back in the drive. Well, I don't want to say driver's seat, but it just puts him in these conversations again. So I can't be mad. Been out the ring for I don't know what amount of time. That stoppage to Shiraz was horrible. Hopefully he can gather himself. I really want him to just be more disciplined with his jab, like the way he was fighting before he decided to just fucking stand in the pocket with Shiraz with a fucking high guard. I hated once he did that. He was doing better before. I hope he can continue to fight that way and just not slug out. But he's gonna do it this fight. I think he can afford it. But just going forward, just please, Berlanga, don't do that shit, man. But yeah, I still fuck with the Baby Mama song. That shit was fire. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad he seems like he's just getting his shit together. But yeah, hopefully after this we can get one of the fights that we really want. You kind of expect this. I don't think Zuffa. I don't even know who they got in his weight class. I don't even know what weight. Wait, and this shit's at 168, right?
Yeah,
But I thought they don't do
168. So
168.
technically, that's not a weight class in Zuffa.
Yeah, so what I'm getting off of Zuffa is they pick and choose because they've been saying that we're only going to do the original weight classes. But if I'm right, they did this shit with Conor Ben. He was fighting at a weight class that it's not supposed to even exist. He was doing 154, right? In his last fight, and 154 is not supposed to exist by their standards. It's supposed to be 147, 160, and then straight to 175. So they're going to pick and choose how they do this unless maybe it's just not for the belts. And when you're going for a belt, then you'll have to fight at one of the original weight classes.
Technically,
But
he was at 50, but I hear you.
oh, even worse. Thank you. Um, but yeah, but no, it's just I can't really complain. I'm being a little too negative about that. I gotta kind of chill. And yeah, my last thing because I'm gonna get off. I gotta get ready for work in a few. Shakur and Devin. I don't think we're gonna get this big money. I'm not gonna lie. You've been cooking for the past maybe for the past 2 months. I don't know what the fuck been going on, but you've been on your shit, man. Salute to you. It might be the mic, bro. It might be the mic.
Appreciate you.
But yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the fight now. This is probably just a little bit of marination. Now they're agreeing to some kind of weight. And Johnny, I don't know if you remember this. I've always said I'm more cool with the catch weight over hydration clauses. I've always been way more cool with that. I don't like limiting somebody's water intake. The only downside to that is Devin would be in a bit more of a fat camp. Obviously, he's never really like completely out of shape, but then you gotta cut those extra 3 pounds. You're gonna worry more about shedding off that weight and technical work, and Shakur is chilling. He'll probably gain a little bit of exercise, maybe off of some weights. I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do, but he can just work on more technical shit. And somebody else has to shed more weight. So that's why I always say that there's a balance. Yeah, somebody's gonna be the naturally bigger guy, but if I gotta shed down in weight, I'm worrying more about cutting weight and being in fat camp compared to you, and you can just polish up your skills. But I think that that's a very good fight that we wanted before. Uh, we might get. I don't know what's gonna go on with Keyshawn because he's talking shit about Brian Norman. Yeah, he's talking about this nigga's trash. So I don't know if he's trying to get into that fight. Him versus Dev. I have Devin. I'm that confident Devin beats him. I think Keyshawn's a great fighter. He has very good body work, but he just hasn't fought anybody on that level of Dev yet. Just to be real, it's shit's not gonna be that sweet. He's not gonna fight him the same way Jermaine Ortiz did. It's not gonna go that way. I can just tell he's way too safe of a boxer. Dev has been in these situations before, and I'm at the point I used to doubt him too, and I'm just like, all right, I'm not gonna doubt him anymore. What's that?
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's just very hard for me to like we did this shit with Norman. We were doubting him. I just do want him to get that lick back with Ryan. That's the one thing I'll agree with. I really think he needs that because nobody's ever gonna get that out their head. You know what I'm saying? I really want them to get that fight out the way. I don't know when, but yeah, I think he beats Keyshawn. Keyshawn, I would like to see him fight Norman. If we get Shakur and Dev somehow next, I'm cool with it. If it's at 144, that's fine. But I think, Shakur should just fight the motherfucker at 147, get full credit, because there's always, fans are always gonna pick like, oh yeah, but still he had to make him drop down in weight. Don't lose that leverage. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's really it that I gotta say. I'm thinking, I'm assuming tomorrow you're gonna do the Bam show. Shout outs to Bam. Uh, yeah, I see a masterclass performance coming up, and then he's calling out Takuma. I think that's how you say his name. He's calling out Inoue's brother. That's
Yep.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'll probably talk about that tomorrow, but yeah, that's really it. I'll keep tuning in. Shout out to everybody on the panel. That's really it. Salute.
Salute.
Malcolm. One thing I do want to clarify though, Malcolm, before you split, when I said resistance with Berlanga, I was more talking about punch resistance, because you remember he's coming off of a brutal knockout. So I think that this kid can punch good enough for us to be able to say this may be a good test as far as punch resistance, because we know these dudes are going to scrap. So that's
Correct.
what I was really, really talking about when I talked about resistance. I was talking about punch resistance, but that's
can I say a few things, Johnny?
Yeah, absolutely. You let Malcolm cook, man. It was good for.
Oh, everything's good. What's going on, John? What's up? Big money. What's going on, brother? Panel. I think the Hitchins fight is a good fight. I think they put him in there with him because a lot of people thought that Hitchison lost against Lemos, that pressure and that aggression. So Zuffa is real smart. So they're going to throw him in there with somebody that's going to provide that level of pressure and punches, right? And I think it was really solely based on how he handled the Lemos fight, or Lima, whatever, Lemos. And some people thought Richardson Hitchison lost that fight. So I think that fight is a decent fight, especially just kind of, signing on to Zuffa. I agree with you as well with the punch resistance with Berlanga. So we'll be able to see that as well in that fight. So that fight is just it's a good gauging fight, so we can kind of see where he's at punch resistance wise.
It's a good comeback.
It's a very good comeback fight
against a guy that most people feel he should beat, but does present,
there you go,
that type of challenge.
Exactly.
That I believe that he needs in a good comeback fight a year later after a knockout loss.
I agree with you. So,
Link is back on, Vega. I'll put it back in. I'm sorry. Go ahead. They were asking.
As far as the Devin and Shakur fight, my issue is that when everyone talks about that fight, they only speak about the challenge for Dev to meet at 144, but no one talks about the challenge of the fighter who has never fought at that particular weight at all, willing to go up to that weight to meet, in the middle. So both fighters are challenging themselves, or both fighters it's a challenge. It's kind of interesting how everybody only speaks of Dev and him, potentially willing to drop 3 pounds to come and meet at 144. But no one talks about the smaller fighter willing to say, hey, we can do the fight. We meet at 144. I'll do it. No one talks about the difficulties of that. No one talks about the fact that Shakur Stevenson, he is a 4-time champion, 4 different weight divisions champ. And he essentially had one fight at 140, and everybody wants him to go to his 5th weight division. But no one talks about how many fighters in history has gone through multiple weight divisions in the amount of time that Shakur Stevenson has. Even some of the greats that we know, it took them time to be able to move across 4 and 5 weight divisions. So, the reality is that Shakur Stevenson has always stated what he's willing to do as it relates to Devin Haney. The problem is that I think people act like because of his statements about Conor Benn, they're using that statement and say, well, if you can do it for Conor Benn, you should be able to do it for everybody. It doesn't work that way, because guess what? When Bud Crawford beat Canelo, what was people saying after? Well, he can go up and fight David Benavidez. I mean, it's just 172. I mean, people were upset because they were like, well, yeah, he's scared of Benavidez, and with Benavidez. No, listen, Bud Crawford understood the assignment, and that's what it was. He didn't say that he was going to beat everybody at 168. He didn't say he's going to campaign there. He went and he fought at that time who was the best at 168. So I think it's just a little bit disingenuous of others, man, to be able to take that position rather than commending both fighters and stop assuming that we are in their bodies. I just think it's annoying. We don't know their true weights. We don't know what they hydrate to. I mean, it's a catch weight, guys. Some of the greatest fights in histories were done at catch weights too. You know what I mean? Pacquiao fought I think, was it Marquez at catch weight? Mayweather and Canelo, one of the biggest fights, that was at a catch weight. So the bottom line is that catch weights do exist. So I'm okay with catch weights. I'm not a fan of rehydration clauses, So I don't see what the problem is if both fighters are willing to make concessions. Okay, I fight at 140, you fight at 147. You want the fight? Because Shakur's not walking around begging for the fight. Let's make this clear. Devin Haney can go fight Keyshawn Davis right now. So the fact that Devin Haney is knocking on Shakur Stevenson's door left and right, okay, after the dude said, listen, I'm not fighting at 147. If you want the fight, it's 144. What is the problem with that? What's the problem with that? How is Shakur a duck? You know what I mean? Shakur Stevenson, Bud Crawford is Bud Crawford. I don't care what Bud Crawford did. That was Bud Crawford's journey. That was his trajectory. That has nothing to do with Shakur Stevenson. So why are we trying to hold Shakur Stevenson to the path of Bud Crawford? No. You know what I mean? And look how long it took Bud Crawford to actually do what he's done, going up to another weight division. He didn't do that in the time frame that Shakur Stevenson is moving through these weight divisions. So, I actually would prefer to fight him to fight Keyshawn Davis, to be honest. And the reason why is because, hey, if losing the weight is a problem, just fight at your weight class. There's somebody right there that is willing to fight you. Why not fight him? And why does it have to be a package deal? Go fight Keyshawn Davis. Call it a day. You haven't fought in a while. That's a valid fight, and that's it. What's the issue? That's my take.
Okay, I got you. All valid questions again that need to be answered. So we'll see how this shit goes, man. We'll see how that shit goes. I think the biggest criticism was Shakur. Again, Mike alluded to that. It's public perception, right? You say you want to move up to fight one guy and it's not a problem, but then you're putting a catchweight stipulation on another guy that fights in the same division.
Yeah, because not all fighters are the same.
That's really what it is. No, I'm just saying. But that's what I believe is.
Yeah, but to me, I think that is also not looking at things from a realistic, logical standpoint. I mean, fighters do this all day long. I mean, David Benavidez went and fought Zerto instead of fighting the best at cruiserweight. Whoopie-doo. You know what I mean? I had my issues about it, but at the end of the day, fighters do this all the time. Fighters pick and choose who they feel is easy food. And when he talked about fighting Conor Ben, his last statements about that was that whatever concessions or restrictions you put on, the fighter he fought, which I forgot his name, I'm talking about. He's like, no, give me that same. I'll do the same with you. Give me that same. What's wrong with that?
No, I'm not saying I disagree with you.
No, I know. I feel you.
No, I'm not. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I know. It's just a question to Mike or whoever was that. Like, yeah. It's like I don't understand is if one fighter is having a conversation about one particular fighter, why can't we just deal with that? Why do we have to take that now and be like, well, since you said that about that fighter, that means that you're willing to do that? No, he said what he's willing to do as it relates to Devin Haney. It's a catch weight. He never fought at 147. Why do we as fans he just want a belt at 140? So we just want to be like, okay, since you want a belt at 140 now, go to 147 and fight. That don't even make any sense. Like, it's just unrealistic. The dude just fought. It's unrealistic. Like, but we put that on him, and I don't understand why. Like, let
Because he says
fighters
he's the
grow.
best. That's my opinion. I mean, based on what you're saying, but we expected of Nui. We expected of every fighter. We wanted of Bam. I mean, I said Bam needs to start doing what Shakur's doing. Tell Nui meet at a catch weight. No rehydration. Like, start playing the A side B side game. This is what we ask fighters to do. I mean, wrong or right it's us as fans we want to see. I don't want to see a catch weight. It puts an asterisk on things.
How does a catch weight put an asterisk on things when both fighters are in two separate weight divisions, and one fighter only had one fight at a weight division that he's just conquered or just fought at and won a belt? You know, whereas the other fighter,
he wants to be the champion, just without names. Like, take the names out of it. See, you want to use names because he's the name, but just take any fighter at 140 that wants to go fight Devin Haney. He can't be demanding those things. It's the names that are giving you these reasons when it doesn't work like that.
No. See, the fighter. So first of all, Shakur Stevenson isn't seeking a fight with Devin Haney. Devin Haney is the one promoting and penetrating and the one looking for the fight with Shakur. He's looking at a weight division under him and saying, I want to fight you, buddy. I want you. I want you. People are interviewing him and asking questions. Hey, would you fight? How would you like, so it's not a situation of, it's not like a Oshaki Foster who's at 130, who's looking up at Shakur and saying, look, I want to fight you. I'll come up to 140 and fight you. I agree with you. In that sense, yeah. Who are you to make any kind of stipulations? But it's the other way around. No one is questioning Devin Haney. Why won't you just clean the table at 147, sir? Why? Why won't you?
Well, I'm not going to do a bunch of mental gymnastics. I'm just, look, as a fan, this is what the fans want. They want to see these guys fight. Me as a fan, I don't want to see no stipulation. I want to see on the record 147 challenging for the title. That's what I want to see when I look back at history. I don't want to see the asterisk or he was weight drained or there was a rehydration clause.
Understood. So how does that fit in your world if I fight at a different weight division? So what you're telling me as a fan, just because you want to see the fight, you're not taking in consideration that maybe those fighters are fighting in two complete different weight divisions.
We see it all the time. Daring to be great. You jump up a weight class, maybe two. You lose, you go back down. It happened. It's normal. I mean, that's what we ask of these guys. That's what we want to see. We want to see Bam jump up 2 weight classes. We don't give a fuck about a rehydration clause stipulations. I'm going to say that's weak. I think he should, but those guys aren't getting into it. Why is this guy?
So basically, here's the thing. Bam is one of my favorite fighters. See, for me, I would rather see Bam actually ascend to that naturally. Because if I want to see the best fight the best, why should I rush Bam, who's on a course of developing to the point to where, so when he gets there, the fight is worth it. I don't want to see a Bam who got overzealous because the fans want to see him there so bad and he's not prepared. Like what? It's time, bro. Like patience.
I agree.
Bro.
I think Bam that would be the smart. But if you're a Nui, you say, nah, fuck that. You're gonna come up there when I tell you, because he's the name. That's where Bam's gonna get paid. He's not going to make any other money. His biggest bag is this Nui guy, and that's why he would do it, win, lose, or draw. But he can't play that game with rehydration and weight clauses. If Nui says, "Man, you want to make this 10 million? You're going to come to Japan. You're going to fight at my weight class for my titles, and that's how it is." And he either does it or doesn't. And if he does, he's an all-time great.
I'm agreeing with you. The only difference is that Inoue is not sitting there calling for a Bam fight, and Bam is not calling for an Inoue fight, because they're within their division and they're fighting and they're being the best in their division. And I don't know why is that hard for people to really process. Shakur is not begging for a Devin Haney fight. He's actually trying to accommodate the fans by saying, "Hey, listen, I'll give you guys the fight, but I can do it at this particular weight." You know what I mean? And I think that that's fair. Meet in the middle, because we fight in 2 different divisions. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, meet in the middle, and greatness goes in both directions. It's not all about the person. It's not one way. Oh, I'm at 147. You got to fight me here where I'm comfortable at. Well, no, I'm not comfortable at 147. I'm comfortable at 140. So come to 140. You're not going to do 140? Well, we meet in the middle, 144. I don't know if there's anything wrong with that, but I understand what you're saying.
Let me read this super chat. We got White Mike Bates with the 20 P's.
Straight cash, homie.
Appreciate you, Mike. He says, so you saying it's okay to fight one man at a certain weight, but you choose to fight another at a different weight? LOL. That makes no sense, and you can't make it make sense just because you all fighters aren't the same. Men are men. That might have been for four.
Yeah, that was for me. And like I've stated before, I mean, if we're going to sit here and act as if fighters don't look at all champions aren't the same, all fighters at the same weight, at different weight, they're not the same. You know what I mean? Like I said, Bud Crawford fought Canelo. He understood the mission. Just because he fought Canelo, it didn't mean that he was going to go and fight David Benavidez. Like but guess what? People were screaming for, oh yeah, you beat Canelo. Now go fight David Benavidez to really show that you're really, pound for pound and you're elite. I mean, it just never stops.
That's how it always is, bro. We always want more.
That's what we want to see. I mean, even if Ban were to go beat Inouye, it's not going to end. We're going to find he needs to go fight Tank Davis. That's what they were saying about Inouye.
We are never satisfied as boxing fans. You know the deal. Y'all know it. This ain't nothing new. What do I say all the time? You can't satisfy boxing fans, man. You damned if you do, damn.
Well, it's our God-given American right to hate. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, everybody's entitled to opinion. I mean, no, I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying.
I
mean it's
Johnny,
our privilege.
And Johnny, you know what's so crazy, Johnny?
What up?
Let me show you how crazy that kind of ideology is, right? So then, when the fighter tries to please the fan by putting themselves in a situation that they're not prepared for, a case in point is Brian Norman Jr. I don't care what no one say. Brian Norman Jr. was nowhere near prepared to fight a Devin Haney. I don't care about the knockouts against, to be honest, subpar competition. The dude never even proved that he was the best at 147, but somehow he was elevated and was labeled the best at 147. How are you the best at 147 when you didn't even fight the champions at the time at 147 to determine who is the best? But that's neither here nor there. Guess what happens? He gets beat. What were people saying? He wasn't ready. And that's the problem that I have when fighters are trying to rush because of money. Money and the desire for money, it literally doesn't give us all the time the best competition. I would rather see you ready so that as a fan, I get the most out of both fighters. Now, I will tell you this, though. I do believe a Brian Norman Jr. #2 fight against Devin Haney will be absolutely different than the first fight. 1,000%. I absolutely think it would be more competitive because now he has the experience. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so, no 444. I wanted to ask you specifically, but this would be for the panel or chat, whoever. Now, 444, you don't want to see this fight if it doesn't happen the way Shakur Stevenson wants it, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, of course not. No.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This is the question: is like, as a fan, I want to see the fight, and I'd hate to see the fight. Now, don't you want to see the fight for 4? You want to see the fight, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so as a fan, wouldn't you hate to see the fight go up in smoke because one guy wants a stipulation? Wouldn't that be just a bitch-made move, for lack of a better word, to see the fight go up and smoke? A fight we never get. We're never going to see this pound-for-pound matchup, an ATG versus a potential ATG, because of this stipulation.
Yeah, I think I agree. I would agree with you. Yes, I mean,
it would be a travesty, right? So
there's stipulations, bro. Does not mean stipulations are part of boxing.
This
is ridiculous.
What up,
yo? This is ridiculous because Shakur gets all this. He's getting all this criticism, right? About he can move up for this guy, not that guy, or down for this guy, not that guy. Hey, Devin Haney literally was at 140 pounds and said he could move back down to 135 for Tank.
Thank you.
You know, it's all the same shit, bro. Like, stop the bullshit. Y'all just choosing to pick because it's Shakur, you know. And somehow Nestor Gibbs has brainwashed the boxing community online.
Absolutely.
That Devin Haney is the biggest player in boxing, and every boxer has to bend to Devin's will, and you got to do what Devin says. No, man, that's bullshit.
It's never worked that way.
This guy's not Floyd Mayweather. Why are pretending? You know, never compare none of these guys to Floyd. None of them have done what Floyd does. None of them had the value that Floyd had. You know, so you can't even bring Floyd in these types of conversations when people be like, "Oh, look what Floyd did, this and that." No, bro, they're not stars on that level. And right now, these guys are pretty much on par with stardom. They're the same with fame. You know, so hey, you have to find a healthy middle ground, and the middle ground is 144 pounds. Now,
but that I'm the biggest Devin Haney hater there is, probably. I mean, I gave him the nickname. I called him Davina Hanky.
You're more of a hater than Alberto, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, look, I always say they earned it. Berlanga earned it, but anyway, this guy, look, I can't stand Devin Haney, but I want to see this fight. It's not like the guy's asking for anything unfair. Just fight at the natural weight class. Why would you ask for something that is unfair? What is Devin Haney asking for anything unfair? That's the thing. It's like, why would you be against?
Yes, you're asking a guy that's 2 fights removed from 130 pounds to go all the way to 147. Like, what the hell? Like, that's crazy.
We ask it all the time. We're asking.
But
mention Bam Rodriguez.
That doesn't mean that it's right.
It's right, exactly.
You know, like.
But it's not unright. You're making it seem like it's something unfair being asked.
So it's okay. The reality is this: it's all about negotiation, and
that's what I said. It's just a lot of mental gymnastics. I mean, you're trying to tell me a lot of reasons why not.
It's really not mental gymnastics, because when one fighter has already stated, "Here are my conditions," he's not going back and forth. He's saying the same thing over and over. 144, I'll fight. No rehydration clause. Catch weight.
And think about it like this, Frank. Devin was at 144 just a fight ago. You know, Shakur's the one that's actually going way above where he's been at. You know, it is what it is.
I get that, but it just bottom line, it just seems like telling some guys that who's a champion at 147, 144, no fight is a way to duck it.
I mean, like, the middle ground has been set. If you want the fight, take the fight. Shakur's got business elsewhere. Nobody's gonna.
Right, but you're making it seem like the middle ground is a fair thing, and it's like
it
you're
is
arguing
a fair
for something
thing because
it's not.
The guy
but you're making it seem like Devin Haney's being unfair by saying no, and I'm his biggest critic.
So,
but it's nothing. It's fair.
Frank, Devin's got every right. Devin's got every right to say no. Just stop bringing up Shakur in negotiations with fighting the Keyshawn. Fight Keyshawn at 147. You got a guy right there willing to do what you want. And he's willing to bend to your will. Quit talking about Shakur, Devin.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I can't believe I'm not arguing for Devin Haney, but I can't believe I'm almost on his side. No, you guys are making it seem like it's between the fighters. No, us, the fans, we want to see this fight. I want to see the fight, and I can't understand why you guys want a barrier. It is completely unfair.
The difference is this: you want to see the fight regardless of if the fight is not going to be the fighters aren't going to be at their best. I don't want to see the fight at the cost of a fighter not being at their best.
But is Shakur top 3 pound for pound? You're asking Bam Rodriguez to do this. And I would be remiss if I would ever come here as a Bam Rodriguez fan and say, "Oh, no way, man. He shouldn't do that. He needs to have the catch weight." I say, man, if that's what he wants, he feels he's an all-time great. I hype him up. Then he needs to go fight a Nui. I would never be a boxing fan to argue against that. That's insane.
Frank, let's be real, dude. We've had many professional coaches come on here and say Bam is not ready. Bam needs to wait. Bam needs to go through multiple weight classes before he gets to Nui. There multiple professional coaches said Bam needs to wait. He needs to wait, put on the weight right, move up right. He's not ready for Nui yet. And that's one of the stipulations why people think that fight will never happen, because by the time Bam's ready, Nui's going to be ready to retire. I mean, the man's 35 years old already?
He's probably 34.
So I mean, so yes, people have said it, and come on, man. We all know fans are ignorant, bro, and we're blindly devoted to some fighters. You know, so you think because your fighter's a good fighter, he's gonna go up 5 weight classes just because you want him to. You know that? I mean, it doesn't work like that, man.
It doesn't.
It just doesn't.
And to be fair,
in this instance, they're
go
one
ahead.
weight class away. Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, they were in the same weight class, and they're one weight class. Separating them, and eventually he'll go up there.
Remember,
We've seen
Shakur was campaigning at both weight classes. He was at 135 and he was at 140. The WBC stripped Shakur of his 135 belt. He was going to go back to 135 and campaign there as well, right? The reality is that he only fought one time at 140. So I don't think it's unreasonable if fans want Shakur to fight Devin Haney. There has to be a meeting ground. The same way there was a meeting ground between Crawford and Spence. They both came to a reasonable understanding and they made the fight happen. It goes both ways. Don't one person control the cards. Devin Haney is not that. That's why he's begging for.
But that's what I'm saying. He's not controlling the cards like he's asking them to do something unfairly.
Hey guys, I don't mean to change the subject, but I came on here to talk about the Crown Prince of Boxing.
You gotta change it because you
Edgar Berlanga. You know, because Edgar Berlanga is coming back. You know, and I'm excited to see the Crown Prince of Boxing back, the Puerto Rican Prince, the Puerto Rican assassin, the man that put NY on his back before Bunsen was a thing, you know, and made NY famous again. It is what it is, big money. You were jamming the reggaeton, you know. Long live Berlanga, you know. Stop playing yourself, you know. But yeah, man. Hey, I want to see that bum Pacheco. He's been talking all that hot shit about pressure fighters are easy, Mexican style is easy. He you know, American Chicanos are better fighters than Mexican pressure fighters. Hey, dude, we got 2 pressure fighters right there waiting for you, man. Munguia and Lester Martinez. One may not be Mexican, but he sure fights like a fucking Mexican. And bring your sorry ass over here. Get your sorry ass stopped. You've been running your mouth too long. I used to be a Pacheco guy, but this kid is drinking his own Kool-Aid. He's on like his 6th trainer, you know. Hey, you're on like 6 trainers by now. You're the problem, my guy, not the trainers, you know. So, hey, bro, this guy needs to get in the ring. I know he's got a fight coming up. Hopefully it's somebody of some worth, because he's been regressing, not progressing. And if he keeps on fighting those fighters, his ass is going to get stopped. Mr. Way Better Boxers. And it is what it is. On the Pacheco hate, it is valid. It is. And money, I am with you 100%. Alberto's probably turning in his blankets right now. You know. and earlier, you know, it's summertime. So the boy is up because there ain't no school. So he's wilding right now. And I wanted to get on to correct the guy. But, you know, Alberto's smart. He goes on early when he knows me and Treese can't check him because we're busy. He runs his mouth for 2 hours. You know, and then once we get on, he's out. You know, he's smart. He's a smart kid, you know. He knows how to play the game. You know.
He's picking and choosing.
He's picking and choosing. He's doing like the man he hates, you know. But yeah, man, this is crazy work. You know, we got Hitchins coming up. We got Berlanga. Who they fighting? Who knows?
What do you think about Hitchins, man? This dude,
man, I don't know, man, because rumor he was fighting, and I hate to bring him up again. It's just that this guy somehow has become, you know, thanks to certain people, you know, he's been in every fight, quote unquote. You know, he was supposed to fight the guy that has $100 million deal with ZUFFA. That guy, I don't even want to say it because, you know, it's not worth it. But he's supposed to fight that guy. But who's he fighting now? I don't know. I haven't even looked into it that deep. I just heard they're coming back. I'm excited to see Berlanga. Maybe he could right the ship. He does have power. He does still have potential. The jab was looking nice. I'm always going to stick to that. The jab was looking nice. Why he decided to brawl is beyond me. He was doing good with that fucking jab. He could have worked that stick the whole fucking night, frustrated Shiraz, and probably fucking knocked him out in the later rounds. But no, he decided he was Mexican. Puerto Ricans ain't built like that. They ain't got the chin. You know, they go night night. It is what it is. You know, be careful, Johnny. Don't hit nothing with that chin. You'll fall asleep. You know, don't slow down, champ. Slow down. I saw the mind roll in the back of your head, but nah, man. You know, they ain't built like that. Money, you know, it is what it is, man. That Mexican chin is a special thing, brother.
Shit,
you know,
it really is.
You were on a
You
good
know?
roll until you started talking
Really
shit
is.
right now, man. Go wipe
But
your
you
mouth.
know, long live Botas. You know, the real Mexican monster. We're taking care of that youngin. Even though I like the youngin, but the youngins, you know, got to cash him out early. He'll rebuild. He'll get on his Canelo. You know, at 160, 168. They'll be dead divisions. He'll collect all the belts, and you know, he'll seem like he's Thanos in like 4 or 5 years, and everybody be forget that he lost 2 boots. You know, but yeah, man. I got a lot of hate for y'all, quality hate, unlike other people just come here with blind hate just to shit on Berlanga, you know. But hey, salute to Vega in the chat because, you know, he hates all these, he hates the Devin haters because he hates drug cheats. But like Regis Progress said, everybody's on something. They just ain't been caught yet, you know. Hey, Money, so I wanted to get into what you would about the when you're going about the finances over boxing and the problems with old school boxing, and you're right, man. Boxing always been top heavy. You know, the stars get all the money, then they trickle the money down to whoever's on the undercard, and what Dana White is doing is he's fixing that. So the undercard are actually getting decent money where they could be a boxer full time. You know, no, they're not rich, they're not getting millions, but they're getting enough to be a boxer full time, which many young fighters don't have that opportunity till they finally get one big fight. And that's, man, 10 years into a career sometimes, you know?
Right.
So for anybody to shit on the Zuffa way is crazy to me because they're actually giving young fighters the opportunity to be a real professional, not a guy that's a mechanic, you know, during the week and he boxes on the weekend. You know, a real professional sport where you do your sport 24/7 every day. And if you fuck up, it's on you not being dedicated to the sport, not because you had to go take care of the 3 kids or you had to go to a late night shift, you know, this week because you needed overtime. So if you're mad about that, I don't know what the fuck you're pushing in this sport, you know, because that is the way and that's the future.
And H-Town, you know, equipment costs money. Your trainer costs money. That gym fee costs money. And, you know, like you said, you got the kids, you got the ex-wife, you got the wife, you know, you got all the bills. It's a lot to take on and expect to be able to perform at the highest level when you finally get a shot. So I'm with you, bro.
Salute.
Trini.
What up, Trini? Hey, I heard Wim Bain Yama was over there in New York City. You know, he was in Gotham City. You know, Bane, you know, he was born in the darkness. He didn't see the light till he was a grown man. You know, that shit didn't affect him. They're screaming, they're yelling. He's in the park drawing with his sister like a true villain. You know, don't let Wim Bane Yama.
Too bad he's not a Rocket. Now let me cook.
It's all right,
Too
dog.
bad he's not a Houston Rocket.
Texas, baby.
Let me cook. One thing about when you're growing up Puerto Rican, and your little nephew could attest to this. By the time he's 9, he's going to be super skilled at weaving chancletas. And that's what Boots is right now. He's really chancletas. You know what I mean? Every Puerto Rican, by the time they're 9, 10 years old, we master that skill. You know, our moms be throwing them shits at us. We finesse those. We can't really block because then Pop comes see you. If you block it, you got to weave it. So, you know what I mean? That's a skill that's been embedded in that kid since he was 9 years old. Moving on. Berlanga.
Hey, yo, let me cut you off real quick. Speaking of that little Puerto Rican punk, you know, my nephew, he's on. Congratulations to him. He's got his first.
Hold on. Let me get
Hold on.
Ain't nobody named Damien could be a punk. Like, what are you talking about?
Nah, let me give you some information first, Trini, man. You know that's your nephew, dog. He's your people. Puerto Rican. He's on his first serious little girlfriend. And he's bugging out already, Trini. That Puerto Rican coming out of him. He wanna tell the girl, go to Target, get whatever you want. It's on me. You my girl. Do what you want. He got the three cuts in his eyebrow right now. He got the design in the back of his hair. He got the little Jerry curl going up top, bro. He wilding right now, dog. He's seriously
You know what
wilding.
it is, man? You know what it is? It's easy sharking, man. It's always a fleca there with a Puerto Rican in their ear, spitting the nastiest shit when they're listening to that reggaeton. So when they see that Puerto Rican in person, they've been lusting their whole life. So it's easy sharking when we out of town. But back to Berlanga, man, the king of New York, man. This fight could get him back there. It's a great fight, like you said, Johnny, for a comeback fight after a loss like that. I need him to get that win, man. That's a great name, a great New York fight for my man Lester Martinez, man. Get his name out there. That's a good scrap I like to see. Even the Shiraz rematch, man. I'm good with that as well. If he locks in with Coach Mark, he has a shot at anybody at 168. He's always got that pedigree in him if he locks in. I just hope it ain't too many reshoots for that baby mama video, because I could take a lot out that training camp. Hitchins, it's a great fight, man, because they was talking that dog. What would y'all compare? You say the guy had a style similar to Duarte Salas?
I don't know if we mentioned Duarte, but
Would you say that style is similar though to Duarte's style?
Typical come forward Mexican style.
Yeah, so it's a decent fight, with all that, the backlash he got from saying that he was running from Duarte. I mean, that style was good for David, because a lot of pressure fighting in your hometown too. So we gotta take that into consideration. And I do like the Dev Hitchins fight better. A lot of this Dev with the calling out and David with the calling out the smaller fighters. David, the name is David, man. Go after that guy. Y'all got a lot of work to do in your own weight, man. And you too, Shakur. I want to see Shakur versus your man Antoine Russell. I want to see Shakur Duarte. There's fights. Shakur Mercado, Tito Mercado. There's fights down there. Entertaining fights. Mix them up. Put them in the.
Damn.
What the hell just happened?
Packed himself up. What happened?
Packed himself up because that shit wasn't me. I think he's back there now. Trini, you back?
Damn, I got off.
Yeah,
you was off, bro.
Pack yourself up.
Now the phone's in the cut. I don't even know what happened. Boxing guys, I was talking shit.
Shit, what happened to H-Town?
Oh, you weren't talking shit.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the boxing guys. But yeah, man, I like the fight for the New York debut. I like it, man, for them to come back to New York with that. It's all right. There's good fights for them in those weight divisions. I just don't like Dev should be, I wanted Dev Brody. That's what I want to see. I want to see that unification fight. I want Keyshawn B. Norman. That's the quickest route to the Dev back is to fight Norman. Try to outshine Dev. You know what I'm saying? Try to get that done. That's a great fight. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got for now, though. I'm gonna keep tuning in though.
Salute, Trini.
Rolly Norman?
Huh? I'm sorry?
You said Rolly Norman, Trini?
No. I like Keyshawn.
Oh, okay.
Keyshawn Rolly. I mean Keyshawn Norman, because I think that's the quickest. That'll have everybody demanding that fight. Depending on how you do against Norman. I got Norman beating Keyshawn at 147 though, but that's a different story. I like to see that fight. That's a great name for him. But I actually want him to go the IBF route. Let these other guys, all the stars go at it at 147 and circle back around. Y'all stay up though.
All right, man. Peace.
My man, salute, man. He reeled us back in, man. Well, H-Town did too. H-Town was cooking until he started shitting on the Puerto Ricans. Then his call went down the tubes.
What happened to H-Town?
Once he started killing the chin, that the call went yeah.
You packed him?
That shit nah, I ain't pack him up.
Oh.
You funny.
That call went down in flames. Went down in flames.
He gone, bro.
He left. I don't know what happened. Trini scared him away. Trini scared him away, man.
I would like to see Brian Norman Jr. go grab a belt, get another title fight, and go grab a belt. I don't want him fighting Keyshawn right now.
Who do you want him to get the belt from?
You talking about the Rolly route?
Yeah. Like, go become a champion again real quick. That's what I would prefer. And another thing too, a lot of people, they would like to believe that Dev is miles away from Keyshawn. Let me just be honest. Even though Dev got 30-something fights, a lot of them fights that he's had, he fought against opponents that had losing records. Okay, so I don't even include a lot of some of those fights. Like I think Keyshawn is at 15 fights in, or 15 or 16 fights in. So for me, there's about 8 or 9 fights that Dev had that these opponents were just, I mean, you're talking about 20 losses, 19 losses.
You said he got 9. Devin has 9 fights.
No. Devin has a few fights within his 30 fights where the opponents had these crazy losses, right? So
how many?
I'm saying, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
How many?
I
started out saying he has 9 fights.
No,
where his opponents lost 20 times a piece.
Well, no. Let me correct myself. What I meant to say is that he has quite a few fights that the opponents have these crazy losing records. And the point I'm trying to make though is that I don't include those fights within his 30 win record or whatever, how many fights he had. So what I'm saying is that he's had about, in my opinion, about 20 solid fights in my mind, like 20 solid fights, 20 worthy opponents that I could literally say, okay, cool, in my opinion, so
there's no experience that he gains from fighting guys that are not, in your opinion, quality?
I mean, you know how many guys fight those type of guys early part of their career?
Agreed. I'm agreeing with you guys. Yeah. You're saying with that you said, is there any experience to gain from that?
I'm asking if you think there's any experience to gain from
Not
that,
really. When you're fighting subpar competition, competition that these are just record building competition, I don't view it as like record breaking experience. Honestly, the experience is going to come from the fighters that are going to challenge you.
Does it have to be record breaking? No, can it just be experience? Can't there be any value in just having an experience?
Nah, me personally, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you're fighting opponents that's not pushing you, then the experience that you're gaining is not the type of experience that you're going to need that is going to put you at an elite level.
How do you know until you get in there, though, champ?
Say it again.
How do you know until you get in there, though?
If you're fighting a fighter who has 20 losses, okay, what does that fighter have to teach? That fighter is there to just build your record. They're not there to pull anything out of you. There's no testing.
444. You're talking about we talking about Devin Haney, right?
Yes, I'm talking about Devin
Haney. I gotta check myself. The guy that you're talking about that he fought with 20 losses was in 2017.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is what I'm not talking about. Like, are you really questioning Devin Haney's resume?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the early part of his resume, he was fighting fighters to pretty much build his cachet, to build his record.
How many fighters? Most fighters are going to fight fighters of that caliber to build their record. This is nothing new.
Okay, so let's compare it to Keyshawn Davis, right? Keyshawn Davis came out of the Olympics. He was a silver medalist. You look at Keyshawn Davis fights, all of his fighters that he fought, these were fighters that he was put in there with that was challenging him. Good fighters, not fighters to build his record.
Who?
Look at his resume. All of his fighters that he came in the game.
I'm just saying though, because if you're gonna compare 15 fights, I'm gonna sit there and tell you that not all of those 15 fights were better than probably 15 of Devin Haney's opposition in 30 fights.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Let me just I believe in quality over quantity. I believe Keyshawn Davis beats everybody on Devin Haney's record with excluding Lomachenko and excluding Kambosos.
So he beats Brian Norman Jr.
Absolutely, 1000%.
He beats Ryan Garcia.
Absolutely, 1,000%.
He beats Jorge Linares.
1,000%.
Wow.
Because I believe in quality over quantity.
We're gonna agree to disagree there.
Hey,
I believe in.
444, they want to know if you a fighter, bro.
They want me to pack you up.
Look, once again, I believe in quality over quantity.
You not gonna answer them? They want to know.
Is he trying to get packed up on purpose?
Now
they want to know. They asking, is he a fighter? People are genuinely asking if he's a fighter.
Yes. I fought, of course.
This is interesting.
I fought, of course, but like I say, I'm talking about quality over quantity, and people get caught up on the numbers.
Exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking
about. So what
I'm
saying is this: even though Keyshawn Davis has 15 fights, the quality of fighters he fought in those 15 fights are a lot more competitive than a good amount of fighters on Devin Haney's resume. That's what I'm saying.
444. This is way more. We got a way more interesting conversation here. We want to know how many fights you had and when was you fighting? Was this amateur or pro experience? They want to know in the chat, bro. That's why I'm asking.
You said they want to know in the chat. Well,
the chat is asking if you fought before and how many fights have you had. So let's talk about it.
Total of 10.
Amateur or professional?
Amateur.
So, all right. Are you fighting at Border Wars anytime soon?
I was actually thinking about getting into that.
Oh shit!
Interesting. Do you call TBV?
I've called TBV a few times, but not often. It's a little bit kind of frustrating.
Is it by 444? Or you call under something else?
Something else.
Because I kind of remember hearing a call that's by someone that sounds like you. But it wasn't 444. Name. Was it a regular name?
No, it's a Japanese name.
That was him. That was definitely him. Because I was like, damn, that shit sound like 444.
444. They fascinated, man.
You said they fascinated?
They want to know your record, 444.
It wasn't that long ago either. It was like 2 weeks ago or something.
I haven't lost. If anyone wants to know, so I'm a mixed martial. I'm a fan of fighting. I'm a mixed martial artist. But that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is that I understand the game of fighting.
Bro. Hold up. You a mixed martial artist, but you had 10 fights in a boxing ring, and you had 10 wins, no losses. Amateur,
no losses. No losses, sir.
Any accolades? Did you fight in like a Golden Gloves or anything? Like
no,
that?
No.
Just 10
no,
wins.
No, actually. So basically, you see Border Wars. So when I'm actually preparing to potentially enter Border Wars, I just kind of seeing what the landscape is because it's been a little minute. It's been a little minute for me. So I would actually be kind of returning and getting back into and I thought about using it just to kind of get myself back into rhythm with some stuff. So I mean, it is what it is. But I'm just saying, combat sports. Period. I've always been involved in. But that's neither here nor there. I mean,
hold up, you Orthodox or you lefty?
I'm Orthodox.
Listen. First off, salute, bro. You had 10 wins in the amateurs. Not everybody could say that. There are people that go into amateurs, fight once or twice, get packed up. So salute to you that you did that. You know what I'm saying?
No, for sure.
How old are you? How old are you? You don't mind.
How old am I right now?
If you want to compete at Border Wars, you're gonna have to reveal your age.
Well, I'm 47.
I'm 47.
Oh, okay.
He in Masters. He'll pack round one up.
Yeah, I'll pack round one up for sure.
And what weight class would you be fighting around? Well, you loving this shit, Big Money. What weight class would you be fighting at if you were to fight?
So right now, I'm thinking like 150. Like I'm way like I'm about 165 right now.
Okay.
But I'm 5'7", so you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
I'm not the tallest guy, so but I'll definitely pack round one up though for sure.
Shit. Talk to him.
For sure.
Listen, Johnny, we got a fighter on the panel. We gotta show him the due respect, man. That man's opinion matters. Man's opinion matters because he talking boxing and he's been in the ring. Like a lot of these motherfuckers ain't been in the fucking ring. He been in the ring. So we gotta respect his
not
opinion.
only have I been in ring. See, I started out in pretty much street brawling, right? Like street fights. Like, you see the whole backyard stuff. I started out doing that.
Or Hey Masvidal type shit.
To be very honest. So for me, I'm coming from that kind of background.
Any of that on YouTube?
Nah, bro, I'm not into social media or any of that stuff. I
was asking if any of your fights were on YouTube, like some of the street fights.
No. This was back then, man. What's funny enough though is that technology back then, it just wasn't what it is today. And if I had known that things were going to be what it is today, then it would have been something that would have been, great to kind of capture. But I was just never into it at all. Right. So it's just one of those things, I think about that sometimes, but it's all good.
So what made you jump from the martial arts and go to the ring? Or was that the journey?
So because I was a deep fan of Bruce Lee. And one of Bruce Lee studied all forms of combat, and one of his favorite fighters was Muhammad Ali. So he would study Muhammad Ali or American boxing to incorporate the American boxing style into his, Jeet Kune Do, right? So, so it was just a part of the process because I was a martial artist initially. So it's like, that is what led me into the art of boxing. So then I got into I started to go through the different methodologies, the combat. So I got into wrestling, I got into boxing, I got into all of these different things to make myself a better martial artist.
Man, that is awesome, man. I like hearing your story, 444, man. I like that, man.
You just interviewed him. That's what's up.
Good morning, fellas, man. But that's real nice because he mentioned something. That's why Bruce Lee was studying him because, it's like he has like that. They call it Chinese boxing. Jeet Chinese boxing.
Correct.
Yeah, and a lot of guys still follow Jeet Kune Do. They like the style. You know what I'm saying?
Suleiman, what weight do you fight at, and how old are you?
Me, I weigh 194. I'm 57, man. I'm 10 years older than him.
You're too old, man.
Yeah.
Different weight class.
Different weight class. I gotta try to go a little more down, but healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Because I heard the other day that you say you was looking for a fight. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but I could box. I could box good. But the problem is that because of the age, they're not gonna want to match me with a younger guy.
No, they can't.
Now we gotta find you a Masters fight, bro.
Yeah,
for sure.
Y'all set those fights over here.
That's what it became, right?
I could box, man. Like the age is in the world class level in professional boxing is a big thing. But I guess a professional fighter. But you got some guys, man, that are my age. They go box. They got the jab. They're very slick. You know what I'm saying? Don't sleep on the old fellas, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Suleiman, I like your take on the Boots and Xander fight, Suleiman.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I really like Xander because Xander got the format to he's been doing the format that could beat a Boots, the boxing and moving. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's not afraid to just box, and he's not gonna let the crowd control him. And then Boots is not for nothing, but he's very overconfident right now, man. He's very overconfident because he never been in a ring with a guy like Xander, man. You know what I'm saying? And people think that because Xander's age, he hasn't developed. Xander took his time to get those championships. You know what I'm saying? And he fought good opposition. Like that guy, Jorge Garcia, was an IBO champ. That guy, he beat some good, credible dudes. And he had a chin. So he tagged him with 45% of his power punches. So he said, wait, I can't knock this guy out. So he went to plan B, started boxing and reset himself and won the fight. And he did it again with Abbas Barua. So being that those guys are chinny and they want you to stay in the pocket with them, they have good chins and they want you to stay in the pocket, he had to box. So that's what he's going to do with Boots. You can't be reckless with Boots. That's why Usman got caught in the first round. Usman is a real good fighter, but he was reckless. And Sergio Mora, the commentator, who's an ex-champion, was saying that the problem with Usman Lima is that he's very reckless. But I think the trainer fixed that because he became WBC international champion, which is a very credible minor belt in the WBC. So don't be surprised Usman Lima is fighting for a championship very soon.
Yeah, but Suleiman, you know that a month ago on Cigar Talk, and hell, even about a week ago on Ring Magazine, when they talked to Xander, he's been telling us how much Boots ain't really that good. So do you count that as being overconfident?
Okay, let's break down the resume. The
No.
first fight.
I'm
Okay,
asking
yeah,
about the
I
resume.
think
I'm
Xander
asking you
is
if
absolutely
he's
right.
overconfident.
I
when
think
he
he's
says Boots
absolutely
ain't
right.
good.
I think he's absolutely right. He has a lot of hype behind him. He's in the caliber of Xander. He's not that good. You know what I'm saying? But he's a
So
big
is that
name.
overconfidence?
No, let me explain to you why, right? Because look at Boots, right? Boots fought a guy when he unified. He fought a guy that was sitting on the sofa for a year and change. Because if he was trying to get fights, but the Virgil Ortiz fight didn't go through. That's Stanionis, right? And Stanionis got frustrated because it was his mistake. He let Boots and dictate the pace with a jab. And when he saw that Boots was jabbing his
Now
heart
we in
out,
the ring.
he couldn't do. So he lost his composure and went and started fighting like a Rocky Marciano style, right? And went out in the shoe and got knocked out. So he's not
He
going to be
didn't
able
get
to do
knocked
that
out,
with
bro.
Xander.
He didn't get knocked out.
He got TKO'd, right? He
No,
got stopped.
he quit on the stool.
Okay, but that's considered TKO, right? Well, retired, RTD, right? So what I'm saying is he got frustrated, right? His training, something was a flaw in the training, right? So now, after that being said, now let's take that to this fight. That's his greatest opposition, all right? He fought a bomb burner with Ruben Vija. That fight could have got either way. Ruben Vija was making mistakes, he was slipping punches. You saw a little head movement from Boots in that fight because Ruben Vija was throwing shots. He beat another guy, Black American fighter. He knocked him out. He became very overconfident. He's a unified champion. And then there was other opposition he could have fought at 147. He said he could still make the weight. He just has to move up in weight. And then this is my man, doesn't want to fight for the IBO, right? He doesn't want to pay the sanctioning fee. So my man, the belt is right now is still vacant, right? So he fights only for the WBA interim, right? So he beats Usman Lima because Usman Lima was reckless. Right, he threw a reckless shot. He tagged him with the left, but didn't cover up. And my man threw an avalanche of punches and knocked him out. Okay, so we have to be realistic, bro. They forget about the hype right now. He got a lot of hype behind. I know that he has a lot of hype behind, but compared to Xander, he's not in the same. In my opinion, he's not in the same league, bro. The young guy is stronger. He's acclimated to 154. He beat champions. Okay, he didn't get a normal contest against champions like Chris Van Heerden. He got with Chris Van Heerden. He beat Patrick Teixeira. You know what I'm saying? A credible champion. He beat him. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. I mean, Xander is on the level. He's staying in his lane. He's not showing overconfidence. But this guy's very overconfident, man.
So
And
just
that's
to be clear, Xander saying that Boots ain't that good in several interviews is not him being overconfident.
Okay. I think he's saying the truth. The guy is not that good. Okay, he fought a bomb burner with a guy from Venezuela who a scout picked up, and he didn't have the great experience. Ruben Vija with Rashidi Ellis. That was his greatest win. Right, that fight could have gone either way. To this day, people don't know how Rashidi got that loss. Right. Okay, so then he fights my man's. Right, he fought a bomb burner. If this guy would have tagged him with anything, he probably could have stopped him. He couldn't because he was using a lot of head movement, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like he's not that good, bro. And
can I say something, Suleiman?
Yes.
This is another example of quality over quantity. Boots Ennis has a lot of fights.
I'm still gonna get you for that, by the way. Maybe not tonight, because I pulled up the resumes. I'm gonna get you for.
And I got the caveat. I'm not finished yet with Boots. Okay. The other thing is right. Xander. Everybody wants to compare Xander that he's young and all this thing, but Xander is much better than Karen, right? And look what happened with Karen. Okay, I'm taking out the caveat right now. The best. Look at the two fights. This guy was supposed to stop Karen, and he had a problem in the first fight, and then the second fight he fought him too soon because he knocked out David Avanesian. Right? He was so overconfident. He took a 3-month training camp and fought after knocking out David Avanesian. He goes in the ring and fights Karen on the rematch, and he was flat because he has a lot of strength and conditioning in his training. So that's why Boots has to fight only at world level. He has to fight once or twice a year. He can't fight multiple fights anymore because the strength and conditioning needs time to heal. right? Like all these guys, like Floyd Scofield, all these guys, they look like bodybuilders. That's like you need a longer training camp, and you have to give yourself time to heal so you could perform in the ring better. Okay, so this guy,
what sort of strength and conditioning does Boots do in his camps? I'm curious.
Yo, the guy, he does a lot of body work. Oh, you could tell in his body, bro. Like you see how his body is, it's chiseled, bro, and he's crazy strong. So he needs more time to heal. And that fight, David Avenisse, he knocked out David Avenisse and fought 3 months later against Karen. So he looked flat, and then Karen was making him look like an average fighter. So imagine what Xander's gonna do to him. Imagine what Xander's gonna do to him, bro. Xander's a completely much better fighter in a higher weight class. They're fighting with different weight gloves. It's gonna be embarrassing, bro. He's gonna be so embarrassed. I hope he goes back and becomes
there was a difference in the gloves from 47.
Yeah, when you go to 147 to 154, it's a different glove. It's a different glove. A lot of guys, like this is what happened with Meldrick Taylor when he fought Terry Norris. He didn't know that. He found that out when he started fighting. Because he came in there very confident, Meldrick Taylor, and he got caught by Terry. Terry was landing shots on him. Terry was a monster puncher back then. So this is the kind of league that Xander's in. Xander's in that league, like that Terry Norris league.
You're saying that Xander Zayas punches like terrible Terry Norris.
Yo, Xander Zayas, he lands 45% of his power punches, bro. You guys, he's fighting high quality opposition, so they're gonna go the distance. I'll be with you in a second. Okay, so give me some time, brother. Give me a couple of minutes, okay?
No problem.
Suleiman. See, I wanted to get his take on Edgar, man. Fuck, y'all brought up Boots and Xander. We still got so much time left for that. Money, you doing that shit again.
Oh, I see you in the comments with your
why?
bullshit.
So it's okay for you to troll me all the time, and I can't.
Hey, we're not talking about that. That's a different topic. When I'm trolling you, is a different. When I'm trolling you, that's a whole different topic.
My man, frying you, kid.
Look, man. I guess. Listen, I'm fried chicken right now, bro.
444. Oh my God, I got something for you, man. Quality. Oh, I'm gonna try to do his.
Johnny, by the way, you know he's off the panel.
Quantity.
Remember the key word: quality over quantity.
Quality over quantity, because I got people on Keyshawn's resume that I want to throw at you, and I want you to tell me if you don't believe Devin Cook's day ass.
Oh, I believe Devin Cook. I believe Devin Cook's everybody on Keyshawn Davis' resume.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point I was making, though. The point.
I just reversed it.
No. The point I'm making is this.
Mm-hmm.
All of this talk about Keyshawn is not ready. That's what I'm saying. No, Keyshawn is absolutely ready for a Devin Haney. I'm not saying Keyshawn will win. I think it's a 50-50 fight.
Oh no.
That's all I'm saying that. I'm not. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I'm taking Dev in that.
Oh no, I'm taking Keyshawn. You tripping?
But that's okay for y'all to have your opinions. But I think 444's point is that he doesn't agree with people saying that Keyshawn isn't ready for that fight.
Yeah. No,
he agrees that he is. Now, listen.
Money.
Yeah,
I get
Let me get in here real quick, dog, because my little boy's still up, so he's running around. But I just couldn't. I couldn't take it, man. What the hell is Suleiman talking about? Muscle and look how big he is. Bro, Xander Zayas looks like he's in the WWE outside of camp. That just got muscle on top of muscle. Bro, does he know how big Xander is? Does he know that Sully's he's like 200 pounds out of camp of all muscle?
Okay, listen, man. Listen, this is professional boxing, brother. Guys, between camps, it depends how much time off. Suleiman, brother.
Xander is not fat outside of camp, bro. He's huge. Dude's a built.
I know, but he could cut.
You talking about weightlifting? What do you think he's just naturally that big without the weightlifting?
Okay, are we gonna be able to debate here, or you just gonna
No.
shout at
I
me?
mean, but
Okay, but let me say
your
something. Let
stance
me say
against
something.
Boots.
Okay,
Tell him one at a time.
at that weight class, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for the people listening, we had Jared Hurd. Jared Hurd who used to walk around heavyweight dimensions, and he could cut the weight and make the weight limit, and was very effective. The first guy to really beat down Erislandy Lavo was Jared Hurd. He had those dimensions. Xander's eyes is even smaller. Xander's eyes could walk around that weight, because he's eating good, he's eating healthy, and then he goes into a training camp and he loses the weight and makes the weight class. I could go right now if I was not working full time, and I'm an old man now, I'm 57. If I was doing a training camp like them, I could go down and make that weight. I'm weighing 194, I could make that weight. Okay, the extensive training that they're doing and the diet that they're following, you could cut down weight drastically, brother. You know what I'm saying? Let's be realistic. These are professional
So why
athletes,
can't
brother.
Boots do that?
Well, but that Boots is giving that excuse. Maybe he can, but the problem, the money's very lucrative, and he's also ducking guys, bro. He didn't want to fight a Mario Barrios. He didn't want to fight guys in 147 that would have toe tagged him. So he avoided. Plus, the money wasn't right.
Oh my!
He's looking. Yo, let's be real. Jovan Ennis is like all the other divas in boxing today. They want big money. Okay, so Jovan Ennis wants Terence Crawford kind of purses. They're not gonna fight a Mario Barrios. They're not gonna go in the ring with a hard Mexican guy that could box and move, that's equally big, that's aggressive and highly experienced. They're not gonna fight guys like that. Let's be real. Devin Haney's having that problem. Devin Haney doesn't want to fight guys. He wants big money and he wants to play the opponent. Like, why do you think Shakur didn't want to fight him? Shakur probably set up a deal that's gonna be like 55-45 now. But the reason guys don't want to fight Devon, because Devin wants to take 75-25. And people and his fathers, that's the way they work. They want to make big money and you pay 25%. That's why the fight didn't happen at
We all know
135.
Devon wants a lot of money. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
what. But let's be real. If you are a champion, like a 4-division champ like Shakur, don't you think that's insulting? Like, I'm a 4-division champ and I'm coming up in weight and I want to fight this guy, and this guy and his father are trying to play me like I'm a simp. They want to give me 25% of the purse.
Okay, look,
And,
Suleiman. I'm with you on the Devon thing, but we're talking about Xander and your
Okay, let's talk
statement.
about Xander. Okay,
We're
let's talk
talking about your statement how this fight is going to be so easy because
it's going to be easy. Okay,
because
first of
Boots
all,
is a muscle bound guy that's going to struggle in there. You know, because he lifts weights and he needs time to recover, and he won't be able to recover.
Okay.
I mean, you do see how
I'm
physically
gonna give you some
imposing
info. I'm gonna
Xander
give you some
is.
info right now. I'm gonna give you some info right now. Okay, don't interrupt me because I want to go in this info so you could get the info that you could see what I'm talking about. Right? Xander Zayas for Abbas Barua. Abbas Barua for Tellis. Tellis is a monster puncher. I want to show you the caliber of Abbas Barua. Abbas Barua became European champ before he became the champion for WBA. He got elevated. Okay, guys don't want to fight him because that's how good he was. Terence Crawford vacated the belt and he got elevated. Okay, and Xander went and boxed this guy. He even got hurt in the later rounds with this guy. And this guy, to tell you the truth, if Abbas would find Jerron, it will be a bomb burner. Jerron will have problems with it. It'll be another parent fight. I'm just trying to show you, Xander is that caliber. He's that dude,
I see what you're saying.
He
You
comes from
know,
a league of elite Puerto Rican fighters that are unified.
listen, Suleiman, calm down.
Okay. I'm just trying to explain to you because
you're having a Puerto Rican fighter overdose, my brother. Calm down. This is what I'm saying, man. I'm not saying the fight's going to be easy either way. I believe it's a 50-50 fight. I believe they're very close to each other in skill. You know, we're just going to see who is going to adapt to that weight class better now. Is Xander too big and been in that weight too long, and is he gonna gas out because he's made that weight cut too many times, or this weight is too much for Boots right now at 154 pounds? I mean, we don't know until we get in the ring. For people to think that it's gonna go just one way for either fighter is ridiculous. You know, and both guys are big guys, as muscular guys. Xander's not a fat kid. Xander is built like a goddamn wrestler. When you see him outside the camp, the kid looks like a superstar. You know, he's not fat. You know, so we won't know until that fight comes along. Yeah, I believe it's a truly 50-50 fight because, like I said, I'm with 4-4 with his quantity over quality assessment. Because if you go back, elite amateurs. And if you have a long amateur career,
Yeah, you would say
It's the
that.
same thing. It's the
You
same
would say
thing.
that.
It's the same thing as fighting guys that have 30 losses and they're only showing up to get the paycheck because they don't want to work the weekend. 20 hours. They'd rather go get in the ring for 4 or 5 minutes, get knocked out, and then get their little check. So yes, those people actually exist in boxing. So there is a lot of fighters that have empty resumes in the beginning of their career. But if you want to compare the last 15 fights that Devin's had to the last 15 fights, Keyshawn's 15 fights, then no, man, Keyshawn hasn't faced the quality opponents that Devin has right now. And for you to think, for you to think that oh man, Keyshawn's gonna run through Ryan, gonna run through a junior, it's crazy. Because Keyshawn himself said, "You see how fast Ryan is? You see how big he is? Hell no, I'm gonna need a couple calls on him if we fight." So come on, let's stop it, bro. Stop it. It's blind faith in Keyshawn all of a sudden because he's fighting or he wants to fight Devin. It's crazy because I didn't see this blind faith in Keyshawn before when he was whining out at his fights, acting crazy, missing weight. All of a sudden, everybody's got this blind faith in Keyshawn because he's fighting Devin.
I'm back. Okay. So the Keyshawn thing, we could talk about that too. I could give you some info about that too. Okay. The situation that you see how Bill Haney is very smart. You see how he negotiates things, right? And the way he talks, he's a talker, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I big kudos for that because he's trying to keep his son busy, but the kid is in the prime of his life and stuff is not happening, right? If he would if they wouldn't have been so monetized, the way of thinking, Devin Haney wouldn't have had that no contest on his resume. Okay, he would have fought Arnold Barbosa that night. You know what I'm saying? Because the guy was acting all crazy, so he could have fought Arnold Barbosa, get that out of the way, okay? And he would have a stellar record right now. I think Devin Haney would have been much more marketable. But because his father's so money hungry, like you could see it right now, like he's looking for big paydays. He didn't touch none of the contenders. He could have. Sugar Ray Leonard, one of the greatest pound for pound 147 pounders, was fighting contenders. He wasn't negotiating for 6 months to get big money fights. These guys are so monetized now. Not only, and then he tries to play his opponent. That this is what he did it to Shakur. He was going to try to do it. He's trying to do it again. That's why the fight's not taking place.
You have to understand right now the type of money these kids are getting. They don't need to fight 5 times a year, 6 times a year the way
we know that. We know that. We know that.
And it's sad to say that we wouldn't know what our heroes would have done if they got $10 million a fight.
Okay, we know that, but I'm gonna dwell on that, right? But you got other type of fighters. You got guys like Lupa Pintol, Mexican fighter. He was fighting 9 title fights. He got knocked out in title fights when he WBC champion at 122 and 118. Okay, and he was a 2-division champ. It's true, the money's like that, but you got desperation guys. You got guys that are not getting those big time fights, and they got to keep themselves active. They got to fight 9 title fights in between. They got to fight dudes. You know what I'm saying? But Devin Haney just happened to be a very lucky man. He has a great management team. He has a great dad that goes out of his way. But he's in a prime time of his life. He's wasting time. You know what I'm saying? So now, if I was him, make that fight, give the guy the concessions, make the fight happen. He wants to fight 144, make the 144. Fight the guy, get the fight. If the guy wants a little more money, give him the more money. Errol Spence did it. Errol Spence did it with Terence Crawford. You know why that fight took place with Terence Crawford and Errol Spence? Because Errol Spence gave him concessions. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson, Michael Spinks, he gave Michael Spinks concessions. Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Marvin Hagler gave Sugar Ray Leonard concessions. You know what I'm saying?
But we have to not be like just blind to the fact that Errol Spence had been pushed to the corner by the public and the boxing media that they wanted to see that fight. It's not like he just decided to consent to it. He really wanted to move to 54 already, but he couldn't leave without the point is, because nobody would let him leave.
He could have been a diva about it, like everybody else, like Floyd, like all these other divas, and not make the fight. Let me give you a sample. Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather beat Oscar De La Hoya in the first fight, right? He had a rematch clause with Oscar De La Hoya. What did he do, that diva? He's the king of the divas. What he did, he went into retirement. He waited for the contract to expire, then he came back. Okay, you know that, right? Right? This is why Oscar De La Hoya is the way he is.
Yeah,
He has
well, we
a
know
lot of hate from
that's
people
common
because you
knowledge
know
in
why?
boxing.
Because
But
during his
Suleiman,
professional
look,
career, he got played. Shane Mosley, in my opinion, he beat Shane Mosley in Trinidad. The 2 Shane Mosley fights, he beat Shane Mosley twice and beat Trinidad. He got robbed in those fights. Right? He got robbed in
and
those
a lot
fights.
of people feel
Right?
that too.
Okay.
But
So
Suleiman, look, but let's go back to the Spence and Bud thing. Man, arguably, Spence shouldn't even have took that fight. He should have just moved up to 54. You know, we already saw that
yeah,
he
he
was having
could
a
have been
hard
a
time
diva,
making the
but he
weight.
wanted to give the fans what
You
they
know,
wanted.
and
Okay.
there's a reason why Bud didn't keep his word and meet him at 54 for the rematch.
Okay. He
You know,
wanted to
he
give
told
the
him, "No, if
fans
you
what
want
he
the rematch, you got
wanted,
to go
and
back
also
down to
the
47."
social media hype.
So
Sir, respectfully, sir, the social media hype had a lot to do with it because there was guys of other boxing shows that they was doing segments, daily segments on Terence Crawford. Say Terence Crawford was flat-footed. Terence Crawford's resume sucked. They broke down his whole resume. So this guy's watching these shows like something was happening with Clarissa Shield now. She's too much into social media. So the hype is actually affecting them, and they think, "Wow, it's real." You know what I'm saying?
Name the
I'm
names,
being dude.
Suleiman. Name the names.
Oh, I don't want to mention the shows or nothing like that because I don't know if I'm allowed to do that here. But what I'm saying is that the
does it start with a 2 and end with a tone?
No. I'm talking about when Errol Spence was fighting. There was a guy called Fanan International. He was breaking down shows and saying how great Errol Spence was. That Errol Spence could box on his back foot and everything. And to tell you the truth,
he hates Bud,
the
though.
hype did affect Errol Spence, and Errol Spence was trying to bully Terence Crawford at the beginning, but he didn't know that Terence Crawford was a great boxer, and he was giving him side. He was pivoting. He was boxing, and he was. That he tried to bully Terence Crawford at the beginning. So his overconfidence, right? The hype affected Errol. That's why the fight took place because Errol said, "Wait a minute, I could box this dude. I'm knocking out these dudes." So that's what happened. But then
It was a lot of things. It wasn't only the hype, Suleiman. It was the weight
and I
cut,
don't got people behind
the
me.
preparation.
So when I say this stuff, you know what happened? People say this guy talks nonsense. I don't talk nonsense because if I had people giving me a 6-figure salary to talk this on your show, and I came in as a guest, then they'll be like, "Oh shit, this guy's brilliant." But the problem is, you also understand these are the things, the factors that count. Devin Haney could get away with all this stuff because Devin Haney has a DHP behind him and a lot of people, and Terry Turkey Al Sheik. So he could get away with stuff like that. But if he didn't have those people behind him, he couldn't do these power moves, right? Shakur Stevenson, he beat Tio. He made Tio look like a club fighter. Okay, he made Tio look like a club fighter. So what makes you think that he's gonna have problems with Devin Haney, man? Well, I don't see it. I think I'm gonna say something. A lot of people saying it's crazy, but this guy, they say he's big. Oh, Shakur is very big. You know, I call him Little Macho. Little Macho is very big. He speaks Puerto Rican too. You know, people don't know that, right? This guy
Is that
is very
Spanish? Is
big,
Puerto
right?
Rican?
But he's a Puerto Rican, Black American Puerto Rican, right? He comes from a mixed family, right? So this gentleman, right, could go up. In my opinion, they say he's so big. I want to see him do big power moves. I was him. I won't do the divas. I wouldn't even sign this fight with Devin Haney right now. I will go straight to 154, right? Fight Sebastian Fondora, make that fight happen, outclass him, keep him in the mid-center ring.
Oh no, my friend,
that guy is
my
slow,
friend,
bro. The skill
my
level
friend,
is low, bro. I think he
you've
could beat him,
jumped
bro.
off.
I
You're
think
on
he
a
could beat him.
Puerto
If
Rican
Oscar De La Hoya could do
Puerto
that, if
Rican
Oscar De La
boxer
Hoya
right
could
now.
do that, Oscar De La Hoya did it back in the day. Shane
Give this man
Mosley
a
did it back
standing
in the
8
day.
count, Johnny.
You see, you guys don't. You guys,
He's out on
okay,
his
see,
feet.
bro.
He was doing
Yo,
good.
Shane Mosley could do that. Oscar De La Hoya could do that. Manny Pacquiao could do that. But then my mans want to do that, and you guys are saying that I'm. See, this is what I'm talking about. In social media, you have to have backing behind you. Because if I said that and I have like millionaires backing me, they'll be like, "Oh wow, this guy's brilliant. This guy's smart. He should
No,
work for
I would
DHP."
say this guy's
Know
a
what I'm saying?
million.
Know
Whoever
what I'm
gave
saying?
this guy $1 million is a fool. That's what I would say.
Yo, guy, but
Suleiman, you're doing pretty good, man. So you said that
the whole society, this whole society, bro, is based on people to believe you. Who sponsors you, bro? Like for example, like you guys might say I'm not that smart and all this thing, but now if I got people behind me, you be saying I'm brilliant. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, right?
Everybody's got their opinion, but that opinion is crazy work.
Yeah, but I think I think he could go to 154 right now. Right now, it's Fondora. He's not that good, bro.
Yeah, but
he's limited.
Okay. Wait. Let me break Suleiman's head. Okay, since you think you could go to 154,
Yeah.
154 right now. Shakur
6 months
versus
training
Sanders
cap. 6
Science.
months training cap.
Versus Sanders Science. Who wins?
Okay, if he wins the WBC belt and goes to a unification, you're dealing with a guy that's a southpaw that could box, that is big. Everybody says it. Everybody says it. Every boxing analyst from social media, they say, oh, the kid is very big. He got big legs. He's big. Joe, Xander him will be compatible. Xander's going to have trouble with that southpaw style that he has, that defensive style. He's the guy in professional boxing that gets hit the least. In professional boxing today, Mr. Shakur Stevenson, Little Macho Stevenson, is the man that gets hit the least in professional boxing today. He has the best defense. And everybody complains because he doesn't like to get hit, right? Am I right or wrong, right? They say he's big,
wait
right?
1 second. Wait 1 second.
If he was fighting unified champion Xander Zayas, who is going to, most probably, in my opinion, is going to beat this man, okay? Almost 100% he's going to beat this guy. Once he beats this guy, his stock is going to go sky high. And if they make this fight, like Shakur goes up there and win, that's gonna be a mega fight. Devin Haney's gonna be so jealous. DHP's like he could leapfrog Devin Haney. He don't need Devin Haney, bro.
Yo,
he could
hold up, Suleiman.
He could make his own avenue, bro. He could make his own avenue.
Hold up, Suleiman.
Yes.
444. I need to know what you think of that take that Shakur can beat Fundora.
He could go to the lake of fire and not get burned. He's a god. He's walking the foot of He's walking the steps of Farad, bro. He's a god, bro. This is a god, bro. He's okay.
Hold on, Suleiman. 444, you there?
Man, I thought I was a big Shakur guy, man. But this
guy could walk the lake. He could go. His name is the Inferno. All he got to do is say, "Look, I could walk into the lake of fire and not get burned." He could use that as hype for the fight. He could go into the lake of fire of this guy, Inferno guy, this Sebastian Fundora, and beat him like he beat Tio. And then what's gonna happen? Devin's gonna be like, ooh, Devin should have been doing that. Devin should be doing power moves like that. But watch Shakur do it. Watch the little guy Shakur do it, and everybody's gonna be, oh, that's the man. Watch.
Break down that fight. Break down that fight real quick.
Break down the fight. The guy's slow. He's molasses, bro. He's hyped up. He beat a guy that didn't even know that he was a southpaw. He beat Keith Thurman. Okay, a guy that was so overconfident that didn't even know that Sebastian Fundora was a southpaw. That's why he was getting beat up like that. Okay, so Shakur's gonna go. He's gonna completely box this guy. This guy's gonna be so confused because he never been in a ring with a guy like Shakur Stevenson. Okay, everybody thinks Shakur's small. Okay, Shakur's gonna box his ears off, bro. And he's gonna try everything possible to hurt Shakur, lure him in. And Shakur, he knows how to steal the rounds in the late rounds. He's not gonna go and trade with him. He's gonna back up. When the round's about to finish, he's gonna back up like he did with Oscar Valdez. He's beat better quality Mexican fighters than Sebastian Fundora. Sebastian Fundora is a tall, rangy guy that's gonna play against them against a guy like
Mexican fighters are better than Fundora that Shakur already beat.
Oscar Valdez knocked out Miguel Bochel, who's still a ranked fighter at 135. He's doing a ranked fighter, highly ranked fighter, Miguel Bochel. He knocked out Miguel Bochel, and this guy made him look like a club fighter. He beat Jamel Herring. Okay, let's talk about all the
Jamel Herring was on his way out.
Look, a southpaw that's very difficult to beat. Shakur beat him. Huh?
I know he beat him. I watched that fight, but he did what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to take the old fighter out of the woodshed and get rid of him.
Was he in trouble with Edward de los Santos? No, right? He was running away from him, but was he in trouble? Did he get hurt? Edward de los Santos is probably a bigger puncher than this guy, Sebastian.
You understand that Shakur likes to fight at range, right? And fighting at range is the worst thing you could do against Fundora. That's what Keith tried to do.
A counter-punching great phenomenon like Tio Lopez, and Tio Lopez didn't like nothing. He tried everything possible. What makes you think that Sebastian Fundora is going to do a better performance than Tio Lopez?
Tell me how Shakur deals with his
reach, because Fundora keeps you at the end of his punches.
Okay, this is the question.
Shakur's going to want to be out of range. He's not an inside fighter.
Okay, tell me how Sebastian Fundora is going to deal with it.
I'm a big Shakur fan, dude. I just.
Okay, but could you answer my question?
I asked you first.
Okay.
I asked you first.
Okay, he's going to be able to deal with the guy. The guy is slower than him.
Shakur fights with his reach.
Shakur fights he's fought better world-class fighter. He fights at a faster pace, right? He's harder to hit. He's gonna be so defensive against this guy's gonna go. This guy, he probably get even dropped because he's gonna be so frustrated with Shakur's style. Shakur's gonna make him look like a
Shakur's gonna drop Fundora.
No, he might get frustrated, bro. He might get slipping. They're two southpaws, but you're talking about, if Shane Mosley could move from 135 and beat Oscar de la Hoya in the first fight, okay? Shane Mosley even went up to middleweight. You know what I'm saying? Shane Mosley, if he could do that from 135, completely slipped junior welterweight and went up and beat an all-time great like Oscar de la Hoya, right? If Devin Haney could go and beat Brian Norman Jr., Brian Norman just have an astronomical amount of hype, and he could do that. What makes you think that Shakur can go and beat Fundora, who's been knocked out before? Brian Mendoza knocked his head loose. Well, I don't understand why
Sully, you just went from the scholar to just a caller, bro. You're losing.
Bro, you guys don't respect me, bro. That's why I don't like. I don't like to be in these panels, bro. I'm just like Devin, bro. I want to get paid big money to do this, bro.
Sully, we respect you because we're listening to this bull right now and letting you continue.
Telling the truth. How is it bull? How's it bull? If Shane Mosley could move up to 135, IBF champion.
You know how it's bull? You want to know how it's bull? Because the only man that could have ever walked through the lake of fire is Jesus Christ.
You talking about other stuff, man? Come on, man. Shakur can walk through the lake of fire and not get burned by Inferno. I'm talking about terms, but we're talking about boxing terms. The guy calls himself the Inferno.
Hallelujah.
He calls himself the Inferno, right? Isn't that his nickname? He's Tatooine Inferno, right? So Shakur could say, I could walk through the lake of fire and not get burned, bro. I could go in and fight this Inferno guy and not get burned.
Tripping off that take anyways, though,
bro.
Shakur is still trying to fight at 135. He's trying to say he's too small for 120.
He's looking for big payday, bro.
He's trying to say he don't even want to fight.
Payday,
No, hey, look, he don't even want to fight Devin Haney at 147.
He's looking for a big payday, brother.
Hold on, a guy who's 5'9", he's not trying to fight him at 47. Why the fuck would he fight Fundora, who's 6'6" at 154?
Because the money's right. That's simple as that. The money's right. Yo, it's mathematics, bro. It's mathematics, bro. You guys are hard-headed dudes, bro.
Okay, Johnny. Needs to be stopped.
Okay. Let's talk about Berlanga or something. Let's change the subject. Hey, Johnny, what you think? What's your input on this? You like that? You like that? Big power moves from Shakur? You want to see great things with Shakur Stevenson? You want to say like, wow, this guy just blew our mind. He's the next Sugar Ray Leonard. That's what I want to see.
He's not even going to fight Devin, and you know that shit. So
do you remember the offensive package Sugar Ray Leonard had?
He don't need Devin Haney, bro. He don't need Devin.
He don't have Sugar Ray's offense, bro. I love Shakur, but that's the truth.
This motherfucker.
Malcolm just asked for $2 if I speak Puerto Rican. Nope. I guess not.
But that's crazy, man. Like Sugar Ray, it was an offensive phenom, bro. Like y'all pretend like that man didn't have no bag.
Who knocked him out? Who knocked him out?
That's fine, bro. Yes, that's fine. But you're talking about
and only knockout loss. Who knocked him out?
You're talking about 15-round fights where guys fought 4 or 5 times a month. You don't even know what condition. You don't even know what condition their bodies. And you don't even know what condition their bodies were in by the time they got in them fights. So that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Like, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro.
I don't know, man.
There's no way Shakur does not have the offensive prowess that Sugar Ray had,
look at
dude.
His history. Look at his career, bro. He's a 4-division champ already, bro. He's done historical things, and this, to me, in my opinion, be another historical thing. If he wanted to beat Fundora and then gets a unification fight with Xander and beat Xander, that guy is a first-time Battle Hall of Famer, bro. I'm talking about doing historical things, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about doing little, like little power moves, bro.
He's not even fighting Devin, bro. Like, what are you saying?
You know what? Who wants to fight Devin? But everybody knows it. They're not going to pay. Okay, if Bill Haney goes on the show, right? Ask Bill Haney, say, yo, how's Bambi doing?
Hey, hold on. Isn't Ryan? I don't care about none of that. Isn't Ryan Garcia a C-class fighter? He won't even fight Ryan Garcia at 47 pounds.
Ryan Garcia's a C-class fider, bro. He's the most highly paid fighter in boxing, bro.
What I'm trying to Suleiman, what I'm trying to tell
you is, how can you say that, bro?
A guy who's a C-class fighter, who's a TikToker, he won't even fight him at 147. Why the fuck would he fight Fundora?
Okay.
Quit with this shit, man.
Okay, yo, guy. Okay, you started that. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me now. How could you say, first of all, Ryan Garcia is not a C-class fighter? Ryan Garcia was considered the clone of Oscar de la Hoya at the first. When he started signed, they was considering him the Oscar de la Hoya clone. Second thing, Ryan Garcia didn't want to become a champion because he was making astronomical more money as a Golden Boy top-tier fighter. He was making so much money. He's still making much more. He makes more money now with a WBC belt. He gets treated with more respect than half of these unified champions for multiple divisions. So what the hell you talk? So I don't understand. He doesn't want to make the fight because the fight.
I hear you. I hear you, Suleiman. No. Why doesn't he want to make the fight?
Okay, you don't want to fight the fight because the Devin Haney family, DHP, they want to underpay people. They want to take most of the money for themselves.
Stop.
Oh yeah.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Let's go on the last fight. Brian Norman Jr. How much did Brian Norman Jr. make? Okay, wait, don't interrupt me. How much did Brian Norman Jr. make compared to Devin Haney?
Stock, Suleiman.
Who made the most money?
Bro,
who made the most money?
Hey, Suleiman, how am I gonna answer? How am I gonna answer a question with a question? You don't do that shit. Do you know how questions work?
Yeah, because you're trying to push an agenda, and I want to show you. I want to show you that that's why people don't want to fight.
He said agenda.
There is no switching the agenda. There is no switching the agenda. Look, all right, fuck that shit. Look, he won't even fight Ryan at 147. Shakur, out of his own mouth, right? What did he say? I want him at 144 pounds. Did he not say that?
Yeah. And what's wrong with
Ryan's too fucking big. Fuck that. That's
what's wrong with that.
I'm a Shakur guy, man,
So
but I'm gonna keep it a buck.
So why are you even entertaining fucking Shakur and Fundora?
Well, I'm saying Fundora because the money's right. The money's beautiful. The money's beautiful. He's gonna get the best price.
There's no more money in boxing than Ryan Garcia, Suleiman.
The money's right. If he go give himself a good payday in that fight, and that's historical wins that the WBC.
I'm playing this on money, bro. Money. This is your doing money.
He could even blew it Ryan up in weight. Blew Ryan up to go to 154.
I'm this close to packing you up right here while I'm on the fucking panel.
You're not packing me up, bro. You're not packing nobody up, bro.
The 50 bucks gonna pack you up, nigga.
Big Manny is on Big Manny, bro.
50 bucks. Take me out the panel. It's not gonna hurt me at all, brother. Because you know why? I'm growing in the professional boxing thing, man. The other guys in the past did this. Oscar De La Hoya himself. He started his career 130 pounds, and he was 5'11". He was fighting all these guys. He got dropped by a club fighter at 135. At 135, he got dropped by a club fighter, and his name was Valenzuela was the last name. He got dropped. First time drop, got up and swamped the dude and knocked him out in one round. You don't remember that, right? You never watched that fight, right? Right?
Bro,
He's got Narciso Valenzuela dropped Oscar De La Hoya with a big left hook uppercut, and he came up in the same round, he knocked him out. Okay. So what I'm saying is it's professional boxing, bro. And this guy was paying getting paid astronomical money. You know what I'm saying? So that could happen.
Shakur's a knockout guy?
Shakur don't need to be a knockout guy. Is it necessary?
Then why are you comparing those two?
I'm just giving you an example, bro. I'm giving you an example, bro.
I just don't get it, man. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't know, but you get the professional boxing. You do professional boxing move, bro.
They packed you up, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, salute, man. Yeah, man. Hey, go to the altar, bro. Puerto Rican boxing altar. This is crazy to me, bro. I thought I was gonna get him when I said, "Hey, who's gonna win, Shakur or Xander?" But he said it's gonna be the fight of the century, and he didn't answer.
Salute to Joseph Arian, man, who packed up Suleiman, bro.
God damn, Xander versus Shakur, the fight of the century. Jesus Christ.
Damn, bro.
Yo,
call, bro.
How's this my fault?
Money, you did this, money.
That shit was all your fault, Big Money.
How?
And you got mad because you took the last two in the beginning.
I just worked it.
I don't even know, but yeah, it's probably Money's fault. Yeah.
Damn, bro. They packed
bro,
him up, bro. He was cooking, bro. What's wrong with y'all?
Wait, hold on. Cooking on what takes? On the Puerto Rican takes? You would say that shit. You would.
Yeah, you don't even speak Puerto Rican.
Fuck you.
I didn't know you had your own fucking language, Johnny.
Facts. These motherfuckers speaking Puerto Rican behind our back. Fucking Leo, what the fuck?
That was a troll.
You know?
That was.
Y'all better watch y'all back. They speaking Puerto Rican behind y'all back.
Hey, I thought they spoke Spanish, bro. So they got their own fucking language.
What
I didn't talk to my nephew, dog.
When Malcolm put that up, I was like, no, not me. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Speaking Puerto Rican. The fuck does that?
Suleiman said that Shakur speaks Puerto Rican.
Man,
no. He said he speaks black and he speaks Puerto Rican.
He did say that.
Yeah.
I was just like, what?
Joseph packed his ass up. Man, holy smokes.
Yo, this is just fucking wild. This shit went off the fucking. It went into fucking the Puerto Rican realms of craziness, bro. Like, I mean, I just don't see it, man. Fundora has excelled lately in his fights by keeping people at range. and that's where he wants you at the end of his punches because his reach is so stupid long. And Shakur is known to be a fighter, likes to be at range and move in and out. He's literally, his style is going to tailor to Fundora because he's not going to go on the inside and work the inside and work the body and be in the kitchen the whole fight. You know, you're going to need someone like Lester Martinez to cook Fundora.
Bro, you can't tell me after all of the times that he's been saying that shit, y'all didn't want to hear him break it down. I wanted to hear that shit.
Man,
I mean, look, bro.
All of y'all too.
The thing is, there's a fucking interview. There's Shakur on audio and video when they asked him about, like fucking Fundora. He said, I wouldn't want to fight the motherfucker. Like, he said, hell no. Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, come on, man. Like, they asked him right after the fucking fight.
Money.
Like,
but did you pay attention? He answered your question. He said, Shakur's like Jesus Christ. He's the God of boxing.
Hey. That's what triggered me to come up here. This motherfucker.
I was like, what the fuck?
Man, he's gone, man.
He said
Why y'all double team? He can't.
Yeah, that's crazy,
man.
Nah, fuck that shit. That's what we do, man. We kick a man while he's down, man.
Fucking jumping motherfuckers over here, bro. You want to be part of the DHS, homie? You got to.
Hey, H-Town.
Why y'all acting like Knicks fans,
hey,
bro?
You got to get that DP, bro. Grab his fucking wallet, money. This motherfucker got Jordans. Grab them shits. No, man. We kicking this motherfucker while y'all
check his fucking pockets. Take his fucking fitted hat.
Fans, bro. Did you see what the Knicks fans are doing out here on these New York streets?
That was embarrassing, bro.
Like thugs, stop acting like that.
But peep it. They're not stupid. Look who they're doing it to. Every kid they're doing it to looks like a fucking geek. Like they never thrown a punch a day in their life.
Yeah, facts. That's why when I was watching some of those videos, bro, the only thought I had was I don't give a fuck about no Spurs. I don't even give a fuck about NBA. I told y'all I stopped watching that shit when Dennis Rodman retired, but I would have been throwing hands with these fucking Spurs fans. Like, I would have fucking been knocking out every Knicks fan I would have seen in sight. What the fuck y'all doing out there?
Yeah, that shit is fucking wild, bro.
Fuck that shit.
Yo,
that's
man.
coward shit.
New York, nah.
Where
New
the
York
fuck Stock at? You know Stock was in the crowd. You know Stock was one of them fucking throwing punches.
I don't think he was in the crowd. I don't think he was.
Nah, you know what Stock was doing?
Johnny? That's why he's not here. He in jail.
Hey, Johnny. Stock was walking around looking for Texas license plates and still in hubcaps.
He jumped on last night. He did. He jumped off for a little bit. I asked him if he was in the city, but he said they shut down everything around Madison Square Garden. So they only had again, it doesn't even matter because
Malcolm, shut your ass up, dog. There's a reason they say don't mess with Texas, bro.
These thugs were all over
shut your ass up, Malcolm.
Manhattan, and they were doing watch parties everywhere. But yeah, it was just crazy, man. It was absolutely crazy. Tonight is game 4, man. That's just gonna be even crazier. If the Knicks lose tonight, Lord have.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, if they lose tonight,
yeah, I'm jumping on at 8:30.
I'm making the Wem Bang Giannis shirts, and I'm going to San Antonio to sell them motherfuckers if they win tonight.
I don't know if I'm gonna do the I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole thumbnail thing. We'll keep it boxing, but we'll have the game on in the background.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, dog, that
game on in the background, but I don't know if I'm gonna do the watch party for the game. Like we could talk. Let's talk boxing because we got boxing this weekend, and we haven't even got into any of the fights that are going down this weekend. Including
because everybody perceives that Bam's gonna wash. Excuse me, Vargas is gonna wash him, and it's not gonna be a competitive fight. So people are assuming, so people are not talking about it.
Mm-hmm. But we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it.
But hey, what do you think about this? The big fish that he's looking great in camp, and people saying he's looking destructive. He's gonna destroy Tim Tszyu.
With Ronnie Shields.
Yeah, yeah. They're saying he's in shape.
I can't wait to see him back in the ring. To be honest with you, man. I've been waiting to see him. I'm glad he's coming back. I don't know about the whole 3-year layoff or whatever it's been.
It was good for him, man. He needed to heal from the car crashes, them weight cuts, all that, man. It takes a toll on the body. People think them weight cuts are just nothing, bro.
Listen,
when you're a big guy, they're literally killing themselves to make weight, bro. That's just not healthy.
H-Town, I don't disagree, but we're also we can't expect this dude to look sharp right out the get in that fight.
I think the first 2-3 rounds, and I think by round 5,
hopefully the first 2 or 3 rounds. You know, there are fighters that take less of a layoff. You know, year and a half. They come in and they'll tell you they were just rusty. You know, for the majority of the fight. So we'll see, man. Hopefully.
So I mean,
I used to like Errol Spence, so I'm glad he's back, but I don't know if it was a wise idea after 3 years. We got to see.
But I mean, what are we looking at? The rust of Errol Spence or the damage Tim Tszyu has taken in the last couple fights he's been on? What's been more detrimental to a career? You know, the layoff or you getting your ass beat.
But you're forgetting you're forgetting fucking Earl got fucking his ass beat by fucking pavement, bro. What are you talking about? He flew like he thought he was Superman. You forget that?
I know. That's what I'm saying. That time off, he needed it.
He said,
you know.
Only
there's certain things you just don't recover from, man.
I don't know. We're gonna see.
I mean, they do say once you lose your teeth, they're never the same again, but you know, it affects your jaw. But you know, hey, we'll see, man. I don't know, man. I'm interested to see Earl, man. I was really disappointed in not getting the rematch the way we said we're gonna get it, and I'm gonna say that Bud, because you know Bud fucked it up. Bud didn't keep his word. Bud lied to his man in front of him and his child. You know, said we're gonna go to 154. We're running back. Don't worry. And then it was time to run it back at 54. He said at 47 or no fight. So I mean that's
why I wasn't surprised at all that he skipped town on fucking Turkey and Canelo talking fuck the rematch. Like bro ain't no man of his word, motherfucker scumbag, and he still ain't paid his fees. Still looking for that motherfucker. I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking nut check this motherfucker when I see him. Fuck this shit.
Hey man, that's the Suleiman enforcer right there.
Tomorrow, man, I think tomorrow we're gonna have part 2, the rematch.
Yeah, shout out to Suleiman, man.
He always jumps on late too.
Yeah,
I know every time I see him in the chat, it's usually like 12.
Hey, but bro,
Eastern Standard. It's never
the
early.
way Stock gets Devin Haney drunk, Suleiman gets Puerto Rican boxer drunk, where he throws everything out the window, and fuck logic, fuck reasoning, fuck attributes. No, they're Puerto Rican. They're gonna win,
bro. You understand? He said that man is a god. Like, bro,
I heard him.
We heard him.
Oh man,
that shit was crazy.
Yeah.
Hey man, I just think it's crazy because the logic is in front of your face. Like Shakur himself is telling you that he's too small for 47. He's telling you that he's still trying to fight certain dudes at 35. You get what I'm saying? Like, and he's talking about fucking going up to 54 to fight dudes that to fight a guy that everybody else at 54 looks like they shouldn't even be fighting the motherfucker, bro. Like, what the man? This motherfucker tripping. And then talking about some weird shit with Zayas too. I don't know, man. But
I still can't believe they packed him up. But sometimes y'all be on this fucking hate trip and they don't pack y'all. That's crazy to me.
Hey, bro, we keep it 100, bro. Facts is facts, not hate, my friend.
Both of y'all motherfuckers.
You call me fat and brown. I'm not gonna say you're a hater.
Look, Johnny, look, I think people respect more hate when it's coming from a real place. Like, if you're gonna have some hate, have some quality hate. Don't just come up here and start saying some fucking nonsense. Like, I'm trying to tell this man, how are you trying to tell me that he should fight Fundora when him himself don't even want to fight fucking Ryan Garcia or fucking, man, fuck Devin. Devin is a former undisputed champion, right? Let's talk about Ryan Garcia, somebody that they said that fucking beat the weakest fucking link at 47 for the fucking championship belt. He don't even want to fight him at 47. So why the fuck would he fight somebody at 54 who's a freak of nature at 54?
He
like, bro,
backtracked
like
on
that's
too.
just being disingenuous.
Shakur backtracked on that.
Bro.
You know, Shakur backtracked on that shit, right, Javon? Because he agreed on Instagram Live that he would fight Ryan, and then if he said he wouldn't now, then that means he backtracked.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, Shakur's been saying.
Remember before? I was gonna say, remember before Ryan even fought Devin, right? Shakur wanted to fight Ryan, and then Ryan said, "I'll fight you after I fight Devin." And Shakur said, "Yeah, bet, let's do it." Like that was way back then. And he still don't want to fight him.
Yeah, Shakur's been on record that he needs a catch weight or some kind of clause if he fights Ryan or Devin.
Clause.
Yeah, he's been very clear about that. So that's why I say even if Ryan or Devin keep talking about Shakur, don't talk about Shakur if he already let you know he's only fighting you at 144 with a clause or something like that. There's no more negotiation. He let you know where the door's at. Either you're gonna cross that threshold or you're not. Let's stop bringing Shakur up in these discussions because they're empty discussions that where you know where the door's at. Now, does Devin want to come through the door? Yes or no? That's up to Devin. Here we let you know where it's at, fair or unfair or however you want to view it. He let you know this is where it's at. You want the fight? 44.
They both said today on Twitter it was cool at 44.
Yeah. Now we'll see. Now we'll see if that really happens. Because now we're gonna get to the money discussions, and we know that Devin's not taking anything under $10 million.
money. Hey, Johnny, did you hear? Did you hear Clarissa today? Was that Puerto Rican she was speaking? Like that shit was crazy. Like I don't know what Clarissa was saying today, but she was saying she was saying I would never want to be somebody who took 3 losses to the same fucking woman.
Oh yeah,
she was just clowning fucking Amanda, but she just mad that she ain't never been on no Time magazine. You know how big Time magazine is? Shout out to fucking Amanda. And then people want to talk about, oh, that was a paid promotion. Man, ain't no way. First of all, I love the quality hate. But at the second, even if that was the fucking case, bro, they mad because fucking Papoose Records ain't got the budget to do no fucking marketing like that. The fuck?
Yo,
come on, man.
That's crazy though. But even if it was paid, imagine how many millions that they had to pay and invest in Amanda just to get her on. That means somebody got faith in her. You know what I mean? So
I'll definitely watch Amanda over Clarissa, bro.
She was named one of the most 100 influential people. Is that what that was on Time Magazine?
I don't know exactly what it was, but they were talking about how she was the most viewed woman fighter, the highest paid woman fighter, all kinds of divisions, whatever the fuck. It had all the little information right there on the cover. But all I do know is, yeah, I mean, they can say what they want, but I don't watch women's fucking boxing. But there's only certain people that I find fucking amusing, and one of them is Amanda. Another one is Alicia. Another one is what's her face? Fundora. Another one is
Sky. Kate. Don't forget your girl Sky.
Oh yeah, Sky. My bad. See, Sky. She be painting in there. That's the female Shakur. Hey man, that is what it is. Nah, but see now I'm wilding, bro. See, I'm just saying dumb shit. Somebody pack me up, bro. But look, nah, man.
Get G-Von the fuck out of here.
Yeah, facts. Nah, on some real shit. On some real shit though. Clarissa swing like a fucking drunk toddler, bro. I don't understand how the fuck she got those medals in the fucking Olympics. And I don't know how the fuck they try to give her all that praise. That last fight she had was disgusting. And that's not to mention the fact that her opponent was 40 plus years old, smoking Black and Miles. Them fucking, bro. No, that shit was crazy.
You talking about Franchon?
Yeah.
You on crack, bro.
Friend to the show, Franchon?
Word.
No. I mean, you can say that because oh, she's a friend, but she smokes cigarettes, bro.
I don't know. Where you got that from? You seen that?
What you mean? It was on video.
Yeah, they got a smoking and people were talking about she was smoking Virginia Slims and shit.
Or maybe you heard
Virginia Slim.
Bermudez was saying some wild shit one time before that fight. I'm not gonna repeat it though.
Yeah. One of the homies knows for Sean since she was a kid. You know, is he used to be his daughter.
Javon sleeping on the couch tonight. Oh shit, man, y'all crazy.
What? I'm
man.
sleeping on the couch. Yeah,
That's
facts.
what Alberto said.
Hey, but the truth is, man, is
working out. Well, we're about to wrap up though, man. I'm tired.
Tonight, it's fucking early. What the fuck?
The fuck you mean? It's 2:30 in the morning.
Man, fuck this show. Fuck this show. This is why I already reported it, Johnny. I'm out, man. Fuck this shit. Y'all soft as fuck. I'm out.
Pack this motherfucker up. Let's get him out of here. Get him out of boxing.
Fucking senior citizen spot. We got a bedtime.
Bro, do you not understand? We did over 5 hours already. Like, damn, what's wrong with y'all, man?
You know it's summertime.
I can't believe after all these shows that we've done, all these hours, y'all still question my work ethic. I can't believe they.
I mean, we got to do something to keep you on here, Johnny, man. You know what I mean? You're already in the fuck.
5 hours.
You're already in.
Back on tonight. On top of that, and earlier because I want to jump on at 8:15 because
you're already in the fucking jacuzzi half the fucking week.
We gonna talk boxing, but I am gonna have the game on in the background. We gotta have the game on in the background, man. The Spurs gotta tie this series, man. This series has to go 7 games.
Bro, don't let that happen, dude. Stock is gonna be so fucking out of it, bro. Because I don't think Stock ain't old enough to witness a real New York collapse, like us older dudes have witnessed it, from the Knicks.
That would be.
So, he'll be officially a real Knicks fan. These young guys will be officially real Knicks fans if they go through heartache like that.
But these hooligans, man, they'll burn down the city.
Because you're never gonna forget what the Rockets did to the Knicks.
Look at what the fuck they were doing when the Knicks were winning. Imagine if the Knicks lose this series after being up 2-0. Whew, man, that's gonna be crazy. Nah, Trini said Nick hate show tonight. No, Nick hate. We just gonna talk basketball. That's all.
Look, see, Trini is an old head. He's been through a heartache, so he's a real Knicks fan. But these young guys, they just started watching the Knicks like 2 seasons ago.
I just want to say Trini's not one of them dudes, one of these losers and hooligans and hood rats that go out there and they want to assault people and rip off these Spurs fans that got jerseys on. They want to rip their jerseys off. And I seen some shit about some Knicks fan that got packed up in the train by some other dude because he was starting some shit. Like, bro, this shit going out, like, it's crazy all over the city. It's just fucking madness. Dudes don't know how to act, bro. New York can't have nothing nice because they fucking ruin it. They ruin it with the buffoonery that they're doing, man. It's crazy. There's no excuse for it, bro. This is basketball. It's a sport, bro, and you're assaulting people, and it's just, I don't know. Like I said, there's nothing like New York fans. I've given them compliments, for being passionate, but this is beyond passionate. This is just fucking deranged.
Nah, it's ignorance. It's ignorance at its best.
Ignorant. Yeah, it's just deranged, ignorant shit.
But hey, Johnny, I feel you because
what it is. What are you gonna do?
As an Astros fan, we wouldn't drive for a long time in baseball without a championship. And I remember being at the stadium where the fucking beer vendors knew me and my older brother because that's how little people would be at the games. They knew us by fucking first name. They'll be like, "Hey, Leo, where's Marcelino? Oh, he had to work today. Oh man, well we'll see him the next game, because the fucking home game tickets were like $5, so we'd be at every home fucking game, And then once we made that in 2016, our team was looking decent. We started getting people in there, so we made that run in 2017, and you got all these motherfuckers that I've never ever seen in Astros gear, including friends of mine that will never wear Astros hats every fucking day. And since 2017, these young kids don't know what it is to go through a losing franchise and heartache. They know the Astros as a winning franchise, that every year they got a good, decent season. It's a winning season. We're in the playoffs every year. And they don't know the heartache, bro. They don't know the heartache of being in the Astrodome and nobody's in there but me, my dad, and my brother. And you could go down 15, 20 rows and sit wherever you want. Yeah, we banged them trash,
We banged them trash bins, bro.
Yeah, fool. We took out the trash, the Yankees.
They had buzzards, all kind of shit, bro.
Hell yeah. And how did we win in New York, and how did we win in LA?
They had to back up my Yankees, but that's all good.
That's all right. That's all right. But we ain't talking about how the Yankees were cheating with Apple Watches in the beginning of the season. We ain't talking about that, right? How they got caught.
That's
you could go look up the report on the MLB, and they'll tell you who they busted in the beginning of the season. But we ain't talking about that, right?
You guys did it when it really mattered, though.
Nah, we just did it smarter, bro. We Devin Haney that shit. We were on the fucking we were on the sauce, and y'all didn't know. We got the shit. We good.
I agree with you, Casual Jerry. Nasty work. Nasty word.
Astros, baby, H-Town.
H-Town. All right, man. Let's pack
I'm
this
out,
bad
man.
boy up,
Hey,
man. We back
All right,
tonight, man.
H-Town.
win at any means necessary. That's the the thing for the day, bro. I'm out, man. Salute.
I see where you coming
Johnny.
from. Salute, H-Town.
Yeah, salute H-Town. Johnny, I got a closeout.
Go ahead, bro.
Alberto, you're going to have to call a meeting immediately. You're going to have to call an emergency Devin Haney hater meeting ASAP. Because tonight, on this very episode, after you came in here, you kicked the door in and you hated on Devin Haney properly, like the president of the Devin Haney Haters Club should.
Mm-hmm.
And White Mike, Frank Bay, G-Von, H-Town, all the Devin Haney haters were defending him tonight. You hear what I'm saying to you?
Wow.
You're going to have to call an emergency meeting. Some heads going to have to fucking roll. Because this shit is outrageous. I ain't never heard no shit like this in my life. I was like, yo, I'm listening to all the Devin Haney haters defending him. At one point or another on the show. Y'all don't believe me? Rewind. Alberto, you're gonna have to clean the house, man.
Word.
You're gonna have to have one of them Nino Brown meetings after the fucking police ran through the Carter. Yeah. I don't know which one of them motherfuckers. Maybe G-Von gonna be your Christopher Williams. You're gonna have to tell him, sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You're gonna have to do something, motherfucker. Because all the Devin Haney haters was defending him tonight. That shit is crazy.
Extremely.
Anyway, I'll be back tonight for basketball.
Let's
All right,
get
man.
it.
Peace.
Peace, man. Salute to my man, Big Money.
Johnny, you don't got bars like that.
Yeah. Drop the ball, man. Salute, man. Very, very entertaining show, man. Great show, man. We went back to our bread and butter. I know we did a basketball show. We did a watch party on Monday, but then we were right back at it Tuesday night. Well into Wednesday morning. It is now 2:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. We've done over 5 hours in this show. Great boxing talk. Great open panel discussions, man. We talked about Edgar Berlanga's opponent for July 26th, ZUFFA 8 card that's going down in New York City at the theater in Madison Square Garden. And we talked about Richardson Hitchins' opponent that is going down the same night, man. Sunday, July 26th, which is actually 4 days before my birthday. Yeah, so we will be doing a live fight chat for that on Sunday night. You know the deal, man. We also talked a lot about Devin Haney like we usually do. But, yeah, he's always a topic of conversation, man. But, again, there's so much talk going around social media about a potential fight with him and Keyshawn, him and Shakur. Are they going to meet at a catch weight at 144? Legacy, resumes we brought up. Alberto came with his quality hate on Berlanga, like Big Money said. And, of course, Devin Haney. But there were a lot of notorious Devin Haney haters that did defend Devin Haney to, again, Big Money's point. Suleiman the Scholar came on the panel and proceeded to cook until they packed him up. Damn, y'all bad, man. But salute to all of y'all. I say all of that to say, let me wrap it up with a bow, man. One great entertaining show, man. A lot of ebbs and flows, man. And tonight we are right back at it. Tonight, boxing, but we will have the game in the background. We will have the game in the background. Remember, we got boxing this weekend. We got to break down, my guy Antonio Vargas against Jesse Bam Rodriguez. That's probably the best fight on paper of the weekend, the one of most significance, obviously, because you got the WBA bantamweight title on the line. However, the co-main event, in my opinion, is the one that I'm looking forward to the most. We got my man Jordan El Moreno Martinez, Big Money, know the deal. Rematch against Arturo Cardenas, which was a very, very good, close, and entertaining scrap the first time. That shit opened up the DAZN card where Sugar Nunez and Navarrete fought. They fought to a draw. Jordan felt like he won. Most people felt like Jordan won. Now he out for blood, man. He out for blood. So that's going to be an entertaining card on Saturday, June 13th from the Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale, Arizona. We also got Tommy Fury this weekend. That's on DAZN against Eddie Hall, who is one of the most, what was he, designated one of the most strongest men in the world at one point, making his pro debut. So, again, I know you're going to laugh at that, but, again, it's entertainment. We also got the card that's going down at Caribbean Royale, Orlando, my backyard, my home. Tiara Brown will be on that card. O'Shea Jones and Elia Carranza is the rematch on there as well. So that's going down this weekend as well. There's another, a plethora of other fights. So, again, there's just plenty to talk about tonight and on Thursday because we'll talk some basketball tonight. We'll talk some boxing. And then Thursday we'll get it in with the boxing talk. And, yeah, this is what we do, man. This is what we do, man. So salute to all of y'all that rocked out, man. I appreciate all of y'all participating in the chat. Y'all were absolutely excellent. Like I said, this is the best boxing chat out here on these YouTube streets because y'all always bring the energy. Salute to y'all. And salute to everybody that also sends super chats as well. That's always appreciated. But at the end of the day, this is your boy Johnny. We are doing it all over again tonight, 8:30, 8:15 actually, Eastern Standard Time. Appreciate the love and support. On to the next one. We out.